people will start tagging us in all these photos of like a watch party at people's houses and shit. And it's fucking insane. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, and then at bike nights, I'm hearing more people, more like couples, like the old ladies are getting into like the podcast and shit. I don't know, man. It's a weird place to be. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know it was ever gonna, you know, from from humble beginnings or not so humble, I guess.
Very humble, actually.
Right.
All right, guys, we're live.
Right on.
Hell yeah.
It was all a dream.
Well, Scott, thank you for coming into the studio. We've had this studio for 2 years now, and it's been like pulling teeth to get you to come back.
I had a really good time.
Don't look at the camera.
I had a really good time on, podcast 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were number 1, man.
Jesse was there. You were there. It was a great time. I was completely freaked out. Totally freaked out.
Yeah.
And, but it wound up being just the same conversation you and I always have when we get together, just buddies hanging out.
Yeah.
And so I thought it would get edited and chopped all apart and condensed, but in the end, everything was still there. Fire trucks going by outside. And,
I did hear that today.
It was. So you just watched that again?
Well, I listened to it again today because I wanted to kind of, I don't know, just feel like. I never listen to these after I put them out because I'm way too self-conscious of myself and the way I speak.
Right.
And it was really hard to listen to me talk back then. You did great. Like everything that you were saying in that first podcast was like you're media trained is what it feels like in a sense.
I don't know about that.
In some kind of form, you feel like it felt like you were because you had a lot of great things that you added. Like you added a lot of knowledge to the podcast. I added a lot of feelings to the podcast.
Okay.
You know, you're the facts, I was the feelings. You know what I'm saying? So it was a good balance.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's listening to it. And then even like when I listen to what I do now, when I quickly do like an audio edit to put out a podcast, I'm like, God, man, the intro was probably the hardest thing to listen to. But you know what's crazy as that is? I remember the day we did the intro. We were all sitting in Jesse's room, his recording studio at the time. And we were just being dumbasses. Like, we actually made the intro.
I literally was just like, hey, man, what do you want? And then I played like a bunch of different little vibes, and then he picked one. And then we just kind of started bullshitting from there.
Right.
I wanted 80s MacGyver, Airhawk. I wanted like fucking retro waves kind of shit going through it, right?
Right.
But also like the machete announcer. You know what I mean? Like,
say the opening line for old time's sake.
I forgot that I was on the opening line. I don't want to.
You're on every podcast, bro.
The FASTLIFE podcast, like
That's
that.
not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, man.
A little rusty.
Airhawk, was it Airwolf?
Airwolf.
Airwolf.
I'm tripping.
Airwolf.
Airhawks are like
when I was a kid, man, that was an awesome show. That was so cool.
Wasn't it like wasn't it like the Knight Rider for fucking Apache helicopters or some shit like that?
I think it was a helicopter we never put out called the Comanche or something like the Comanche, and it was like super. It was just a guy who basically like fought bad guys with a helicopter. I mean, everybody should do that. So
in the 80s, cool. All you need, like, it went from fucking like nothing but karate with Chuck Norris. You remember, man, Airhawk, yeah. You ever remember
Airwolf? I think
Airwolf, yeah, Airwolf. One of my favorite movies growing up.
Jan Michael Vincent. That's the actor.
Damn. 80s was his prime.
So, Hardcastle McCormick, this guy had this like cool like sports car of some sort. I think it was called a Coyote. It was really cool. I loved those shows like that. You know, I think I mentioned it before to you. Like I'm crazy airplane buff. Like I love motorcycles, but I'm nuts about planes. I just have never been smart enough to be a military pilot and didn't have the money to be a private pilot. But any kind of airplane show, Baba Black Sheep or Black Sheep Squadron is now what they call it on reruns. But it was Robert Conrad, and it was about Pappy Boington and the VF 214, which was like some kind of outlaw Marine Corps fighters in the Pacific during World War II. And the planes were super cool. The acting was not great, but it was this old war footage. They just showed the same Zeros getting shot down over and over and over. But I was transfixed, and when I was a kid, that was the whole way to get me to be good. Is you cannot watch Baa Baa Black Sheep unless you're a good kid today.
What was that one that had the guy that played in Kill Bill? It was like the ninja.
Toro.
No, it was like this TV show. It was like where he like
Kung Fu.
That's right.
Fu,
Was that,
yeah.
David
So there was
That's
David
right,
Carradine.
yeah.
There was some kind of, what was the tagline? There was like a really famous tagline.
I don't remember the
that
tagline.
He always said it over and over and over, like some Confucius thing.
I feel like it was supposed to be like at the end of every episode, it had some kind of quote kind of thing that was in that
Like
kind
a meaning,
of form.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that might have been a little before my time. Like, I don't even think I saw that in reruns, but I know about it. But yeah.
Well, in the 80s, dude, all I wanted to do was be a ninja. I mean, straight up, like.
Well, the Turtles.
We
That
had three
perpetuated
ninjas.
it. Yeah,
The
dude,
movie
that
Three
was one of the
Ninjas.
best
Yeah.
childhood TV shows I ever watched in my life was
That was
Three
a movie.
Ninjas. Yeah, the movie, yeah.
Put this on my bragging montage, but I think I'd have to ask my mom exactly how, but I think somehow I'm related to the late great David Carradine.
For real?
Yeah,
Nice.
So it's like way down the line cousin or something. Obviously, never met him, that kind of relative, but I think somewhere I've heard that.
Yeah.
And then when he died, I was like, oh, I'm gonna keep that one. I'll keep that one in the pocket.
Might have to use it on a podcast one day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember that shit growing up. I used to all those fucking movies, man. Like even like Predator and like all those Schwarzenegger movies back in the late 80s when they came out. It was just like the raddest thing in the world.
Van Damme was kind of my idol for a while.
Yeah.
I saw all of them. That
Universal Soldier, Hard to Kill.
Yeah, most of them you got to see them whenever they came on VHS depending on how rural we lived, at the little like gas station that rented videotapes. But those were classic always.
It's crazy to think that back then you couldn't just watch a movie anytime you wanted. Like you had to wait for it to come out, like on VHS or it was
a treat.
crazy. Or something came out and maybe it might take years to see it again. Or
What
like
was
that.
the worst part was like when it would come out and then you'd make it to Blockbuster and all of them are just the cover boxes and you're like, fuck, man. And you're like waiting by the goddamn drop box, like hoping somebody drops one off.
Those are things people won't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lag of you waited all that time for it to finally come out, and then there was a whole nother wait before it could actually be available. Unless same thing like
Then you
had a
come
buddy
home and they didn't rewind it. And you're like, motherfucker. Really?
I feel like we tipped or
It
something.
says please rewind on it.
I feel like we tipped or something because we had a friend at the video store that we would get heads up. They would hold stuff if there was something we wanted.
Yeah.
That's the way to work it.
Yeah.
He's been working it forever.
That was
Be
the whole
nice if you're a
vibe,
video
though,
store
man.
guy.
It slowly turned into video games for me after a while, but just in general, like being able to go to Blockbuster on a Friday, as a kid, that shit was like, fuck. I remember that. Me and my friends, even in high school, we go to Blockbuster and get fucking movies and take them back. And that's the first time we saw Half Baked. We watched like 4 times. Austin Powers, all these movies, we watched them like that back in the day.
Sure.
Yeah,
you had it for 24 hours or whatever, so you might as well watch it as many times as you possibly can.
And there was we didn't do anything else. There wasn't no Instagram to get on and be like bored out of your mind and shit. Like you just did nothing all day long. And then I don't even know how we communicated back then. Like how did we connect? Like I think I just drove by my friend's house and like knocked on the door. Hey, busy?
Hey, you rode
Right.
you rode your bicycle. Depending on how
Yeah.
old you were, you would ride your bike around. That was like classic summertime stuff.
That's so different than now because it feels
Right.
so awkward if you were to just like
Stop
go up
by.
to your friend's house and
Right.
be like,
Yeah.
like,
Hey, can Jesse come out and play?
yeah.
I used to when I was a little kid, dude. I lived in we moved a lot when I was a kid, and we'd always live in apartments. My desperate ass one time just like went and knocked on doors. You got any kids?
Right.
I'm trying to find someone to play with in this bitch. I've been
Right.
building forts by myself.
That shit's so wholesome. Like that would
Yeah.
make my day if I lived in a house and some kid did that, some neighborhood kid. I would immediately try to think of whose kid do I know that could come over and hang out with this kid sometime.
Yeah.
But it's different. You know, kids now, they're online and they have friends that are, you know, on the other side of the world or other side of the country. And they
firsthand.
And they want to talk to those kids. They don't want to talk to the kid across the street. It's just different.
My son's best friend lives in Staten Island. While we were driving through Staten Island, I said, "Do you want to see him?" He goes, "No."
Right. He sees them all the time on
fucking like Fortnite and shit.
Right.
I'm like, bro, like, do you want to like high five him or
Go eat a piece of pizza together or something?
see if you like his face?
Right. They don't need to do that anymore. It's just different.
Yeah.
And so
It's like that movie. What is it? Player One.
Ready Player One.
Yeah, Ready Player One.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's super socially awkward, and then he like decides he's gonna go meet his friends, and then nobody turns out to be who they said they were.
right.
Yeah, it's worse when it's a girl and she's like,
It's funny that the whole movie thing is so strange. You know, it's been such a giant part of everybody's lives, and even guys and girls are different how they treat movies. Like, we talked about this on the way up here, driving up here today. The Last Starfighter. For whatever reason, we were looking at an event that's going on in Dallas this weekend, and there's an actor
What is
for
that
The
movie?
Last Starfighter. It was about somebody who put out, like, these aliens put out a video game, and they dropped these video games, you know, the old stand-up console kind.
Yeah.
And they would look for people who were, like, exceptional playing it, and then they'd approach you and say, hey, we need you to, like, fly that spaceship in real life and fight these bad guys.
That's
And so
literally-
it was really funny.
Oh, that's cool.
But if I see The Last Starfighter on TV, if I'm flipping channels, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
I don't care if I had to be, and it's the cheesiest movie in the world. The special effects are horrible. There's nothing redeeming about it other than it's sort of wholesome somehow, and it's fun, and I'm gonna watch it.
That's the
how
kind
I feel about like all my nostalgic childhood movies though. Like you go back and watch like Spawn. I love Spawn growing up, and I watch it now and I'm like, this is a steaming pile of shit. You know what I mean?
It's funny you say that. I recently rewatched it and I was like, man, this does not really
Yeah.
hold up.
That was my
But
favorite fucking movie though. When I
those
was a
kind of
kid.
movies, those was like those kids that become something doing the things that like kids love to do.
Right.
And those movies are always the best. And it's funny how like I feel like society is starting to kind of accept that because kids that played video games are now making more money than some professional athletes. Kids that do YouTube are now some of the richest
sure.
people in the world.
For sure.
And so it's like all those kid things. It's like since I kind of grew up with video games, so I still, even though it's not as cool to say I'm a gamer, I still fuck with games. And
Right.
so like that's still a part of my life. It might not be a part of the generation before me,
Right.
but the generation after us, like games will be a part of your life from being a kid to being a 7-year-old adult at that point.
For sure.
So
Yeah, there's metrics and studies. I mean, it's $1 billion industry, and it's only going one way. It's a big thing to invest in. If you invest, is video games and the technology and the stuff they're running with. I mean, Arlington, I think, has a stadium, a video game stadium that they
I heard about
host
that.
national and worldwide tournaments and stuff in Arlington. So
Well, it is strange. I've heard people talk about how their kids, they'll buy a toy for their kid, and instead of playing with the toy, the kid will want to watch a YouTube video of another kid playing with the toy.
yeah.
And so that seems ridiculous until you listen to the kids say, well, you watch football, and that's another person playing a game.
Yeah.
And you're really into that. So what's the difference?
I didn't
So
know about
in a weird way, it's spun. It's like, well,
go to your room.
right, exactly. Wait,
You're grounded.
don't throw that kid logic on me. So
What motherfucker?
right.
Fuck out of here. Yeah. No, I
that's
agree.
crazy.
Yeah, it's
Right.
wild.
So yeah, I don't get it, but that's okay. My parents,
like the unboxing videos of things and stuff.
Right.
Like kids really like watching that stuff too. That's
But
crazy.
you have to admit, like when you get something, I mean, hey, when you get a new motorcycle part or you get anything, it's exciting to take that stuff out of the package. You can't wait. And so I get how the excitement of people unboxing stuff. I totally get that. And it's an awesome experience.
I like to watch a lot of YouTube videos for perspective about things, right? So it's not so much like an unboxing or playing with kind of situation, but if I'm like, I just bought a new GoPro, the 10, right? And I'm
Right.
like, well, let me watch some YouTube videos and see what all the difference is between the 10 and the 9. Because I have a 9. Let me see what the 10's all about. So I go down a fucking 4-hour rabbit hole, usually while I'm working. And it tells me all the specs. This isn't this. Tells me what it does. Things and different. So YouTube has become, in my opinion, the most helpful essentially streaming kind of platform where I can get not only entertainment but useful information.
Yeah.
You know,
whenever I tell people, they're like, well, you know, I know you were in a band, you know how to sing. It's like I went to the college of YouTube.
Right.
I learned everything from YouTube.
Yeah.
100%. That is such a good, if I did not have that resource, I would be a terrible human being. Like
I was telling my wife not so long ago, because I told her, like, look, if everything you're interested in, you can find some inspiration or information on YouTube.
Absolutely.
And the hardest part sometimes is sifting through all the content. I was like, well, if you think about it like this, how long do you spend on Netflix sifting through the content to find the movie you want to watch that night?
Right.
So at least if you know, like, you know what, I want to know about this thing, you're not going to spend nearly as much time sifting through all these Amazon Prime, Netflix, HBO Max, like looking for a movie to watch tonight. You know what I mean? So
for sure,
it's an easier thing, I feel like. And honestly, I don't think me and my wife's relationship is there yet where we can just like pop on some YouTube and laugh at a podcast together yet. But I think it'll happen sooner or later. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. And I think it's also, there's a lot of great content out there, but it's also finding the person that fits your vibe where you can digest that information. You know, you might have the same guy that's, there's 20 guys out there telling you how to put a light switch in, but the one guy might have bad audio quality, or his accent is not your vibe, or he just doesn't.
He's got a good accent. You don't want your wife to hear it. You know?
right, that too.
Yeah.
But I think anything. I mean, it's a joke now that the whole, you know, YouTube mechanic, certified mechanic, right? Because everybody's like figuring out, I'm going to put brake pads on. I watched a YouTube video for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of really just awesome content out there. You know, I'm not going to try watching videos of people painting helmets and try it myself, though. There's no way.
I feel like there's probably people that want, I mean, there's quite a few people that are like really leaning into painting on YouTube. And I think it's rad, you know, 100%. I don't know if it's like, because the paint industry is so small, you could put it on YouTube and it'll get a lot of views, things like that. But I don't know if it's going to really resonate as much as it would be just to sell like actual time to come here and learn, right?
Right.
You know, if I when I was younger, if some of the painters that I idolized, fuck, that's hard to say sometimes, idolized them, if they were doing the kind of classes that a lot of painters have now, where you can like spend $500 and then fly out there and get a hotel and spend a week working next to this guy or picking his brain. Like, man, like people don't understand how valuable that is whenever you need to learn how to do something, and you can kind of take giant steps ahead by being around somebody that has the skills that you want.
Sure.
You might not be as good as they are when you leave the class, but you can fill in some of the blanks of some of the things you don't know about. You know what I mean? But
so do I hear hints of the FASTLIFE Institute coming in the future?
That's cool. FASTLIFE Institute.
Right. We'd have to
get fly at the FLI.
No, seriously. Hey.
FLI 6 coming next November.
You know, a 6-week apprenticeship program, you know, block out the time. You know, you're not going to get anything done during that time. You're just going to be teaching.
Yeah. The problem is that, not to turn it dark, but I don't think the custom paint industry, I don't see it thriving into the future, personally.
Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, there were probably people back there in the 60s and the 70s painting vans, and they're like, people aren't going to do this in the future. So I don't know. Maybe they'll figure out another way.
Do you know of any things that you grew up with that were things that people wanted, but it became so expensive to own that it just phased itself out? Maybe like, remember when people used to hand paint billboards?
Right. And I don't know the technical term for it, but the people who used to do all the lawyer windows and stuff with like the gold leaf, like super.
So there's a nostalgic resurgence of that, where like a lot of like tattoo shops or like trendy, you know, boutique kind of places want that kind of artwork done. But for the most part, like you know, that's not the kind of business that like sign painting back in the 70s was, where people like literally would apprentice as a sign painter, and next thing you know, they didn't have the ability to mass scale print. So people hand painted signs and billboards across the country, and that was a big industry to be a part of, especially as advertising from the 40s on in became a big part of a big market, right? And so with custom paint, I mean, it's a luxury at best, and it's not necessarily, it doesn't provide any other kind of value to a brand, right? Like if your bike is nicer, your car is nicer, but you're not necessarily, it doesn't solve a problem. It's just there. Sure. And it's always going to be dependent on the artist as the style of work. I don't know. I hate to be doom and gloom, but I don't know if it has a 20-year future. I know it'll always be around.
Sure.
But is it worth going to invest thousands of dollars in to go learn the skills? I think it's better to learn the skills to be a painter than it is to be a custom painter right now.
Right.
So
it's different. I mean, there's probably people when vinyl graphics, when you got to the point where you could cut vinyl graphics, you know, people probably thought the sign industry was over with. And then the same thing when you got to the point where you could do these crazy wraps on cars, there's probably people who were like, why would you ever paint your car? So I don't know. I mean, those things are cool, and that technology is going to keep progressing. But there's something about it that's just not, I don't know, authentic.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. We have some people that wrap some helmets that are just insane. It's really, really cool. But it's different than having a painted helmet, right? It's just different. It has to.
It's one of those things I've always preached, is that it has to mean something to you. Like to spend the kind of money it takes to get a custom painted helmet.
Right.
I'm number 3 painter right now, but no, like all from the Jeremy Lucky Strike, Poland Designs, Gerald or Schultz. To get a helmet painted by somebody, it has to be more to you than just like, I need a custom painted helmet, right? And with the prices that we are all constantly having to up, it's going to get to a point where it's not going to make sense to the average guy, and it probably doesn't even now make sense to him. But it needs to mean something. It needs to mean what that is behind you to me. You know what I mean?
And I get that. I think that, you know, there are people who have, you know, bikes that have, you know, paint jobs that are, you know, seeing an old chopper that has a paint job from the 70s that has, you know, that's got that patina, but it's not faked. It's the real deal. It's got miles of, you know, the road on it and some neglect, and you know, it's been pushed in the back of a shop and nobody cared about it for 15 years and all that. You can't fake that. And as good as wraps are and things like that, you know, in the future you won't be able to fake that stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, I have a tendency to have something, when I get something painted really nice, or even I have something brand new, I have a tendency to want to keep it exactly like it is and perfect forever.
Yeah.
But, you know, talking to some other painters and stuff, they want you to use their stuff. You know, I have a caricature on a helmet that somebody did of me a long time ago, you know, and it's like a big, you know, it's like a Ed Roth type thing. And you know, it's crazy looking, and I'm like terrified to use it. And he's like, it's supposed to be beat up and used and get grimy. And when it's 40 years old and it's on your trophy shelf, it's going to look way better like that. It's not a piece of art. It's something to use. And so one of the coolest things we talked about when we first became friends was how when you paint these helmets, you know, you wear them for a season or two, and it sort of ties that helmet to this memories of those trips you did with your friends and that specific time, and even the bike you were riding. And I really thought that was cool. That's a great way of looking at it. And it's almost like, I don't know if the right term would be like a visual diary. When you look at that helmet, it takes you back to certain spots in your life and what you did right then. It's like I mean, we all have tattoos, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a couple.
Okay, all right. So
he's got some very key, important tattoos that he got in his life.
I got one at Sturgis. I got one last year's camp out.
Okay.
And then the first one I got from Oliver, and it was just to get what you get.
Okay. Oh,
So,
cool.
yeah.
Cool.
That's how he got his name Dragon. Well, no, that's how he solidified his name Dragon.
Yeah. It was the dragon tattoo at Sturgis.
Oh, I think I've seen it. I think I have seen it now. Maybe at Fandango.
But you've also probably seen his
Fandango.
balls too. All of you two did last podcast.
Yeah.
So
And he was supposed to retire that in 2021.
Hey, old habits die hard.
Okay. But yeah,
so I think it's like tattoos. You know, some of us sort of collect some tattoos, and it might not necessarily be about the art itself, but it's about where you were at that time.
Yeah, I agree.
The space you were in, and maybe not just the physical space, but where you were at in your head, and what you were doing, and who you were with, whether you were with friends or and it kind of, I mean, there's not a lot of things that are forever. Mm-hmm. Tattoos are, and you know, it kind of.
So is YouTube, Jaden.
Yes, exactly. So it kind of puts a stamp on it, right? So in another respect, you know, doing a helmet and investing that money into the art of a helmet like that, I think, you know, it becomes important to you, but I think you need to, no matter how beautiful and perfect it is, you need to force yourself to use it.
Yeah.
And then you need to embrace the fact that it's going to get a rock chip. It's going to get, it might
be the one that saves your life.
Might be, and then it's definitely retired. I mean, how many of your painted helmets have?
Yeah,
I mean,
one of the homies today down in Austin, Chris, he actually got cut off today, and he's the one that had his dog passed away. Hank's been at the camp out 100 times, you know, and we did a helmet for him about a year and a half ago. I think it was 2020 we did it, and one of my favorite helmets I've ever done, color scheme. Actually, I had the whole sketch when I was designing my paint job. That was one of the color schemes and designs I really wanted to go with on my bike. But yeah, he ended up going down. He said that he ended up bumping his head. And he's like, it's time to retire. And I'm like, that sucks, but it is what it is. But you know what I've really liked as over the time, especially following the page and just being more in tune with everything involved with Simpson and helmets, I've seen so many other different types of way people have started to customize their helmets, and maybe not all of it's custom paint in the tradition of what I do, but they've done other things to it, like you said, the wraps. And I think whatever you do to your helmet to make it unique to you is what makes it cool to be that urn of memories for that year of riding or for however long you want to do it.
right, for sure.
And there's so many other creative ways of doing it. I think that's what ends up being cool. It could be just pinstriping. It could be a sticker bombed out thing, or it could be a wrap, or you could know somebody that does cool painting and they just use the right medium, I guess, is to stick to it and last. So I don't know. I've seen a lot of cool shit over the time. A lot of things that are way different than mine. I've also seen a lot of mine, you know.
Sure.
But as much as it is kind of weird to see, I'm still flattered by it that it inspired someone. So
Absolutely. But authenticity matters, right? And so there's only one you, and there's only one of your style of helmets, right? What you do. And so I think that really sets it apart. So
well, over the years, man, it's, you know, sometimes like when I have a really good run of knocking some out in a month, I gotta have a break.
Sure.
Because I know every crevice of everything from an outlaw to a mod bandit to where I can visualize the helmet in my fucking sleep. You know what I mean?
Right.
To the point now where it's like, you know, I need that like break from it for a while to then come back to it and be fresh a little bit. You know what I mean? It does get a little repetitive, if you will, but you know, the only thing that keeps it different is what people ask for, you know, or as my style progresses, then that becomes different shit. Because if you look at, you know, the first Samuel Jackson helmet versus like, you know, the one, I think my most recent one is the one that I put my, like those are two completely different style of paint jobs.
Right.
But, and then last year I couldn't get away from doing flames on helmets, you know,
They look
they fucking fit, man.
They look
so
so good. They look really good. But it's tough because I think you have people come to you and for a frame of reference, not to go back to the tattoo thing again, but it's like a lot of people just go, I want that.
Yeah.
So a lot of people might say to you, I want the same helmet as Dragon,
a lot, yeah.
but I want a different color, or I want this or want that. So that makes it a little bit tough.
It is. So, and I've said this before, is what it is like I'm redesigning the same helmet and the same paint job 40 different times.
Right.
Every once in a while you get that one helmet, like Justin's helmet from down there, Justin FLHX, I think, FLHT.
Yeah.
We were hanging out yesterday.
Yeah.
We were hanging out yesterday, and we were giving him crap about his IG handle.
Dude.
It's like, dude, in my head, you live
He
in
needs to
Houston.
get like a Glide or something.
You live in Houston, and it doesn't make. I realize that's your bike, but your IG looks like Houston.
He
not
needs
San
to
Antonio.
like lean into the cat thing, and the he doesn't really do the Dixon thing as hard as he used to. But yeah, the cat thing he should definitely lean into. He should be like, I mean, he's got so many different like things that I hate to use the word define him, but
Right.
like he's a military, he's a fucking awesome dad.
Yeah.
Like I watch him hanging out with his son. I'm like, God damn it, let me call my son right quick. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let me see how he's doing.
He's,
you know what I mean?
he's super health conscious.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't drink anymore.
Well, he
He's a
doesn't eat
vegan.
meat,
He's
so,
a vegan.
yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, hey,
There's some strikes against him.
you know, but
He can't be perfect.
he's an awesome dude. So we talked last night, and the funny thing about it was he said that his son was giving him crap because his son's friends are on Instagram and they found his dad, Justin, and they're like, my friends think it's weird that you're that into cats or this and that. And he's like, so my son all of a sudden is like critiquing my Instagram based on what his friends see.
Yeah.
And so that's a funny thing, right?
I do agree that's funny. But no, his helmet, when I did one for him, it's been one of the helmets that I get like people use that as references what they want a lot.
Sure.
The color scheme. I mean, no matter what, candy red is never gonna go away.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Candy red just fucking does the job. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, like his helmet, the green helmet that we did for him, like I felt like that one was very unique. But green is like a very acquired taste color for a lot of people when it comes to motorcycles because of the whole stigma of like green motorcycles or bad luck. But it was also because it was one of the most predominant colored bikes on the road at the time and things like that.
So I heard an interesting story a couple days ago. And this is, I don't know all the details. So this is like third hand.
Yeah. Telephone.
But yeah. And I was talking to my friend who's an Italian guy living in Switzerland. And we work together. So he does a lot of product development work for us and stuff. And he's the head of our sales for Europe. And he was telling me a story. His wife has this really cool boutique on this Italian island that's only open in the summertime for cruise ships.
Okay.
Pretty cool. And so he was visiting somebody at a factory in Asia, and he took the person a sweater, and like the factory owner, and he said, it's a super nice cashmere sweater, like high dollar, couple $100 sweater, and it was green. And he gave it to the guy, and the guy was very gracious, thanks so much for this and stuff. And then later on, somebody else said, hey, that's really nice, but he won't wear it because in our culture, wearing something green means that your wife is enamored with another man. And so that's like a signal, and it's like, whoa. So you have all those cultural differences.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying anything about your green helmet. But it's just weird that, some cultures have such, different attitudes about different things.
Colors,
Colors and words that they might rhyme with something else overseas that it's taboo. Like, so kind of different, kind of weird. But green, as long as it works for you, man.
I like my helmet so much that, especially if I went to like a smaller bike, I would honestly retire the helmet if he could do the same paint job on a bike. Just so it wasn't like total Power Ranger.
I love that green too, though.
The 2 or 3 different like the patterns and stuff on it. Like I said, put that on like a new street bob, and I'd put the helmet in my closet and never ride it with the bike just so.
Yeah, so we're still not doing matchy at all. Like
No, well, matching this is the whole concept behind it. If you're matching your helmet to your bike, in my opinion, Big Will Cody is 100%. He matches everything to everything. Like, I'm sure his underwear matches his bike too.
all right, right on.
James is the same way. James likes to keep his helmet close to his bike, and
They're very sharp dressers.
yeah, they're trendy.
Okay.
Maybe this just says more something about the way you dress and not.
No. I think my what I think more about it, and this is why my thoughts get kind of destroyed because of those two, because they are two great ambassadors for not only my work but also Simpson helmets. I feel like when you make it about matching or being connected to the bike, it's not connected to you. And so the helmet should be connected to you before it's connected to the bike. So if you're doing it to match your bike, then you're doing it for some kind of ploy to look a certain part to everybody else in the world. I get, like, if your bike's red and your favorite color is red, I get that.
Right.
100%. Like, so I'm not saying, like, if you got a red bike, you got to do blue. I'm just saying, like, I get all the time, like, hey, man, I got this new CVO. I want to get a helmet to match it. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. And I don't mean to be a dick, but I'm just not. Like, you want a helmet to match your toy. I want to do a helmet to match you.
Right.
I want it to mean something to you.
Right.
I don't want to see this thing for sale with your bike in 2 years whenever you decide to get a Traeger grill or something like that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So
Traeger grill.
I've heard nothing but good things about it.
right, exactly. Traeger.com. Those are really nice grills, by the way.
Yeah. Well,
So,
when you don't get to ride anymore, you got to do something to get away from your wife, right?
so I think there's also an air, not saying those guys are doing it, but I think there's also an air of like trying too hard. And so for me, like going back to even high school, you know, you get all new clothes for school or whatever at the end of the school season.
That was the coolest part of the time, though.
But you know, for me, I'm gonna wear new clothes, and I'm gonna find a pair of tennis shoes with a hole in them and wear those the first day of school, because I can't do. And I used to ride off-road motorcycles a little bit. I was never good at it, but I enjoyed it. And
You're still alive, so that's
still alive.
Kind of good.
I still have dirt bikes, but I just don't ride them, or I don't ride them well.
Yeah.
But if I had to get a brand new pair of boots, MX boots, or, you know, a brand new pair of pants, I'm going to reach down in the gear bag and find a muddy shirt from last year to wear, because I can't have all brand new gear on. I can't. It just looks.
But see, like, we do a bike trip. I go buy new shoes for the trip every year. Like, I go.
He also wore polos in high school, and
yeah. Well, I wear polos now too, by the way.
Yeah, ironed on his clothes.
But
two different people here.
I wish in high school, like, if I could go back and like take some wisdom from now, I wish I would have been more like just who I am, 100%. Because I think everybody wants to say, like, oh, I've always been this. There was a couple guys in high school that just had swag figured out.
Right.
Didn't matter what they wore or how they dressed or how they acted. They just worked. Right. Not me.
Right.
I'm like trying to discover myself and figure out, am I going to be into black music or am I going to be into rock? What am I going to do?
Right.
Am I going to write fucking Nin on the back of my backpack or not? You know what I mean?
Right. So for all you super young guys.
Rap music. I said it very racially awkward there.
So for all you super young guys listening out there that might still be in junior high or something, Chuck Taylors.
Yeah.
Levi's, black T-shirts, regular men's haircut.
What does that mean?
A regular men's haircut, like, you know, just old school haircut. Those things you'll look back. You'll look back on your life and you'll just be like, yeah, I look like a normal. Just to sit down in the barber chair and say, I want a man's haircut.
Dude, you do not want to take a
haircut,
trip back
gentleman's
down
haircut, business
in my
haircut.
life. Dude, I'm not What'd you say the other day? I've been cosplaying forever.
Yeah. I feel like this dude went to school with a candy necklace on one day.
I did. It wasn't candy, it was beads, but I 100% did.
Dude, if I was in this high school, like, bro, let me get some of that fucking candy necklace.
Every phase you could possibly go through, man.
I thought I was a punk rocker for a while.
I'm
not saying I did that.
See,
I'm saying looking back, I wish I'd have done that.
And this is where I went wrong. Is I thought, for whatever reason, I just had it in my mind that whatever music you listen to, you had to dress the same way of the music that you listen to.
As the people who perform the music?
Right, yeah. So that's why I was like, if I was really into hip-hop, I was like baggy like Marc Ecko t-shirts and, you know, Dickies. Or if I was really into rock, it was like skinny jeans, black tank top, whatever, you know. It was just
eyeliner.
Yeah, eyeliner. I've definitely done that. I painted my nails. I still do that sometimes.
I think what I like doing, or what I always thought was just, I didn't always think this, but as I got older, I just like what I like, and I kind of like being the guy that people don't think I fit into that, because that's what it is about riding bikes.
Right.
You know, when you pull up to Strokers, our fucking hell yeah brother conjunction of people, right? They all have cosplay on, right? They all dress in a certain way. And everybody's like, yeah, he's
like a
biker.
pirate.
He's got the fucking thing, the
pirate.
top hats, all that shit, top hats, all that. But then you got like our homies. We pull in with hoodies and some slip-on Vans. And
Vans throws the hell yeah brother into hypnosis.
They're like,
do they really?
Right.
Because I feel like Vans now to me is synonymous with like motorcycles and diamonds.
I can't tell you how many times people walked up to me in all over the country and told me that I'm going to lose my foot, and I might.
Right.
I might.
Right.
But I might lose it with a pair of boots, too.
Yep.
So.
Saxon went down to some Vans, and he's fine. Yeah. He just lost a toenail.
So that's tough. It's tough to be on the motorcycle industry and making helmets for a couple decades now.
Yeah.
And being that guy that's like not an AGAT shamer. So, guys know what AGAT is. It's all the gear all the time.
Oh,
and I'm, you'll see
we
people all the time.
We got to get a better acronym for that.
I know, but that's
weird.
what people do, and they shame it. And it's like, look, I'm going to tell you, and I probably touched on this on one of the other podcasts. It's like everybody who rides, we're doing something that's wildly dangerous compared to driving a car. Like it's crazy dangerous, and making the choice to do that, and then turning around and telling a guy who's made the same choice but might be doing it a little differently than you, but it's still dangerous. Okay, let's not forget that. But he's not wearing all the gear. It's kind of like throwing stones at when you're in a glass house, right?
If you go to their Facebook right now, they're probably bitching about having to wear a mask.
Right. Sure. So I think that, I always say we're all doing something very dangerous. It's all our own responsibility to manage our own risk, right?
Yeah.
What we're doing. So how you manage your risk is not my responsibility. Immediately, what we'll hear people say is, well, it's the cost to society. If he bangs his head, it's going to mess up his family, and he's going to be a drain on society. Okay.
No, he actually creates a lot of opportunity for society.
He creates more jobs.
He creates more jobs. He really does.
Right.
If the hospitals aren't full, then they don't have jobs.
But
the tow trucks.
And that's funny. But in reality, motorcycle riders are such a small part of the population. Tiny part. If you really want to take on that cause of saving lives, go stand out in front of a fast food restaurant and pick at them and tell people they're killing themselves by eating whatever crap they serve. Ooh. It's true. It's absolutely true. I promise that motorcycle riders, even the ones that get hurt and cannot take care of themselves anymore, and it happens, they're a tiny portion of society compared to the people who are shoveling back Big Macs.
I had Whataburger right before I got here.
Me too, dude.
I don't like where you're going with this, Scott. Take it easy, my man. Take it down
a quick fix, dude.
I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna.
So
fight.
everybody but Whataburger, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty health conscious at this point, so.
No shit.
Yeah. I just wanted to put that out.
Right. We didn't. Yeah. Okay.
I just saw my opportunity, and I
saw it too, bro.
I'm not gonna pick on everybody's favorite hamburger chain in Texas that's owned by people out of Chicago now.
Come on, bro. We get it. You just moved here.
No.
We get it. I know you've been here before.
The best hamburgers in Texas are from California.
Damn, you're drinking the sauce, dude.
You're the In-N-Out guy?
Why?
I can tell you.
Get Bell on the phone.
No, and people won't. And people, it's hard to discover this.
Someone paid you to say that shit.
Nope. It's what
You're
it is.
Sponsored, bro.
You know what it is? No, you know what it is? It's the bun. As crazy as that sounds, Whataburger buns taste like dough. They taste like dough. No,
That shit hits the spot, dude.
No, In-N-Out has that.
Let me know how In-N-Out does for you at 1 a.m.
You know what's funny?
In-N-Out.
I can't eat Whataburger burgers. I'll eat the chicken, but I do not eat the burgers because I think they taste like shit. But I do like the In-N-Out burgers.
Okay, so.
But I'm not going to go and say that they're the best burgers by any fucking means.
So they're not the best burgers. That's not it. I mean, we all have a local burger chain that's like crazy good,
Yeah,
right?
we got a good one.
We've
Yeah.
got a place called Muck and Fuss in New Braunfels.
What'd you call me?
Muck and Fuss in New Braunfels. It's awesome.
Yeah.
That stuff's great, but as far as like a fast food burger, rolling in, grabbing one. So the key to what they do that's so good, they're one of the most successful, profitable fast food restaurants. It's because they make hamburgers, French fries, shakes, Coke products.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to a restaurant and they have 75 items on the menu,
Always a bad sign.
they're not good at anything. They're not good at anything. If you
jack
go
of all
someplace and they go, you go to someplace and they make one thing.
Hit a key mark so we can cut this out of the actual audio.
No, I'm sorry.
So
I don't.
you're telling me what is that?
Cheesecake
BJ's Brew House.
You know,
They have like
that's who I was thinking
15 fucking different things on the menu,
Yeah.
but some of that shit's good.
It's not 15. It's
47.
47. And you know what it is? I hate to say it. It's all designed. That food is engineered to be warmed up in a convection oven. It comes out of a bag frozen, and 5 minutes before you get it, it's a frozen meal. Unless you get a salad, and it's just go to some place where it's a mom and pop, and this is what they have today, and they put it in front of
Yeah.
you. Whatever they have.
Do you think mom and pops will toss my salad for me? You can't even. I hate that.
Wait.
You can't say, "Can you toss my salad for me?" Because that is the most annoying thing. I love salads. The most annoying thing is when a restaurant brings you a salad out with a fucking side of ranch and a plate,
Right.
and you're like,
Toss my salad, bro.
I'm like, bro, if you're not gonna toss this motherfucker, bring a bowl out.
Do you
in this
want your
thing.
salad tossed with syrup or grape jelly?
peanut butter?
That's wrong. That's wrong. No,
I hate that shit, dude.
I think that it's kind of funny, but most motorcycle riders I know sort of wind up being foodies in one way or another. And
Yeah,
they
because
ride.
it's a thing to do on the bike,
Right,
you know
and
what
you're
I mean?
passionate about things. You're passionate about food, and you can. People jumping in a car and driving 100 miles for a sandwich someplace is not going to happen.
Yeah,
I don't think it does. Maybe it does.
I thought
I'm
you
not
were
going
going to say
100 miles for
most
nothing.
motorcycle riders I know like getting their ass licked.
I'm not. Probably.
yeah. I mean, you see the
That's where I thought you were
t-shirts.
going with it, but you
But,
went the other way. It's all good.
It's yeah. I'm not gonna. I shouldn't say that.
I mean, the Dinas and eating ass thing has been part of the culture for quite a while now. There's plenty of T-shirts out
Yeah,
there.
it's like eat ass, go fast.
yeah.
No, it's crazy because when you're trying to like fulfill like enjoying a bike, and that always depends on like the type of time that individual has, and sometimes it's just like a Saturday run, like,
Right.
hey, we're gonna go have breakfast at so and so,
Right.
And I remember early on back in the day, like that was kind of the linking up with other people that rode. That was always the thing, like,
Right.
hey, we're gonna link up and we're gonna ride to lunch, and then we're gonna ride to this place, and then as it turned into Harley's, it was we're gonna ride to this bar. And then this barbecue joint in this place, right? And I think that's just a local fix of trying to like find a reason to get out, because just jumping on the highway in Dallas or in a metropolitan city like this, it's fucking boring.
Right.
You
Gotta
know?
have a destination.
You need a destination, and
Right.
you know, a restaurant for someone that doesn't want to go get hammered on Saturday morning at 11 a.m. Like it needs to be a restaurant. Maybe it's the good food, or they got the best chicken fried steaks in town. We got to figure it out. Even if you go to like the coolest spot, like, hey man, Possum Kingdom Lake, that's where Red Bull does all the shit out there in West Fort Worth. It's not necessarily Fort Worth, but like west of Fort Worth. Everybody's like, let's go right out there. It's fucking awesome out there. There's nothing out there.
Right.
So when you ride out there, you like get to the cliff and you're like, yep.
Sick.
So if we were going to go camp there, hell
Right.
yeah.
Right.
We're going to stop at the gas station. We're going to grab a couple 12 packs, get some Snickers, because we don't want to be weird later, you know, get
Right.
some Snickers, you know.
So,
I don't know where that.
It's
was
a commercial.
it's
You-
a commercial. You
Yeah.
know when you get weird when you don't have when you're hungry. Come on.
You're not being
You're not
yourself.
right.
yeah.
You're not yourself when you don't.
I must
have,
have not had a Snicker.
Yeah, well, you need one.
Possum Kingdom's a cool place.
It is.
That I years ago went fishing with a buddy a few times there, and
That's the boringest thing to do there at that lake.
is fish.
Fish.
Oh.
You can go jump off cliffs.
I can't
Right.
remember the last time I went fishing, dude. That actually sounds kind of fun.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
At all.
When's
It
the last
does
time you
not.
went fishing?
Why would I?
I think that might have been the last time I was fishing. It was that long ago. But
Yeah.
it's a
If
cool
I have
place.
if I have the time in my life to consciously choose to go get a fishing pole and go sit at the edge of water somewhere,
It might do you some good.
I don't.
There's something about it that is very similar to like helmet time, like riding kind of by yourself, where you're just in your own thoughts.
That's what I'm thinking.
There's something that's relaxing and can be therapeutic about
Meditative.
there is something about it, but I see
The
what
whole
you
time,
mean.
He's not believing it.
Jason's just mad
He's
the
like,
whole
no,
time in
it's
his
not a-
brain, bro.
Yes, there is a very if you've got an active whatever.
I mean, I
I can't
guess
believe you liked In and Out.
it's
Right,
super.
Let's go back to that. No.
It's super cool that like you're the kind of guy that can be cool in that moment, but I don't. I feel like I'm not wired that way.
Hunting's the same way. I enjoy hunting
Yeah.
from you're sitting alone in the woods by yourself. You've got a gun. That's pretty cool. You
sounded really dark.
you see you're seeing animals. Like I said, I've seen way more deer than I.
You see a beautiful animal, and you're gonna kill it.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I've seen way more deer than I've ever shot, just because I'm not a big killer. You know what I mean? But
right.
it's about being out there. You catch your buzz. It's
Alone in the woods.
with a firearm, got your buzz.
I got my fucking weed palette set up. I got a Budweiser.
about six of these bad boys.
Got your crystals over there.
Oh, that was fucking great.
I hunted a little bit when I was a kid, and I did it with my dad.
Yeah.
And for me, that was the memorable part, is walking through the woods with my dad. And I don't know that he really like taught me how to do that kind of stuff or anything, but being with him in the woods where he was like focused on one thing and he didn't have a million things taking him in different directions, that was cool for me.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
for me to go, and to go and, we need hunters, believe me, to manage wildlife. And I mean, it's a huge thing. We absolutely have to have that. It's needed, but it's like not my jam.
Yeah.
Like it's it's not my thing.
I've never been, but I've always felt like it'd be something I'd like to do.
Yeah. So maybe like,
I want to go hunt something that nobody wants me to hunt.
I want to go hunting with Jace. and have
Koala
a
bears,
fucking
something like make
accident.
people mad.
People, dude.
Go hunt sloths.
well, no.
The easiest animal ever.
I got a pistol. He's 20 feet away. I'm missing.
You can't do anything.
Wow.
And you still miss.
Yeah.
Motherfucker's slippery, dude.
But they have a smile on their face all the time, right? So that's not funny.
How much do you think like kids like I play a lot of video games, right? Like role playing games. Like when you say role playing games, it sounds like you're fucking, but it's not. It's not that.
If we have anybody that's good at Photoshop, please Photoshop Jace just point blank with a gun up to a sloth.
Let me give you the picture.
Yeah, a sloth. Yeah.
Preferably a smiling one from like the Dorito commercial or something.
Here you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Sloth hunter. Right.
Oh shit.
But I play video games, right? Here and there, and I'll go through a video game and I'll play it out through its entirety, and I'll probably look at my kill count. And I'm like, I like straight headshotted with a bow and arrow like 5,000 people in post-apocalyptic America, where there's probably only 5,000 people. I mean,
Left.
it's just like so easy. It's like
Fallout.
Right.
well, that and I just finished that Horizon Zero Dawn game. It's just weird. It's like eventually I still have the empathy to like not want to do that to somebody or understand that it's bad, but eventually I feel like it's going to get to a point where people won't understand why it feels bad to do something like that through video games because you're doing it so long.
Right.
I don't know about that because I grew up with video games my whole life, and that is where
Yeah, but the graphics suck.
You're right.
we
right.
developed our empathy
Excitebike.
that way. No, because by the time I was like, 11, I think Grand Theft Auto had came out, and it's like you felt bad for picking the hooker up and then killing her to get your money back, but you did it. But you felt bad.
I didn't.
Were we supposed to feel
I
bad
played the
about
story, dude.
Wow, I didn't.
Generations right here, right?
Right. Yeah. I
Played the story. I played
yeah.
the story too, but I also had time because time management skills to go pick up a hooker.
You know what's crazy is like we picked up hookers on Grand Theft Auto. I have so many friends that talk about their hooker experiences, like in real life. Yeah,
Never.
like yeah,
Never.
dude. Yeah, like dude, it's the best. And I'm like,
I love it. It's the best.
and I'm like, and they make a lot of sense. I'm like, I get it. Oh, well, tell me more. Like, how does this work? You know what I mean? Steve had the whole situation about going to fucking. He's like, hey, let's go play golf in San Diego. And then you go across the border to Tijuana, and he's like, dude, anything you want, anywhere you want, $75 a night. You can have the wildest dreams of your life. And he's like, so just tell everybody you're going to play golf in San Diego, and I'll show you the time of your life.
That's a lot. I don't know. I would never be interested.
I'm not.
That's
I've
scary
never,
to me.
Yeah.
That seems sketch to me.
So, just to be clear, when I've flown to San Diego to ride dirt bikes in Baja, Mexico, I really was riding dirt bikes in Baja, Mexico.
Yeah, we're not trying to implicate anything.
Right. No, I don't know. To me, it's.
I mean, his judgment's suspect because he does like in and out. So
Come on,
Little
come
sus
on.
over
No. I see some people saying that In and Out sucks, and that's
one
okay.
dude. One dude.
Is it just
Oh
one
no. He's one.
There's like two guys.
Juan is he's on your side, but
Two guys.
I'm not. He's from California, so he gets a pass. He knows no better.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's all right.
he found a way to continue to live in California. Everybody else is here.
Just
the party's over here now, bro.
It seems like it. It really does seem like it. It's. I love it out there. I mean, my girl's from California.
Yeah. They got the best.
I've got a lot of. They have the best chicks, right? I had to import one. No. So,
got
a lot of great friends there. I mean, I have a lot of great friends in California, and I absolutely love it. But even talking to somebody recently, my friend Corey, he said his California is not there anymore. Like it changed so much that it's gone. It's not. It left him. He didn't leave it, and he's still there. But I think he's contemplating to make it change someplace different.
What has drastically changed so much over there?
I think, and I don't want to talk bad about anybody's state, and I'm not saying anything bad about California. No. I think probably from the 40s, or let's just say after World War II, through maybe even the 80s, there was nothing like California. It was the center of everything, from motocross to BMX to skateboarding to surfing. Everything came from California, and the rest of us were all 3 years behind trying to capture some of that California spirit. And I think ultimately there's still a ton of folks. The folks I know there still have that spirit. But when everybody wants that vibe and everybody wants a slice of that kind of life, and it gets so crowded, then all of a sudden you're really fighting for just space to exist. Mm-hmm. And it gets kind of nasty, and then people all of a sudden turn against each other, and people, one of the coolest things about California is that vibe that those people have. Like, they're pretty laid back people.
Mellow. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, when you're fighting for a place to live, and every place is $3,000 a month for a little tiny apartment and this and that, people have to get kind of nasty with each other a little bit. I mean, it's so competitive. Mm-hmm. And it's, the joke I just heard somebody say not too long ago was, 20 years from now, when everybody from California has moved to Texas, California will be the place to move back to, because it'll be empty. Yeah. And that sounds crazy, but if you look at the boom that's happening in Texas right now, it's out of control.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
100%.
But California, I mean, who doesn't like the weather,
everything?
I mean, there's nothing. except for, the politics seem out of control. And that's driven by just the amount of people who want to be there. Right. And I get it.
There's no better movie to talk about the politics of California than Idiocracy. That movie is like spot on, just stupidity. You know what I mean? Like how people think like that shit. But at the same time, there's so many people that are in love with the things that you just talked about, that culture of what California really represents that I love as well.
Right.
And it's one of those things that's getting like wringed out of the fucking rag to where you can't even enjoy any of those things anymore.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And,
Right.
and I was talking with another painter who lives up in like kind of close to Tehachapi, kind of in the pass between like Barstow and Bakersfield, north of LA. And he's got like one of the sweetest gigs. He paints airplanes for a living. And he does a lot of custom paint on the side. He's got a rad ass house. He's got a beautiful wife and family going on. And he's like, I'm thinking about moving to North Carolina. I was like, why?
Right.
I would never go from California to North Carolina. But he's like, but of course, I'm on the outside looking in. Like, I would much rather be there. It's closer to all this shit. But like I said, they're just pushing everybody out in
Right.
such a fucking mass exodus that it's
Right.
it's so wild. You
So
know?
if you have painter friends in California,
Yeah.
if all of a sudden you had this pressure to only like your paint that you buy an extremely expensive price is so controlled, and you can only, like, as a painter, you can only paint 10 gallons a year, and that's like watched like a hawk. I don't know. I mean, I get why it is.
Yeah.
But again, it becomes that people are just on top of each other, and there's so many people trying to make it happen out there. I mean, how would you feel if they said, okay, Jace, what you do for a living, you're limited by not your time, not your talent, none of those things. You're limited by the amount of paint you can buy.
Yeah.
It would drive you crazy.
One of the best things that I think, and a lot of people have done this, is find a part of the country by traveling a little bit.
Right.
Find the vibe you like. Hopefully it's cheaper than what you have now, and then just go visit that motherfucker.
Right.
Go visit California. Go,
Right.
That's as much as I would love to have like a footprint in California as like being there as a resident. Being outside of California has been so much more beneficial to also service California.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Right, for sure.
You know what I mean? I talk to Gerald at Valley Customs a lot, and he's one of my favorite painters, and he's a great friend. And just the shit he deals with and trying to keep his shop going and keep up with the not just the demand of like what people want with bikes and paint jobs, but also, like you said, all the backdoor stuff that affects the price to where you kind of price yourself out of the water.
Sure.
You know, and that's what I was saying about the custom paint industry. It doesn't have a long life.
Right.
You know, because I said this a bunch of times. A $10,000 bagger paint job used to be like the holy grail for me. And now it's like I'm turning them down because it's not worth my time.
Sure.
And I'm in Texas.
Right.
I couldn't imagine being in California paying $6,000 a month for rent in the shop that I'm working out of and being like, $10 grand just ain't going to cut it. Like, this is a $18,000 paint job on a $20,000 bike. It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying?
That's difficult.
When the bike, when you're, you have to really love for the customer to want to spend that kind of money. And I'm not trying to talk shit about it, but for someone to want to spend 15 grand on a paint job on their bagger, like that's over 50 to 60% of the cost of your bike, and you're putting it in paint. Like it's a hard swallow. You know what I mean? I would never do it.
Right. But look at the helmet.
Yeah.
When you paint a helmet, you're taking the price of the helmet and you're multiplying it.
I feel like that's what it's going to boil down to. I think that, one of the things that I listened to on that very first podcast we did together was crazy because I knew that we had talked about performance baggers early on in the podcast. I didn't realize that we actually talked about it quite a bit in that first podcast we did. And performance baggers have always kind of been more about, like, obviously the performance and the products, the braking, the suspension, things like that. So having a wild paint job has never been the key. Now it's a much bigger part of it now because everybody's already done the fucking inverted front end. They've already done the carbon bodies.
So where do you go?
So the next thing is the paint, which is the one that's like super expensive, right? Well, I think the majority of people are good with just having a couple carbon pieces and paint matches the rest, right?
Right.
So the helmet becomes the only self-expression thing on there when it comes to paint. You know, yeah, the helmets aren't cheap, you know, but they're not 15 grand yet.
Right. Right.
You
For
know,
sure.
so it's a weird one, man. It's a weird place to be, like to see the industry that I fell in love with in the early 2000s, like see it kind of progress. And it's, put it like this, the money people got to paint bikes in 2004 hasn't changed today.
Right.
It's still the same amount of money.
Right.
But the amount of the material cost is 500% more,
Right. Sure.
if not 1,000% more. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, it's crazy because you watch Biker Build Off, and I kind of call bullshit on some of it, but it's kind of true. A lot of them I kind of checked. Yeah, dudes back in the day were getting 10 to 15 grand to paint a 3-piece fender set and a frame. And now we got a 22-piece bagger
Right.
and a frame, and the dude's like, oh, well, I want it for $5,000. I'm like, dude, and the paint costs 1,000%
Right.
more than it did back then.
Right. I can't paint a solid color for that.
Yeah.
So how long do you have taken? Let's say you're going to blow apart a brand new Road Glide. How long just getting it apart?
That's usually about 10 hours, 12 hours. Well, getting apart, like getting it all the parts off, plus getting all the parts broken down.
Right. There's the key.
I don't really, honestly, other than my own personal bikes, like I don't offer that service anymore. So, but it's still a lot. It's a day's worth of work.
Sure.
And then it's another day's worth of work to put it back together.
Right.
I've only just realistically started to think about like how many hours I have in a project, because I just like, I don't want to.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, a typical helmet is anywhere from 30 to 40 hours on a helmet.
Sure.
So on a bike, 100 hours is not unheard of. It's pretty average.
Sure.
So you have 100 hours in something, and I charge $100 an hour for artwork. Yeah, if I can get $100 an hour for 100 hours, that's 10 grand just in artwork.
Right.
And then you have like all your paint work and things like that. Like it's just confusing. It's math. I didn't get into custom paint to be a mathematician.
Right.
I'm here to fucking express myself.
Right. Right.
Express yourself.
So what's next? We talked about performance baggers. So where are we going? What's next?
Nothing's
You
next.
think? What do you mean? Nothing's next. That's the end.
This is it. No. This is it was funny because in that first podcast, the perspective was very young, but a lot of the things that were said in that first podcast have come to fruition. But at the same time, the performance bagger thing became a lot more bigger than I think I anticipated in that first podcast, and you as well. I think that we were just kind of like grazing the surfaces of, what do you think about this? Where are you trying to go? I'm like, oh, it might be this and this. It all happened, and now it is the predominant thing in the industry.
Right.
All you could talk about what's on Instagram as predominant, but when all the manufacturers lean into it, it then becomes the predominant thing.
Right.
And it'll spin off into something else later on, but this is the weird one, right? Because where do you go if you're from here? You don't. The bikes are already going to be better, right? So it has to be a spin off to a place of not being better, a more aesthetically, right?
Okay. All right. I get it.
But I don't see custom, like one-off motorcycles, like individual brands, ever being a thing again, personally.
Okay. Yep. I don't see that happening either.
I feel like things are gonna, I think, perpetuate down this road that we're already on, but we're gonna be beholden to the whatever Harley decides to build will kind of dictate what we do to the bikes. Like when they do go full water-cooled bagger, we're gonna be customizing these in that kind of way, right?
Right.
Vintage choppers will always be a thing. FXRs, that whole world, those things are never going to change. They might kind of take some things out of the new world and kind of throw them on there, but it's always going to be that world that they live in. You know what I mean?
Right. For sure. For sure. So How has bagger racing changed things? So to me, bagger racing is, I have mixed feelings about it.
I do too. And I gotta go piss. Can y'all like shoot the shit for a minute before I come back? Because I love to have this conversation.
Okay.
All right, now that Negro Domus is gone. Scott, I like the that last helmet y'all did, the special editions. What's the process on that like?
It can be lengthy. It depends on, a lot of people don't understand. They think it's paint, and it's not. It's water slide decals. I might have hit on that before. Water slide decals are just like the decals you have on a model car, model airplane, soak in water, warm water, and then you put them on there, and they're squeegeed out. And there's a base color paint on the helmet first, and then the water slide decals, and then you clear coat over top of that, either in a flat or a gloss. And so it seals it in. It looks like paint. It feels like paint. It's not going to peel off. But there's a way of, when you take a flat piece of paper that's a decal and you've got to wrap it around a ball and it's not stretchy like a car automotive wrap, it's difficult. So when you have those pieces and how they fit together and how the base color works and all that, it's a very, very, very lengthy process. The first camouflage we did was called the Crypsis, which I think we're going to get into that a little bit later about how COVID affected us and what happened there. But the Crypsis was a helmet that we got the graphic right. I worked with a graphic artist in Canada, a good friend of mine. His name's Ian Spruill. And Ian worked with me on the graphic and did it for us. And the graphic was nailed, but the factory, we worked over and over and over to how to get the colors of the camouflage right. And it seems like it should be a real easy process. We have the Pantone color process now, where we say, okay, color 165 is color 165 all over the world. You either know what that is or you don't. But having people who speak a different language understand that exactly.
Yeah.
So, of course, it's not something you work on every day. You work on it, you give them the information, they work on it a few days, they come back to you back and forth, back and forth. If I told you that I started working on the camouflage helmet after the graphic was done as far as the physical shape of the graphic, I worked on the colors of the graphic almost 2 years.
Boy.
Yeah.
And it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you get one thing right and something else falls apart. And you're like, okay, this needs to be like chocolate brown, whatever the Pantone color is, and it keeps coming back from the factory, and it's kind of just a little bit on the lavender side. And you're just like, this doesn't work. This, and you, it hurts. You put a lot, so the graphics might seem kind of, they're simplistic and they might seem simple. I know people are sort of tired of the Stars and Stripes, but I can tell you right now, the last Stars and Stripes helmet on the Ghost is the Stingray. There's only a couple hundred pieces left. When it's done, it's done. There are no more Stars and Stripes graphics in any more colors. They're not coming.
Yeah.
That's it. And so I kind of wrapped it up. The very first one was called Subdued, and it was charcoal gray, metallic, and black. And the last one was the one that looked, and Subdued, I think they didn't realize that we weren't going to be like those people who are like, okay, we're never going to do this again. Nope, we're really not going to ever do this again.
Yeah.
And so I think people didn't realize until they were gone, and then people went crazy for the Subdueds. I mean, they go for a bunch of money now.
I have a shell.
One. Yeah.
There's nothing in it. It's just a shell.
Shell.
Someone sent me a helmet to paint, and I bought another helmet and took the internals out of it. And
just to keep the shell.
Just to keep the shell. I could throw some more internals in and run it myself.
But so I think that, it is difficult. And so when I get a graphic that works, I'm going to, in almost all cases, make several different colorways of that. Might not do it for years. Like, I don't think anything else will have the run like the Stars and Stripes has. Right now we started off with the Tanto, which is, the black, white, and
It's really unique how you did that, though. Explain to people why you did it that way, to kind of hide the shield the way Schultz would paint some of the helmets.
So Taylor has a sort of a different take
Style,
on that.
yeah.
A lot of times what Taylor will do, and again, such a good friend of mine. I mean, the sweetest guy in the world. I love that guy. Part of his style a lot of times is highlighting the shape of the nose and the shield itself, and kind of doing color ways around that to kind of highlight the shield. I love how on a gloss black helmet, a smoke shield disappears. I love that look. So on the Tanto first, and then on the same graphic in a different colorway, the Milwaukee, I wanted to make it so the smoke shield would disappear inside the graphic, so you didn't see that. So you still didn't have just a solid black helmet.
Yeah.
But what you had is what looked like a solid black helmet in the front, and then had some color in the back. And whether or not that comes in other colors, I don't know at this point. I have nothing planned.
Yeah.
Milwaukee's was a small run. There was only 402 pieces for North America of that, and I think about half of those are gone. And when they're done, of course they're done. But going back to looking at the flat track racers for Harley Davidson, back in the 70s and 80s, and even the 90s, where they wore a lot of, they didn't really wear Simpsons. A few of them did, but most of the time those guys were wearing other brands, Orion Bell, and they would have these helmets that were white. A lot of times they were black on one side and orange on the other. And I just loved that look. And so I wanted to do it kind of our way. But I wanted a black, orange, and white helmet. So, a lot of things, I hate to say it, that a lot of things, I kind of do because I want to do them for me.
Yeah.
But the process for graphics is it's really, really different. It's very different than painting a helmet. It's tough. You've got to mass produce it, right? And so there's lots of techniques and things that Chase does that there's just simply no way whatsoever to do it when you do a graphic. I will hint about something. I can't talk about it too much. But our very, very next graphic that we're doing had to be adjusted and had to be changed a little bit, and there's some differences and some different nuances. But the graphic that's coming next was spawned by a great friend of mine's wife is enamored with something. And
an airplane movie.
I think I
an
know what
airplane
this is.
movie.
Yeah,
An airplane movie. And that's why she got into motorcycles, and she's a giant road racing fan. She used to work for the AMA. She's traveled all over the world. Hi, Darlene. She's traveled all over the world being involved with road racing. And she wanted this helmet. It was her 50th birthday. Jace painted a helmet for us to give to her. And we loved it so much.
It's still one of my favorites. It's so sick.
It's pretty awesome. So we borrowed the helmet back from her. This is the very first time we've done this. Normally we send the graphic art completely blown apart, worked on, just so they can print it and put it on the helmet. We sent that helmet that Jace painted to the factory and said, okay, we're going to give you guys a shot to reverse engineer this and turn this into a graphic that there's not just one, there's going to be 800 of them. And again, when the 800 are done, it's absolutely done.
That's one I'll buy.
Yeah,
I'm definitely buying.
It's going to be crazy. People are going to lose it. They're going to lose it over this, and I'm really, really excited. It's not a Jace signature helmet. It doesn't look so. For anybody who's watching, don't think that you're gonna get. It's not. It's something way different than what he normally does. But it just shows his level of talent that when he's called upon to do something way different.
This much talent. this much time.
A lot.
I'm gonna give you a quick compliment before I go hit the head. As far as what you were saying with some of the graphics and the styles you do them for you. I love it. Just like you were talking about your tattoo, you've already explained to me the old school, and I love like some of the old school motocross stuff. Visually, stylistically, aesthetically, whatever you want to call it, there's so much that you're into that I personally am very much into, and it aligns with me, so it serves me well.
Right.
And I don't think I'm alone in that. Where
what's
like
really
your
good about it though
personal
is
style.
it's and you've seen this being a part of the motorcycle industry for the amount of time you have. Like you've seen so many generations of people come into it that they need to be reminded of what the history of a lot of this shit is, right? Even sometimes, like, and I don't think people realize how much movies play into motorcycling.
Sure.
Like, all the movies of the 80s and 90s really helped, like, publicize motorcycles in a better light.
Sure.
Not that I didn't enjoy all the hell, Angels
Outlaw
from
movies,
Hell
right.
The
stuff.
1970s classics.
Yeah, like those are still good if you want some deep cuts. But
Yeah.
if you wanted to make motorcycling mainstream, certain airplane movies and Schwarzenegger movies made that happen in the 80s and 90s.
Even Harley Davidson and Marlboro Man,
Yeah,
which is a
baby.
pretty. I see that poster up there.
Yeah.
I loved that movie when I was a kid. That movie is.
I love it
awesome.
as an adult.
Now, Wild Hogs, I'm not so certain about.
It's funny.
Wild Hogs low key is a good ass movie.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's a parody, but it still has truths to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of that hog member action going on there.
So it's funny because early days podcast was it? I don't even know if it was. I think it was after we did our first podcast. Me, Jesse, our friend Brad, Brad, and another homie. We all were in my garage and we did this thing called the Drunk Cast. We got so fucked up.
Right.
And didn't we talk about Wild Hogs?
Yeah,
like you
because
just
I watched it on the way or before I got there. I had watched it that night.
It was like on Netflix or something.
yeah.
I had never seen it. I watched Wild Hogs on my iPad with the homies, all the guys in San Francisco, on that trip behind you. We were all
They
there,
were talking
and it was
so
raining.
much shit on me whenever I watched Wild Hogs.
We got to San Francisco. It was like muggy, raining everywhere. It was like we couldn't find a bar that wasn't, gay to hang out at. And so we just stayed at not that we're against it, but, we're, it's,
Right. I mean, yeah, whatever.
So
Whatever works.
we stayed at the Airbnb, and Cody was pissed. Big Will Cody was pissed. Like, I want to go out and party. It's like, dude, we're watching Wild Hogs, dude. Calm down. And we watched. That was the first time I ever watched it. Was in an Airbnb in San Francisco when we should have been raging at a bar.
It's like a
Del Fuegos, baby.
It's
Okay.
like a
Okay, so what?
it's a 6 out of 10.
So what podcast? What number of podcast is this?
This is 259.
259. All right, so I have an idea for a new podcast.
What?
All right, not a podcast in general, just an episode.
Yeah.
So I think for maybe 300's too soon, but maybe 350. Let's figure out a way to broadcast on any Sunday the greatest motorcycle movie ever. Okay, it's a documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Let's broadcast on any Sunday, and let's have a group together of the Dallas crew.
Yeah.
And let's just watch it all together and comment on it
Which movie?
on any Sunday.
On any given?
Nope,
No,
that's a football movie. On any Sunday.
I've never
it's
seen
a
that.
Bruce Brown. It's a motorcycle documentary from 1971.
I
Steve
haven't seen
McQueen is in it. Malcolm Smith's in it. Bruce Brown just passed away. It's a fantastic filmmaker from California.
Jaden's been wanting to do one of these kind of things for
Like
a
a
while.
mystery science theater type
Exactly,
style.
exactly.
My uncle
So we
made me
said-
watch On Any Sunday when he bought. He's the guy that got me into riding, and that was
So
part
On
of
Any
the
Sunday has this 1970s
It's
warbly soundtrack in the background, and it talks about all these different genres of motorcycling, but it's so wholesome. And it was actually at movie theaters, and it just had the 50th anniversary of the movie last year.
I'll save me not watching it to watch
Okay.
it
All
first
right.
time. Hey,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm down.
That would be fun.
Jesse, we'll see if you can stick around. You're prospecting right now.
Okay, so
Hey, prospect.
I'm the fucking OG founding member. Don't
OG,
even come at me
OG.
like that.
podcast number 1. He
Yeah,
was there.
well.
It's true. So 100,
You gotta
roughly
get your
90,
face on the wall first, bro.
90 podcasts from now.
No, it's not
Right?
90.
It's not 90. So
No.
whenever you decide.
It's 259, so we're at 259 now. So it'll probably be late this year, early next year
Okay.
for 300.
All right. So
All right,
300 or 350. Whatever you want to do. But let's get a whole
I feel like
group together.
ironically we should just watch.
But the
movie
only thing that's
300,
weird though is like we wouldn't be able to do it live on YouTube, or we would. I mean, we might be able to. It would just have to be a completely demonetized podcast. You know what I mean? Because YouTube doesn't want you to use. And so, do you?
Footage of, right.
How the hardest part is how do we watch it
Right.
and us hear it, but also them hear. I
Us
think
without the
they
audio
wouldn't
fucked
actually
up?
hear this, but we would hear it. Like it'd have to be in our headphones, and then we talk, but it's not like playing through
While
this.
yelling. This movie's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird audio thing, but I think we can figure it out. Because Joe Rogan does fight companions. I haven't watched one in a long time, but they watch the fight and they comment it through the whole thing, so I understand.
Jamie,
Can you turn
get on that.
heater up a little bit. I don't know how you're not
Turn
cold.
the heater.
Or just turn it up a little bit. My nipples are hard. I turn it to like 77 or 78.
I keep the house at like 70, dude. 77.
So
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
So I think, that movie really is. I mean, I think there's a lot of motorcycle riders that like that inspired
about
them
that,
to
yeah.
be. That inspired them to be just. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when I watch it, I kind of tear up a little bit. But it's not one of those movies I watch all the time. And then people who maybe really aren't into bikes, maybe don't really get it.
Yeah.
But it's just something, and it's the way he made. So he also made a movie before this called Endless Summer, and the whole premise behind Endless Summer was
It's a surfing movie, right?
It's a surfing movie, and it's incredible. And they basically chased from the summer in the northern hemisphere.
All
They
the way
went and
around.
surfed in the southern hemisphere. When it turned winter up here, it turned summer down there. So they spent a whole year surfing around the globe. That's why
Nice.
it's called Endless Summer. And it's just
So is that like your typical like 70s like plot lines and stuff though?
no,
Where
no,
there's, like, no
they're
real plot?
No, they're documentaries.
documentaries?
It's just
Okay.
people who are like
Yeah.
they show them like
He knows nothing about movies.
yeah, it's and again like
We asked him who Rufio was earlier, and he had no clue.
No clue the fuck review is.
You never saw Hook?
Huh?
You never saw Hook?
No.
Oh man,
What
I
is-
figured that would have been in your wheelhouse for sure. Because you're not that much younger than us, as far as like that's a solid ass kids movie. Like it's a little bit coming.
I was
of
pretty
age,
fascinated with
it's a-
Spawn, dude.
Yeah,
And
maybe-
porn.
So speaking of movies, how about poor Johnny Depp?
Hey, check your phone.
Oh, no way. Who did that? That is
Our buddy
Somebody already did that?
Our buddy Brady, yeah.
Somebody already did this. Did the fucking slot thing?
Islam is awesome.
Is the computer up? I'll airdrop it.
You got to be able to make it up there.
Instagram is the real fat man.
Hold on,
That's-
I gotta
that's
get the
hilarious.
computers on.
Is it on?
Yeah, that's fucking.
Oh fuck! This old ass MacBook. This is the one I bought to come do the podcast.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now it's old.
Right.
Y'all can still talk.
Yeah, Hook. I'm just surprised you've never seen it. I figured that's one.
Dude, I thought I was Peter Pan. I had to check a couple times to see if I could fly after that shit.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
I'm afraid I'm afraid I've not seen it either.
That's a Robin
With
Williams.
Robin Williams?
Yeah.
So when
he
Robin
played, Peter Pan?
when Robin Williams died a few years ago, and people just felt, lost their minds, that was one that I don't know.
So you guys are just talking shit to me because I haven't watched anything Peter.
I'm not
He
talking
hasn't-
shit
he
to you.
hasn't
I'm just,
seen
no,
Big
I'm
Daddy.
just saying I'm surprised you haven't seen it. That's and I think I need to rewatch that. I think it probably holds up. But
It does.
It's a great movie, man. Hook.
You ever fingered a girl to Titanic?
You want the honest answer?
Bro.
I used to date this girl, and that was like her favorite movie, and she'd always put that on.
I've never seen it. I already know the ending.
You've never
I don't
seen the
have to-
Titanic?
No, why would I? I know the ending.
Honestly, It's okay.
I
Paint me like your French girls.
I
Yeah,
hate
French
It's
horror.
worth it at least once.
Yeah,
I hate
at least
Celine Dion.
watch it once.
I hate that music. Celine Dion can't do it. Cannot do it at all.
Okay, I can. I'm with that. All right.
Not my deal.
Is it up yet?
No, it's still.
Hey,
loading.
we should go back to hunting.
Hunting?
That's pretty good. What's your other animal you want to kill? Come on, come out with
That's pretty
it.
good.
I still haven't
Now,
got to
a
see it.
panda.
I'm waiting on this
A
thing. to
panda,
open
right?
up.
A panda?
Yeah,
Sloth is just there like, hey, what's up?
he's totally not expecting it.
Just going straight Pulp Fiction.
This thing had to
on
do
it.
a whole reset. Apparently.
Yeah, it needs an update. But
What's your favorite Tarantino movie?
oh, that's a good one.
Oh yeah.
So I think Reservoir Dogs is hard to say that's not probably. Did he do Reservoir? He did
Yeah.
Reservoir
Oh, yeah.
Dogs.
First
Yeah,
one.
yeah. And then so I think he had
True Romance was his first
think
one,
he
but
had-
he sold the plot. to
right.
them.
So without question, True Romance is the greatest movie that's ever existed. Period. I'll argue that with anybody. Most people get it confused and they think it's something that's like that Jamie Lee Curtis movie with
with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
yeah, I don't know what that's even called, but
True
True
Lies.
Romance.
True-
True Lies, yeah.
Yeah.
True Romance is a Tony Scott
Go ahead and
film
airdrop it.
with so many actors, like everybody you know is in
Christopher
that.
Walken's in there. He does a good role.
So Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper, Gary Oldman is the character I love the absolute most. Drexel is awesome, and so it's one of those things, and it's near and
Did you
dear to
try
my
to have
heart.
cornrows when you were growing up too?
I tried to have corn. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a good look for me. So
Went to Jamaica, huh?
right. It ain't white boy day.
Jamaica
It
one
ain't-
time.
It ain't white boy day. So when I first met my girl, we were having a casual conversation, and
Need to airdrop this stuff.
she asked what my favorite movie was, or I asked her, and I think it something like, well, it's pretty obscure, you won't know what it is, but
No. Try to
it's a
airdrop
Tony
it again.
Scott film, and she's like, and I'm like, True Romance, and she's like, then she just, instead of saying she loved it, she like dropped some quote from it, and then it's just
Yeah,
on.
she sock checked you. She wanted to see if you were really about it.
Right. So it is for us. There's so many great scenes. There's so much. It's just
Y'all had a Step Brothers moment. Did we just become best
so
friends?
well. But that's another one that we just Step Brothers. I think I think we go whole weeks, entire weeks where all we talk about. Oh man, that is so awesome.
Fucking gangster, man.
That is,
God
Poor
damn
Sloth.
it.
he doesn't even know, does he?
No.
Somebody report this to PETA.
That's pretty good Photoshop for that.
That's honestly
It is.
real high
It is.
quality.
It is.
Great job, Brady. That is
Yeah.
awesome.
So how do you think you prepare a sloth? Do you think
He's smiling.
do you
and shit.
slow cook them?
I get what you did there.
Oh, fuck, man.
So
That's going as my phone screensaver.
that was
that's-
one of our initial
It's got to get posted
connections.
somewhere for some.
Was Dusk Till Dawn a Quentin? I know he was in it, but was it his film or was it a Robert Rodriguez film?
I think that's a Rodriguez.
I think it's a Rodriguez.
You know,
film.
and what's crazy is and again we were talking about that film today. This weekend in Dallas at the Hyatt at the airport is something called Frightmare or something like that. It's a horror show convention.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons we came to Dallas was my girlfriend's son is there. You know, he's really into
he's
that.
into that. Yeah.
And one of those guys from that movie, Dust to Dawn, is at that doing autographs.
for real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's one of those movies that kind of cracks me up that like halfway or 3/4 through the movie, it's incredible. And then it just goes off the rails. Like,
Dude.
it actually gets pretty horrible.
The fact that like this is the thing about Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
This movie It's the first time I ever saw Salma Hayek naked.
Right. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's her body, but if it's not, it was a guy's body.
It's the Dancing with the Snake.
Yeah.
It's unforgettable.
There was
right?
a snake there? All I saw was
Right.
titties, bro. That's all I saw was tatties.
I'm scared of snakes, so I unfortunately
You looked away?
No, I still saw the snake.
Oh, okay.
And then she was in, what was it, Desperado after that? Whew.
But that was Juliette Lewis,
Yeah.
who's awesome, and Harvey Keitel, right?
She wears me out. Like, I know a lot of people like her, but I just
No, you know,
gets on my nerves. something about her.
California with a K,
Yeah.
with Brad Pitt
Uh-huh.
and her. And it's before Natural Born Killers, and it's way, way better than Natural Born Killers. You know, I think she was in that too,
Yeah.
right? But it's way better. And I think in that movie, she has a cactus she keeps in her purse called Shelly. And they go around, and Brad Pitt has a broken tooth, and he's just like this total hillbilly dude, and he's like a janitor at school, and he hooks up with this photographer that's traveling across country, checking out like mass murder sites. And as they're going around, he's like killing people, and he's a nutcase, right? And what's crazy is Brad Pitt's got a tooth that's like broken half, and he just had his cap removed for the part. And so it's like a natural, real, honest to goodness broken half tooth. But she's in that, and she's absolutely perfect in that. She's also great, her little bit part in Old School. If you remember her in Old School. The guy comes home right at the beginning of the movie. He comes home.
I'm here for the orgy.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I'm here for the
Juliette
gangbang,
Lewis.
right?
Yeah, the
That's
gangbang, yeah.
Juliette Lewis, too. So,
Speaking of tooth chips, what's his name? Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber, right? Didn't he take off his fake? Like, I guess he has a real chip in his tooth.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Well, poor old Jim's kind of gone off the rails in the later years.
He's had some good points, but he's also kind of leaned a little bit too much into those points and
Right.
kind of lost people. But
Right.
Yeah.
But he had some funny stuff. I mean, Me, Myself, and Irene or whatever.
I watched that as a kid and didn't understand it, and then had to revisit it as an adult. I'm like, okay, yeah, that
Right.
makes sense. That
Right,
fucking
for
lands.
sure.
You know,
Right.
It's one I need to
The best one
rewatch.
was when he's peeing in the toilet and he had to fucking ricochet the piss because he had a clogged pipe.
That and Kingpin is another one that's worth.
I gotta watch.
always-
I haven't seen Kingpin in at least 10 years. I need to watch that again.
It's a good time.
I feel bad, but I've never seen Harley and the Marlboro Man over here.
It's a little different.
It's trendy, but there's parts about it where they kind of hit the nail on the head, and there's other parts where it's just like it's a movie. That,
right.
You
It's
know,
it's for entertainment.
it's entertainment. Yeah.
They're trying to save their buddy's bar or something like that.
Yeah, and it's Burbank. I love the beginning of it because he's in Fort Worth, and he's like banging some chick in a hotel, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to California today, and so he's leaving Fort Worth, and there's mountains in the distance. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's definitely Fort Worth. But yeah, it just like shows him ripping across the country in their version of it to this bar where he used to hang out at. And so the whole like premise of the behind the scenes, it's like, yeah, there's that cool vibe as you like, this is where you're from, and you kind of explore it out to go do your own thing and kind of create your own path and things. Then you come back to where you kind of your old stomping grounds, and he comes back to some love, some hate. His buddy, which is Don Johnson, and then they have their adventure together.
Yeah, don't ruin it for me.
And I think it's kind of cool is he, you know, his part, he wasn't like a traditional biker, right? He was like the first time you get a biker portrayed as like somebody, his style is completely different. That
Yeah, he's like leathered out, like leather suit,
right, like
he's
almost
racing.
like a road racer,
Yeah.
you know, type thing. And that the most memorable scene for me is, you know, when he at the end of the movie, he's riding off into the distance, you know, in the sunset, and he doesn't have a seat for a passenger.
chick
And there's this long-legged girl that's, I don't know if she's hitchhiking or she's just walking on the side of the road or whatever. And
They do that back in the day.
he pulls over and she just sits on his fender, and instead of having foot pegs, she just wraps her legs around him, puts him like up by his tank, and they ride off together. And I'm like, yep.
Yeah. But I mean, imagine when that shit came out in the fucking 89, 90, whenever it was. I can't remember. That is like us going to see The Matrix when we were in high school.
Or Fast and the Furious.
Or Fast and the Furious, yeah.
So you're saying like Harley dealers, it was like shooting fish in a barrel
Yeah,
for a while.
100%.
Right. And then in The Wrestler, of course, that's a cool movie.
Yeah,
And,
I haven't seen that actually. I've heard a lot of
You
great
need to
things.
see it. You need to see it for Marissa Tomei. You need to see it just for Marissa Tomei.
She's amazing.
Amazing.
Dude, she died in Spider-Man. That kind of fucked me up a little bit.
So okay. So I'm trying to think of another movie that you need to see just for her in it. And it is
My Cousin Vinny?
No. Well, she's
I've
great.
seen
in
that
it,
100
but,
times.
It's a really cool movie that has
Really into MILFs right now. So
Philip Seymour Hoffman, who's gone now,
Yeah.
but incredible actor,
Yeah,
incredible.
100%.
Great.
So he's in it, and somebody else I can't remember escapes me right now, but it's called Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. It's a really obscure movie, and it's hard to watch because it's told backwards. So you see the end of the movie first, sort of, and then it shows you how you got there. And so I won't tell you any details other than Marissa Tomei in that movie. It's good.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's worth
Can
watching.
you give me that topo in there?
So you're taking notes.
Well,
hey, he's good at that.
when Scott Holbrooks tells you a movie recommendation, you write it down.
All right. Well, appreciate that, man. It's nice.
When or before the devil?
What I really want to do,
Before the Devil Knows You're Dead.
one of the things I've been wanting to do for the longest is I want to do a movie night with the homies, or just like an invite kind of thing to people coming to the shop. Not in here, but I wanted to get like a big screen to go downstairs and just do that, because the first time one of the homies put up Stone Cold, the first time I saw that was in Houston at my buddy's shop. We did podcasts all day long, and then he's this chick. Fuck, I forget her name, but Carolina. She's down there in Houston, big part of the scene right now. But she came out with a projector to his shop, and we did a podcast while we were in the day, and then at night we all kind of came in there in the shop and just watched Stone Cold. I've never seen it before.
Right.
And this is also the same night that Black Panther died. I remember that like a point, because the actor Chadwick
Boseman.
he had passed away from cancer that night, and I'm like, fuck, like that sucks. And I immediately text my son because he loves that movie and shit. But sidetrack there. But at the same time, I thought that was a really cool experience. You know, like sitting in a shop with my biker friends and watching nostalgic biker movies. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Even if we kind of roasted some parts of it, there's still some parts of it where it's like, I get what they were trying to portray right there,
Right.
and I fucking dig it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But it's how many things are like that, though? So there are things that you enjoy by yourself.
Porn.
Then after a while, there are things that, like, what you want to do is you want to experience it with the people
Yeah.
you're closest with, because you get you're on that vibe. Okay, so you guys want to talk about that. So in relation to that, I have not been to see a dancer
Yeah.
in a long time.
Dude, Pornhub killed strip clubs.
Decades. Yeah. But I'll tell you this, that going there was the most fun. So old school from a million years ago.
2018.
Nemco, Nemco Northeast Bike Parts. A long time ago, I worked with this guy, old school biker guy, Bob K. Lives here in Dallas.
Lives in Dallas, yeah.
Love Bob K.
Sounds
to
like a
death.
DJ name, Bob K.
Bob K. is
Bob K's OJ. He puts on like the IMS shows and all that stuff.
Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Bob is legit from
Yeah.
a long time ago, and Bob and I are at some place here in Dallas, and Dallas was renowned for back then in the day, you know, and
Pantera Club. It was Clubhouse.
it was out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clubhouse.
And going.
I remember being
going
underage as
and
fuck getting into there.
Bob had sold his business, which is Nemco, to Tuckeraki, that became Biker's Choice. And, you know, Bob stayed on and worked for them for a long time. But, you know, Bob is, I don't know, he's older than I am. He's retired now. But going out to a place like that with him and with our group of coworkers and doing that, and it's kind of, I don't know if it's creepy if you were like a dude sitting there quietly by yourself just watching the girls.
I feel like that's
but
the
going
creepiest
there,
thing to do.
right. Going there and watching your friends have a good time. And to this day, when I see Bob K, his memory of me is solidified by some girl.
You
And I won't go into details.
You ate the Skittles out that chick's butthole.
No. Well, no.
It was in.
They were called Fruit Loops back then.
Back then they were M&Ms and they made a mess.
Yeah.
You gotta do it fast.
I get what you're saying though, because there's this guy. So I went to a strip club for a buddy of mine's bachelor party like years ago, and there's one of the guys that went there. He was like we did a party bus, so we were just hop into. We went to a bunch of different bars first, and then we hit the strip club. Like this was the last thing we did.
Sounds like my birthday.
Yeah, it ended up being like a shit show though, because everybody was already fucked up.
my wedding
your
bachelor party.
Yeah, your bachelor party. I remember that. But we got kicked out in like 0.5 seconds. So the guy was in the back, and he was like talking to the stripper dude, but like she started giving him a dance, and at some point in time, his like pinky goes in her butthole somehow, and then it gets better. So then we're all gone. Like we didn't have a table or anything. They were doing their own like private shit. I come back, they're both like passed out. I don't know what the fuck they were on, but he still got his pinky in her butthole, and she's like passed out on his shoulder. And so fucking
just stuck.
Security's like, "Yo, whose friend is this?" And I'm not, I don't know, you know. So we ended up having to leave because we got kicked out because some guy put his pinky in her butthole. So that's. And now to your point, what I'm saying is now every time I see that guy, I'm like, pinky and asshole guy.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
We talked about that before the
So
podcast.
just like my white boots, right? Same thing.
Right.
Trademark.
So some would call that dude sexual assault guy. It's all the same thing.
I think well, every girl that ever lived in Waxahachie ends up in a strip club. So I think
With a pinky in her butt.
Yeah, I guarantee it was somebody that he went to school
digit in
with.
her anus.
Yeah, he probably went to school with her. Like I probably knew her too, but don't remember. You know what I'm saying? Like they all end up out
What
there.
I think you were saying though
Mom.
is
Sorry, Mom.
I think I've had some of the best times going to a strip club with a good group of friends where it wasn't that we were all going there to kind of oogle over women. It was like they were the ambiance of the event, and we were all there to do what we're doing now, but there just happened to be a titty that passes you.
And that's
You know what I mean?
that's the thing. You want to see your friends have a good time.
Yeah.
And so for me, that is the
That's
experience.
called
My favorite.
whoa.
Hey.
As far
Hey,
There's
my
a
boy.
category for that on Pornhub.
as far as sorry, Mom.
Homie's having a real good time over
I don't
there.
want to see him have that good a time.
My
Before
favorite
you
part-
pivoted to the whole strip club thing with this whole point, I was going to tell you, yeah, man, I get what you're saying. You want to see things that you're into together. I went and watched Remember the Titans when it came out with my high school football buddies.
Right.
Yeah.
But before I can even say it, you pivoted to the strip club and look what you wandered into.
Right.
Where we've gone, Scott.
my favorite memory from Jace's anniversary thing or whatever was
My bachelor party.
Yeah.
bachelor party. That's what
My friends took me to a predominantly black strip club.
Dude, okay, for one, the floors were sticky. I don't know. That doesn't make any fucking sense, right?
That's where you can like get your footing when you have to
but
fight.
my favorite part was all the homies were throwing ones and shit on these girls, and I was literally just walking behind them, picking the ones up, and then throwing the ones on the girls again. But I also
reinvesting.
I also got hustled there because there was a girl that came, sat on my lap, didn't give me a dance. I didn't ask for her to be there, but she just like talked to me
She
nonchalantly.
liked you for you, huh?
No, but listen. So she talks to me for like, I don't know, a minute, and then she stands up and she's like, "So that'll be $65." Oof. And I'm like, for what? And she's like, that was 2 songs. I'm like, I didn't even ask you to be in my presence. You know, like she tried to hustle me for money.
Yeah. And then you paid her?
With y'all's ones.
She saw you hanging out in the club full of all these ballers.
That was whenever I literally, I think I was 20 because I had Homeboy's ID. Remember? Yeah. So I wasn't even supposed to be in that.
I'm so glad you found the clip of you on the Travel Channel. Whenever you
dude.
repost that, I'm telling you, I like kept hitting
Hold
back
on,
on
the
let me
only
see
time
if I
I
can
ever
pull
took
it
him to
up.
Sturgis, like we go to Sturgis in 2018.
Yeah. I just turned 21.
No, 17. It was
Yeah,
2017.
I had just
I was
turned
on the Gold
21.
FXR. I make him ride my blue Dyna there, and he bitched about it the whole way. He basically fought me all the way till he gets there, and then we get there, and he has the time of his fucking life,
Yeah. 100%.
and I don't. and then typical shit with me and my brother. But no, it's I don't know. But where's this podcast?
I was on.
gone?
Yeah,
Where
I
are
was
we
on the.
at?
I was in the. I don't know.
See
I was in the
see how
trap.
different this shit is? Like, it's not corporate anymore,
Yeah.
right?
Well, no, I don't know if it was corporate before. It's guys.
It was
hanging out.
corporate.
You sure you haven't seen me on the Travel Channel?
I haven't.
Dude,
I'm
let me pull these. Let me
Find
pull
it.
these.
He,
things up for you
he-
real quick.
He gets whipped.
What year was this?
Can I pull this up on
17.
here?
You have to airdrop it to that.
Okay.
But it's not gonna. The video,
17,
the audio's not
so
gonna
it's
be.
not that
All right. Okay. I'll just show it on my
Basically, we met you in 17.
was
We
right-
met you in person in June of 17 at the Rock Rally.
Rock.
and that was right after I had started writing, so I was
So
so fresh.
what happened was I bought 2 helmets from you then at Rock Rally, and I gave one to Jesse and one to another guy that helped me build. That spent a lot of like
Time
late
with the
nights,
FXR.
and then I painted a helmet for Brad because Brad helped me too.
Sure.
And so we got back from Born Free, and I was gearing up to go to Sturgis, and I wanted to camp because we'd never camped at Sturgis. This is the first time I was doing that. And so Jesse was coming, and I had him ride my blue Dyna. We went the Colorado route up 25 all the way, and it rained from the moment we left the house here all the way till Wichita Falls, like pouring rain. And then
Like couldn't see. In front
Jesse
of your
says
face.
something that I even say today, like how you start a trip on a bike trip, like a days long ride, no matter what changes in the weather, you always feel like you're still wet or you're still cold.
Yeah.
I
You
get
know what I
that. Yep.
But
Yeah, so that was my first trip, and it was the first time. I mean, I'd only been riding for a couple months at that
Right.
point.
Yeah.
I was still
The
a
trial by
greenhorn.
fire, right?
yeah,
That's
been
my entire motorcycle, I don't know, career. Because with him, it's like I got the Sportster, and then like 2 days later, I was on my way to Austin.
Texas Hill,
Yeah,
which is coming.
Which
back.
I'm wearing a shirt right now.
Right.
Fucking 2017, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's like as soon as I got a bike, I was just dropped into it.
Right.
And then by the time I got my license, I was already like in my mind pretty competent
An
with what
OG.
pretty competent with what I'm doing because there's
So-
people in the class who are like like that, and I'm like I'm fucking.
Let me ask you, how do you feel like? I'm gonna try to reel this back into like important.
I'm gonna try
things.
to find that video real quick.
Like me and you, we kind of every quarter we have a good phone call, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that phone call is kind of catching up and kind of talking about divulging our perspectives of the way things are going to each other. And a lot of like the perspectives that you instilled in me early on is kind of what helped create the camp out that we're hosting next week to how it is.
Right.
Things you told me about, like, or educated me on, was like how things like Sturgis started off as something as simple as a weekend ride, essentially,
Or race.
or a race. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so those kind of things are perpetuating and growing over time and time and time. But so much has changed since 2017, 18 to now. Like it feels kind of the same in some aspect, but like how does Born Free look different? How does Texas look different now without Giddy Up? And now we have Born Free coming to Texas now. Like all these things to you.
I think it's still really tough. I think that, things feel different if they're not organic. When people set out to have a big event, it's a lot tougher, and there's a lot of moving parts, and there's a lot of hands out for people who want to get paid, and not just want to get paid, but need to get paid. There's cost associated with all that stuff.
Yeah.
But doing something kind of small and organic, and there's different events that started off, Born Free was tiny at the start.
Yeah.
Smoke Out was a bunch of magazine people that got together in, I think, Pigeon Forge for a breakfast, once a year breakfast. And then, you know, it's 7 people, and then it's 12 people, and then it's 30 people. And then all of a sudden, we've got to get a venue.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, I won't name any organizers, but there's some organizers in different areas. States have realized that when you have a big motorcycle event, it brings a lot of revenue to an area. And there's people who are like, okay, we've got a venue, let's have a giant motorcycle event, and let's invite a bunch of people in, and let's get these big headlining bands, and let's do this, let's do that, let's do something else. And oh yeah, the tickets are going to be $275. Mm-hmm. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. That doesn't necessarily work. Start off small.
Yeah.
And have something where people come. And I think that's, you know, going back to the camp out, you've had to camp out for, this is the 5th year.
Yeah.
I only went last year. You know, it's where it will be in 10 years. I don't know.
A rally.
But how it's
So you want to get on the ground floor.
Absolutely. How it started is it's pure.
Yeah.
Right. So there's the beauty of it. So I was describing this to a group of friends last night. Had a little get together with some friends last night. Fantastic time with the best people. And we were talking about the camp out. And I said, look, it's hard to describe other than it's simple. It's like hanging out with 400 or 500 of your friends. Mm-hmm. I'm like, everybody is like-minded. It's got to be the safest place in the world. Like, I don't care what you do, you're protected because everybody there, it's like 6 degrees of separation. Everybody there is a friend with just one person away from you.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
Everybody protects everybody else. Like you're the safest. If you're going to go there and do anything crazy, that's the place to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because nothing's going to happen to you. It's it might get
that's a great point.
Or everything will happen to you.
I was just starting thinking of a million things that could.
Right. So
I get away with murder
from people drinking entire bottles of syrup to jumping in the river.
Yeah.
You know, there's some crazy stuff happens, but I think it goes back
Somebody
to
brought dynamite last year.
Yeah.
There might be a federal agent listening.
We almost ended up on a watch list after last year.
I think that, you know, regardless of where it is 10 years from now, you didn't start it to be like a commercial moneymaker. And, you know, that was never the impetus of getting this off the ground.
Yeah.
This to me feels like if you read about or you hear about these old get-togethers that like OG bikers had in the desert in California back in the 60s and 70s, where they wanted to get away from the man, and get away from society where people would question what they were doing or whatever, and it's just a party. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of what this is. It feels like that. It feels pure. Not to get too philosophical about it, but it's just, man, it's a good time.
It was just founded on that exact prospect. Like whenever we were all sitting talking about doing it, like to start it.
Yeah.
You know, we were like, are we gonna do vendors and all that? It's like, no, we're just gonna fucking have fun. We're not gonna charge.
That's why,
people
it's been the hardest thing as we have grown. How do we bring brands into it without turning it into a bender list kind of vibe?
It's tough because even though it seems, and people may or may not know this, but even though it seems like putting something on like this, like, hey, I'm gonna call Adam and I'm gonna blah blah blah, and we're gonna put this together, and you're gonna spend 20 minutes doing it. That's not it. You know, that's not it. You spend hundreds of hours working on this, thinking about it, doing it, And at this point,
And promoting it.
and at this point, it really isn't a moneymaker for you. You don't get anything from that. You get to hang out with your friends. It's a little bit of a vacation. Yeah. And then the flip side of it is, the bigger it gets, the less of a vacation it is for you specifically.
Yeah.
And I understand. I mean, you feel compelled to hang out with your friends and the friends that started this and make it such a big thing. You also feel compelled to meet all the new people coming. At one point, you probably knew every single person that was there.
Yeah.
And now it's getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if, at some point, maybe you have to get like a big throne and people just walk up to you. And I know you're not like that.
I couldn't.
But I know.
I want that. I want that. This is my fantasy. But I could not lean into that way.
Luckily, he's got a cabinet that keeps him in check.
Right.
And that shit would not pass.
That shit will not pass.
Shit would not
Our
pass
group
between
chat, I
Cody
can
and
see it. Hey,
friends and
guys, thinking about doing this, hear me out. Here's the pictures. Me.
No.
I get a bunch of fucking thumbs downs and
Right.
cringe faces.
So I think that it's a fantastic event. I absolutely, we're not there, obviously, as a company. We're not there in an official capacity. We're not vending. There's no real vendors there. I'm there because of the friends that I have there and what you've
You like
created.
doing hood rat shit with your hood rat friends.
That's kind of it. I mean, that's okay. That's a yes. That's right. That's absolutely
Yeah.
right. And it's a way for me also to cut loose.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
Well, okay, all right,
Cutting loose, man.
right. So it's a way for me.
Kick back.
Sounds tubular.
Right.
Far out, man.
Man, this shit's rad.
We need some yacht rock going on right now in the
Yacht
background.
rock.
Yeah. It is a way, like I said, the whole feel safe thing and be around a bunch of your friends and stuff. And so you do feel like, you can chill out by the fire. You're gonna, you're gonna meet new people.
Yeah.
You're gonna see people that you only know from, like your magical internet secret friends. You're gonna see them in person for the first time.
Yeah.
You're gonna get to try the tasty meatballs from your wife.
Yeah.
Chick. So
That's my chick.
Stuff the brakes there.
okay, sorry.
Element man. No, it's everything you said is spot on. You couldn't have been more right about everything you said, and it feels comfortable. The camp out's awesome.
I'm still laughing at sitting in the woods alone with a gun.
Right.
Catching the buzz, dude.
Hoping a sloth comes by.
You better not. Dude, if a sloth comes by
Wish
right
a
now,
motherfucker
I'm
would.
going to shoot that motherfucker.
Oh, fuck, man.
No, I know what you're saying, man. Well, honestly, like, even though this camp out is the inspiration from like conversations that me and you had, and just it's Giddy Up. Giddy Up was such an inspiring event.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. It was such a breath of fresh air from all the events of motorcycling I'd ever been to.
Yep.
Giddy Up itself at the venue was a cool vibe, but it was the camping at Giddy Up that really like just changed my perspective of motorcycling. Right?
That's what locked me into motorcycles. If it wasn't for that, I don't think I would have developed the passion that I had for it. Because at the end of the day, it's like motorcycles are just one piece of the puzzle that is motorcycling. You know what I mean? Because for me, it's the friendships and the people that you get to hang out with.
It's what you were saying earlier.
experience.
So for a lot of people, it is breakfast or lunch or that new chicken fried steak across town. Well, for a lot of us and a lot of people listening to this podcast and a lot of people that come to these campouts, instead of, hey, let's go find that new barbecue joint on Saturday, hey, let's ride to Oklahoma. Or, hey, let's go to Giddy Up. Or let's go to this. Like, these events, especially the smaller ones, like, you know, like I was in motorcycling, but I was not in this realm of motorcycling when Born Free started. So I never got to experience the parking lot vibes in, what was it, Long Beach or something like that was started.
Right.
So I only get to experience Born Free from the spectacle that it's become, which is still a great time.
Right.
But there's also the other thing I try to tell people is like, when you hear about Giddy Up on this podcast, Giddy Up did 5 years, and now it's not here. And so every year when you see this thing come back around and you're like, man, I want to go, and then you don't. Maybe it's the weather. Maybe it's this, whatever the excuse is, you don't do it.
Right.
I mean, I wholeheartedly want to say that this camp out's going to keep going strong, but there's also the time where I'm like, you know what? It didn't feel right this year. I don't want to do it next year.
Or you don't know what's going to happen to the venue.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a million different factors that have to come into play for it to be. But something Jesse said that I think's
I'm going to leave on this one. I got to
very, very. It's really interesting you said this because, and I'll expand on it a little bit. And this is, I think, the younger perspective that's really, really cool. And I'm not going to point fingers at any specific age group of rider. Mm-hmm. But I'll say this. Sort of my age group and people a little older than me sort of made it all about the motorcycles. The motorcycles itself. Like, we were really hung up on the hardware and the bike.
Yeah.
You'd go to bike nights, it's what you'd look at. You'd just look at bikes and there was nothing else. And I think the people who came before us, like old school guys. Mm-hmm. And then again, I think younger guys, it's more about the culture and getting together. And that in-between time, I think it was all about the motorcycle, which is cool in its own way.
Right.
But I like the culture part of it. To me, it's the bike is what brings us together. Mm-hmm. But then there's all the stuff, the camping, the music, the food, all the stuff where the motorcycle is the glue that holds us together, but it's not the absolute thing. Mm-hmm. And so for me, that's what I think is kind of cool about that. You know, if I have to look at like the people that are coming after, you know, I'm Gen X, but the people who are coming next, the bike isn't necessarily the only thing. It's all the stuff that surrounds the bike. Mm-hmm. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, the bike is just like the start.
Right.
The bike's the key to open the door.
You see the bike and you're like, hey man, cool bike, or hey, I run that same fairing, you know, whatever, you know.
Right.
One thing you said on the very first podcast I was listening today is that you gave us an example about the guy who bought the metric cruiser that spent a lot of money to make it cool, and his dad bought a Sportster.
Yeah.
And his dad was accepted by the world, and he became this guy that like was art. He got involved in like a riding club, things like that. And the other guy just lost interest and sold the bike.
Right. Absolutely. And it's finding that acceptance and not being ostracized. And so I think a lot of times, you know, I have some European motorcycles and some metric motorcycles. Mm-hmm. And I love them. I think they're incredible for exactly what they do. Mm-hmm. But probably for me, I'm not going to buy a copy of an American cruiser made by somebody else.
Right.
You know, I'm just not going to. That's just not my thing. I understand that's what some people. That's what they've got to do. They're great motorcycles. There's nothing wrong about them. They're awesome motorcycles. I have more Japanese and European motorcycles than I do American-made motorcycles. Mm-hmm. Personally, myself.
Mm-hmm. They're cheaper,
and I like them. I like them for exactly what they are. But I also like my American-made motorcycle. Yeah. For what it is.
Yeah, what it provides.
And it's, you know, it's different. It's you know, it's different. I don't want to. I think it's tough to say that I want to have that look and I want to have that vibe and I want to have that acceptance from some people, but I don't want I don't want to have that brand of motorcycle. I think that's pretty tough.
I wonder, I question, why is it so bad to want to be accepted in something that's rad? You know what I mean? Like, not that Harley riders accept you, make up your whole existence within this bike, but you know what's? Let me try to. I'm gonna try to paint an analogy while I'm kind of inebriated right now. When you hear like a song come out or a band come out and it's kind of clicky or cliche for the time, and you're like, I'm not into all that fucking like. And then you like hear them 2 or 3 years later after the pop has died down. Mm-hmm. You're like, God damn, that's actually pretty good shit. You know what I mean? It's like usually the masses aren't stupid. Usually. And so when a lot of people are doing something that's fucking...
Where there's some smoke, there's usually some fire.
Yeah, exactly. And so I feel like, and I've as someone that's come from sport bikes and big wheel baggers, like two different trends, like sport bikes into Harleys and then big wheel baggers into performance Harleys. I come from like hot and cold sides of things, right? Where the people that are interested, they feel like they're giving up their identity to come be a part of that, right? So when I was in sport bikes, everybody's like, you know what? I'm a fucking sport bike guy. I don't want to fucking ride a Harley. That's for old men. But then it all started happening. It took a year for one person. It took 6 years for another person, right?
That's right.
Same thing happened with big wheel bagger dudes jumping into the performance trend or the performance scene, if you will. It's like it works. It's fun. It's this. It's just everybody's just not ready to accept what it is. You know, I remember. This might date some shits, but I remember. I don't know if it was with you, but Mac Miller when he died. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I was around you, but I made fun of it. Like, who the fuck is that? Like, why is he important?
Yeah.
And I've been listening to the motherfucker religiously. It's like a rap dude that's like got some fucking like good shit. And I'm like, God damn, like, I don't know if I would have ever accepted it at the time when he passed, right? But now it's resonating with me. And I think that's the other thing that's kind of weird about changes in life, whether it's motorcycles or just you as a person, is that it all happens on your terms. And you know what I mean?
Sure.
If that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Maturation, right? Just becoming more mature.
Yeah, it's like, I do want this now, but I'm not ready for it, or I don't know that I want that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I contradicted everything I just said in one sentence.
Just like your taste buds and your food palate changes over the years, so do mentally.
So what trends are? So 2 questions: what trends are coming, and then what trends happened that once we're past them, are they completely gone? So like my half brother wound up having like, I don't know, like an iron horse. You know, a 300 rear tire, chopper.
Yep.
And he had a Triumph Thruxton at the same time. So but I remember, and even now, those bikes are worth nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have been crazy money at the time. And we talked about that earlier. We'll never see another manufacturer pop up that makes copies. No. It will never happen. But will those bikes, like choppers, sort of were cool, and then sort of went away, and now like 60s and 70s, 50s, 60s and 70s choppers are kind of back. Mm-hmm. Not big wheel baggers, but will fat tire choppers come back? Will big wheel baggers?
No.
Will they come back?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
One thing I did say in that first podcast when I was listening today, it was like, I said that I don't think big wheels will ever go away. And this is in 2018 when I said that. I wholeheartedly believe they'll go away because I naively didn't realize how much that relied on the fact that manufacturers will stop making the products for it because there's not a demand for it.
Right.
And it will just go away.
Right.
Like, you don't see spinners on fucking 20-inch rims anymore because the trend went away.
Right.
Right? Maybe there's still like this one company that won't let go out there, but
I think the bikes look, the whole idea was how outrageous can you be? You know, how like it's that holy shit factor. But then when it becomes like just like it's just one-upmanship and it just gets outrageous, then I'm not so certain the bikes are good to ride.
Oh, they never.
And then it's like, okay, well, what's the point? Like, I think people really want to ride motorcycles in the end. That's what we want to do.
Well, yeah, but you don't think there will always be that segment of people that have them and they don't intend to ride, and maybe they never get the bug to really do any riding other than to the bar, and they get all the adulation. We've talked about it a million times where, you know, going down to the Simpson camp out, Cody rides the big wheel. We go to whatever Harley shop that is, and
everybody's on his nuts. And green Harley down there.
Right.
Well, there's people that may not ever grow out of that, and that's all they want it for, and they never. And for those, I feel sad for them. I'm sorry, like you're leaving so much meat on the bone you don't even know it. But man, I think there'll always be at least a small segment of people that go,
I don't
it looks
disagree.
badass, and that's what I want.
That's who I am.
Yeah. I'm fucking weekend Harley
So
guy.
the only, like I was saying, the only problem with that is if the trend dies so much, then the things needed to keep it alive will go away, like tires. If they're not making 300-inch tires or what is it? Not 300, 30-inch front tires anymore. Like
I remember when you first started doing that, finding tires for the front wheel was a fucking bitch already.
Yeah, because it was
was
like
still new.
people had to make them one off or not one off, but it was hard to get.
So that'll, you know, there's people like Coker Tire that are still making tires that you can buy.
That look like old school ones and shit.
White tires for, you know, flying Merkles that are, you know, 1915. So there'll always be somebody making tires, but can you build one of those bikes in the future? Probably not. But you know what'll be cool is when somebody pushes one of those to the back of their garage and they forget about it. So a lot of those will be broken apart, motors will be pulled, and they'll be turned back into regular bikes, or they'll be turned into the next trend. You know, right now, I think if you have a fat tire chopper, people are buying them for engines.
Yeah.
and you know, they're throwing away the rest of it. So the ones that'll be cool is the ones that are time capsules. They'll be pushed to the back of a shop, and it's going to be, here's who's going to do it. Regular dudes that have a couple toys. They have to sell their current toy to buy the next toy. It's always the guy that's got some cash. And he buys something and he pushes it to, you know, he pushes it to the back of the shop, and he'll buy 5 more things, and then his kid will break out a 40-year-old time warp. And there will be a time, and will it ever be huge? No, but there will be a time when somebody comes out with a big wheel bagger that's a 2008, 17 big wheel bagger 40 years from now, and it'll be at a show and people will lose their shit over it. It'll be so cool because it'll be a time warp, right?
I'll feel
Just like
so
right now.
nostalgic. I'll be like,
right
wow.
now, hey, you know what? Go see what happens if you have a 1974 Chevy Boogie van.
Yeah.
With a mushroom window and a carpet and a bed, and it's got the airbrush paint job. If you could find one of those that's been in the back of a shop, time warped out, that's not a recreation, but just that, it's gold. And you go take that to places, and people lose their mind over it.
Jones's kid's gonna buy Cody's big wheel bagger.
No, I agree.
He's like 3 weeks old.
No, hey, that's a good perspective, because I do feel like that all that stuff kind of research. It's all about, like, I was saying this early on in the podcast days, is like I was hoping that we would all leave, like my generation or me and my friends would leave something cool enough that people would want to try again later on. Because if you think about it, camping, this camp out, the things that we're doing, we didn't invent any of this shit.
Right.
We repurposed it.
Yeah, there's like books and shit
Right.
from the 70s where the Hell's Angels.
So we're not necessarily like doing anything that hasn't been done. It's just that we're shedding light on a very simple tradition that really did make this culture as good as it has been for the years. You know what I'm saying? When you look up Easy Rider, yeah, you're gonna get. You look at those old '82 Easy Riders. I got plenty of them over there for my birth year. You see a lot of the rallies, but then you see a bunch of like the smoke out, maybe not smoke out, but like those field parties, those events where you didn't have to like go to Sturgis to have the same experience of being around other bikers. You know what I mean?
Right.
You could do it anywhere.
Yep.
And that is the concept of just riding and camping. Even though, yeah, we do it in a specific spot. You know, like I said, we're not doing anything new. We're just doing something simple and basic and keeping it that way. And it's allowing people to fall in love with motorcycles in its purest form because that is what it provides, in my opinion.
Sure. Well, and then
I mean, that's been around forever though. Like that's literally like. Have you ever read Hunter S. Thompson's Hell's Angels book?
I haven't read it, but I've
That's
watched
literally
some
what
of
they've
it.
described. Like they would like party out there in the 70s, and they would just all go to like a campground or somewhere, and they would just party there because they wanted to be left alone and have a good time.
Right.
I just airdropped you a couple pictures from the Harley Museum in Milwaukee, 1921. And there's, I think Wheelo actually posted a picture of it too, where he did something recently. He was like, "These guys get it." But yeah, it's look at what I just airdropped you. It's a 1914 model that these guys took camping, and it shows them posted up with their little tent next to it, like 1921, 100 fucking years ago.
Right.
100 years ago. So yeah, we're just doing it our way now.
We're just paying it forward.
Oh, it's badass, man.
And not to get down this path, rabbit warren or whatever, but the pandemic has changed. Try to go buy camper. Mm-hmm. It's impossible. We've gone from, it's the same thing with kids' dirt bikes. People haven't gone to Disney in 2 years. People have gone to the campsite.
Yeah.
People haven't gone to Disney in 2 years. People have bought their kids dirt bikes to ride around their 5 acres.
Yeah.
It's changed things, and what's crazy, what's so cool, if you want to say, because I've had friends that have lost loved ones and all that good stuff, not saying that's not a horrible thing, but if you want to look at the silver lining or you want to look at the positives about how it's changed society, there's a generation that's camped for the first time. There's a generation that's ridden dirt bikes for the first time. There's a generation that's pulled back and had more family time because you couldn't go out around a bunch of people that have done stuff more with their loved ones. And that what happens is that sets a precedent that doesn't leave. Or I truly believe that one of the silver linings is there's a bunch of kids that have ridden dirt bikes in the last 2 years that never would have had a chance to ride dirt bikes. That is going to make a bunch of new riders 15 or 20 years from now.
Yeah.
So it's changed. It's fundamentally changed society. There's a bunch of people who have gone out, and instead of going to concerts, which it sucks. I love live music.
Yeah.
Haven't really been able to do live music in a while. So people have done other things, and it's made us. It's not made us do a 180, but it's made us do other things.
A reset.
Yeah.
Maybe.
If you will. Right.
You're pro COVID. We get it.
Whoa.
No, I 100% agree with what you're saying.
I mean, okay, so I've got to look at the positives, right? You got to look at the positives of what, we were all dealt that card. There's nothing we can, as individuals, there's nothing we can do about it. Not really.
Yeah.
So we're dealt that. So what do you look at let's look at the positive stuff.
Everybody I know made the best out of 2020. Like we all say that 2020 was one of the biggest years of riding that most of us have ever had.
Not just riding, but hanging out. Just
hanging out.
doing
Dude, we had COVID parties here.
The kind of just overcoming it. The having a group of friends that you weren't scared. And we still hung out, whether it was at houses, at garages, in apartments. We still all got together and.
We were hanging out at his apartment on the pool the day that all the George Floyd things happened, and we're standing. So we're just fucking vibing the world straight up. Like I don't know if I talked about it on the podcast so much, but we were sitting on his rooftop pool in downtown Dallas, and this mob of people that are protesting, which I'm not hating the protest or not. It's nothing about. It's just the perspective of being on that roof and seeing the mob of people kind of come through the streets to, do what they're doing. And it just like, no matter how I paint it's going to sound bad, but it seemed like a zombie apocalypse.
Right. Sure.
You know what I mean?
It was surreal. It didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It was weird. Like we're kind of removed from that situation to the point where we're like, hey, we got to figure out how to get out of downtown Dallas tonight and not get
Yeah, are we gonna
jumped
be able
in
to
our
get
car
out of
type-
here? Are we gonna have bricks under our car and that kind of stuff? Which, in hindsight, I think it wasn't like
Yeah, it was like-
they kind of passed on. It was
Yeah.
a decent group. It wasn't like a riot or anything like
Yeah.
that. But
It was wild.
It was something that you see in movies, you see in TV shows, and then all of a sudden to kind of hear it and to hear the echoes off the buildings and then to see it, and it was a very surreal, living in a movie kind of moment.
Right.
But man, I feel like the people that we run with and most of the biker people in general, that whole thing, they didn't stop working. They persevered. A lot of people came out with a side hustle or a second gig. Or
I got my life together so hard in 2020.
you went hard in the paint on
Yeah.
just changing things up. And,
he tried to pick a bunch of shit up.
yeah,
Yeah. Started picking heavy weights.
good at
that was
lifting
pretty
shit
heavy.
now.
So I think every generation, I won't, I don't want to compare us to like people that lived through like World War II and what that meant, or the Vietnam era. And
They didn't have to deal with social media, dude.
So social media is it's different, man. It's way different, good and bad. But I think that
You could hit your spouse and it was her fault. You could hit your wife and it was her fault.
Wow. Yeah,
Different time, man.
And a vacuum cleaner was an acceptable gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You're welcome.
Right.
Head. I'm not waiting.
Right.
Get the Skittles.
So, we've all got our battles to face, right? That's, and comparing
That's why he's
one
here.
together.
He's here for that reason.
Right. He's
The perspective.
not wrong. Prove me wrong.
I'm not saying they were right, but I'm saying that's how it was.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you watched the movie? You seen Mad Men?
Yeah, you seen Mad Men. That's the
I actually watched all of those. That was pretty good. Mad Men was pretty good.
Crazy. So we didn't hit upon what's next. I'm asking you.
Oh, so you were asking before I went to Peter
Yeah.
the first time. You were talking about the Bagger Racing League stuff,
Right. So one of the things I think that's cool about Bagger Racing is its form follows function. So
Yeah.
while they have some nice paint jobs and stuff like that, they're trying their best to make a rhinoceros into a race bike, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty ungainly. If you really want to watch racers, you watch MotoGP or
Yeah,
Superbike. So this is a way that a guy who rides a bagger can think about his bagger riding it like that. So form follows function. Right?
Yeah. Do you feel like there's a little bit of like, hey, dummy, like you're trying to kind of bring people into this?
No, but I think that what's happened to me, you've heard me say this. This is not a popular opinion. It's like hooligan racing, but it's accelerated. So hooligan racing was at its impetus at the very start was so awesome because it was grassroots. It was old school. It was
Turn the mic
perfect.
towards your mouth.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
It was grassroots. It was old school. There was like no rules. There was money involved. But then when the money came, the fast guys came. When the fast guys came, they demanded rules. So then it starts turning into what it started off not to be.
Yeah.
So Bagger Racing League started off, and all of a sudden you have pretty regular guys like Wheelie Pig riding a nice prepped bike, but it's
He
a real
surprised me.
street bike.
Yeah, he
right?
surprised
Well,
me.
you know who his dad is too. I mean, he
I
comes
did
from
not.
so bad Brad Lackey. I mean, 500 cc.
All I
world-
remember him
and
is
he's
from the
flat
taco
out
guy
fast.
on the unknown.
so
video.
Yeah.
so
He's
I mean, I'm
flat out
sure
fast in his
he
blood.
wants to be known for him being Logan Lackey, but that's Brad Lackey's son. So the genes are
He's
there.
a fat guy on unknown.
Right. The genes are there for him to be
I'm
a
fat too, so
badass.
calm down.
So,
Yeah.
but anyhow, he's riding a regular bike, and he's riding a regular bike
He's got fast in his
against guys on $200,000 baggers.
Not quite.
Well, but
But
close.
yes, on
But
close.
And so that makes it tough. And so I think immediately what's happened is the level has changed. You know, they got incredible coverage immediately on TV because it was a spectacle.
Yeah.
It goes back to that spectacle we talked about. Everybody wants to see it. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And are there going to be some fast guys come out of that? Is it entertaining? Yes. How long will it last?
Well,
I don't know.
How was NASCAR when it first came around? Was it not literally looking at the cars you drove every day?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there was this aspect of watching something that you owned.
Yep.
Essentially do something that you could possibly do with your thing. And so with this Bagger Racing League, I think what made it appealing to people, and I mean, and it's not talking shit, it's never going to be as big as MotoGP.
Right.
MotoGP, like, that transcends... That is the mecca of all motorcycling, right? Those bikes are designed to be at that pinnacle of that. So you're talking about like massive amounts of, you know, the best of the best in the world in motorcycling, and it looks like that bike, not like a bagger, right? But it's fucking fun to watch this. This is the NASCAR of racing,
absolutely,
right?
Absolutely.
And so with that being said, I do think that it provides a lot of great things for the attention towards our industry, which is the good thing.
Right.
Because it is like seeing a lot of the guys, you know, people that want to race and make money that aren't going to be on MotoGP are probably going to look at these bikes and be like, this is an opportunity to get seen.
Right.
Right? Because these things are more fun to watch than another Gixxer 1000 going around a corner.
Right.
Not to say that the skill isn't there. It's just, we get it. You're good at putting your knee on the ground.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But in order for this to be, like, I don't know how, racing is like stunt riding for brands, right? Yeah, it's awesome that you're going to have people want to build race bikes. And if you have products that can help that race bike happen, you definitely need to support it. Because it's going to help show all the other people that just want to ride your products that your products can do well on a track.
So the old school saying for that is win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Mm-hmm. That's the old school saying there.
It makes sense. So what I think is the maybe what I've noticed in just like my side of the industry is that people are leaning into this like it's going to be the new holy grail of motorcycling, and it's not. Right? It is a good opportunity to grow this industry past what we could have ever done as just riding bikes and customizing bikes.
Right.
100%. But it will never out-trump customizing bikes, because customizing bikes is what creates things like or experiences on bikes that anybody can do without having to race or get a license to do, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right, for sure.
I think it's rad. I'm not opposed to it at all, but I do kind of fear that some companies might be a little bit naive and think that they need to put all their eggs in that basket and not realize that the people that are going to race bikes are never going to want to pay for the products that they need.
Right.
The people that are going to buy your products are still the people that ride bikes, and you need to market to them still.
Right.
Racers, and this is not talking shit, this is just the way it is, they race on sponsorships. And so if you want a sponsorship of rad motherfucker to do some shit, that's a good place to go put your money to go get your name out there.
Right.
Especially if they have a following or anything like that on social media, which is the way the world works now.
Right.
But put all your eggs in that basket and think that like other racers are going to buy your products. No.
Well, I think
it's stunt riding.
They're going to outrun the casual fan, because you've had this thing the last.
Who watched the last races last week?
Yeah, the first couple of times we raced, first time we all watched it here in the studio, I think after a planning trip.
Yeah.
It was because it was like the first time it was going on. It was just groundbreaking. But then you've got privateers, you would almost say, Steve Chamberlains, the Black Charlottes of the Rusties of the world.
Tucker Speeds.
That want to do it. But man, if it goes to like an almost like you were saying, like all of a sudden you've got real racers doing this, they can't. It's just going to turn into something that doesn't. It doesn't lost its connection
to us
with the dudes that actually that have shown you will pony up and pay for these parts.
Yeah,
but not when it gets to a level that it's all so above what they're doing that.
So if we tie in performance baggers with racing. So let's go beyond that. So what do you see that's next for custom bikes?
So it's been a very just turn the thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
All right.
imagine like it's a penis straight at your
Right.
face.
Oh yeah.
There
That's,
you
yeah.
go.
Just embrace it, Scott. It'll be over soon.
Right.
That's a tough question because as much as I did feel that performance baggers and just performance industry would take hold as the majority, early on, like I said at the beginning when we did this first podcast in 2018, I did not see it as I could not have seen drag in every major parts brand getting on board.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I mean, 2017, 2018, we're coming off of big wheel baggers and fat tire baggers and all this stuff. It's like those guys spend money on customizing your bikes. Like performance guys, they spend money, but they usually don't want the parts that have the brand names on it. They want the more individualized parts. Like they might not want the performance machine part. They want the Big Owl part. Does that make sense?
Right. Sure. Absolutely.
So now that Performance Machine is putting out products that are uniquely badass to their own right, it makes it hard for guys like Big Owl or these other smaller companies to compete with that world now.
Sure.
Right?
Sure. Yep.
But is where it goes, like, man, honestly, I think that right now we are all beholden to whatever Harley does and
Right.
whatever Indian does to give them a little bit of credit. You know what I
Sure.
mean? These new bikes, especially this new Sportster, and seeing them recreate the Harley platform in this water-cooled version, you can see them like leaking it out. Like the
Right.
first Sportster, not interested.
Right.
This new Sportster, still not interested, but better.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
And so now we're looking at a fact where, okay, like they're bringing the Harley feel that we love, but with the new technology that we didn't know we wanted. And I think that what's going to happen is as that kind of starts rolling and becoming we get used to the look, used to the things that aren't natural to us in Harleys. Once those become normal, that's going to open up a bigger world, I think, of performance. And
Sure.
so I feel like we're at the
Cusp.
I might say that we are seeing even like the fucking BC area of like performance bikes.
Right.
You know, like I think that maybe once if Harley does drop the bike that we've all heard about, the performance, or not the performance, but the water cooled monoshock bagger. I don't know if I want to be the first year buyer of it, but at the same time, I think that might continue. That might put another 5 to 10 years in this direction that we're going.
Right.
And who's to say that Harley doesn't look like Yamaha in 5 years, you know, or Suzuki? You know what I mean?
Right. Sure.
That's what's weird about it, and we're not used to that, right?
Right.
Being from Harley, it's so foreign to us. But as performance becomes or stays the trend, then hey, we want this, but we
Right.
want nostalgic with performance,
Right.
And so we might have that unique place where we have the sport bike with the fucking FXR fairing, which, you know, maybe the Lowrider ST touring thing. I felt like most people feel like that was the right direction, and I do. I mean, you're talking about wanting one too when you came in here.
Yep.
So I want one.
Right.
It tickled my fancy.
Right.
You know what I'm
That'd
saying?
be sick.
Yeah, I think there's a Lowrider ST in my near future.
Yeah.
So it's just the bikes on the mark. But you know, when I think about, you know, I come from really the ADV world.
Yeah.
And when I see the Pan America, and I see for a first effort from Harley Davidson, and I see a lot of BMW guys getting off GSs and on Pan Americas, it's pretty amazing to me. And you know, also it's kind of shocking when you see people who have absolutely built Dynas and lowriders, and guys on Pan Americas are, you know, able to do amazing things because of flexibility and the horsepower of the new engine.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you know.
What if they brought the Dyna back as a like the water cooled fucking Revolution motor.
They're going to. I mean, it's absolutely without question.
Yeah,
it's going to be a monoshock chassis. You know, it's you know, will they do it exactly like we want it? No. Yeah. But what that does is that gives us an opportunity. I mean, because it's the same thing with everything else. I don't care if you're into Jeeps or trucks or side-by-sides. When you have the newest, hottest thing, it's cool until 4 or 5 of your buddies have the newest, hottest thing too. And then you've got to have bigger tires.
Yeah.
Or you've got to have piggyback shocks. Or you've got to have a bigger motor. Mm-hmm. And so that's the nature of one. I think it's the nature of being American, right? It's not a flex or one-upmanship. Right. It's not a flex or a one-upmanship or trying to outdo your buddies. It's part of making yourself an individual, right? So I have a black Road Glide. It's the most boring thing in the world, right? Everybody has a black Road Glide, right? Mm-hmm. So it's making it your own. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's been part of motorcycling forever and a day. It's kind of funny because 25 years later, the actual desirable bikes are the ones that are absolutely bone stock. Yeah. But when the bike's 6 months old, the most desirable thing is the one that's the most customized. So it's kind of a crazy dichotomy of what happens timeline-wise.
I would say that's the same thing about chicks, right?
Or you can accessorize those?
Yeah, you can. They got bolt-ons.
I kind of disagree about what you were saying earlier about custom paint dying because you already said it. You know, there's a bunch of dudes. The parts are all the same. It's Mr. Potato Head. This brand, that brand, whatever. But to me, it's the paint that truly makes it. Because everything else, some other dude can have what you have except the paint.
It's not dying because of lack of one. It's dying because it's going to get priced out of the water. And so certain products, too, I believe, will be dying out over the time, too, as material cost gets higher and higher. If you're like in the billet age of things, like if you want to have some latch covers for your saddlebags, if those end up costing, if you got to pay $500 for 2 little covers that are thin as billet aluminum, that's just fucking, that's a lot of money for something so simple as a cosmetic accessory. So I feel like as like inflation keeps going and so many manufacturers raise prices, because the custom paint industry are beholden to the insurance auto body industry. I'm lacking words right now. A little bit of spit in my mouth. So no, but the custom paint industry, we don't control the industry. We are like piggybacking off of the insurance auto body restore or repairing industry, right? So as they keep raising prices to meet insurance costs, those products keep going up. And so those products go up for us too that want to do this for a luxury. Nobody's fucking having their car repaired as a luxury. That's a fucking necessity. It's like that's a decision nobody wants to be involved in. But when you come to a shop and you want to have your bike painted or your the crazy thing is I haven't been involved in this in a while, but restoring a car used to be like you could get like a decent restoration paint job on an old C10 for like $10,000, right? That's just the paint. Now, try 20, 25, maybe $30,000 for the paint.
Right. But those things go up.
And then those trucks now are worth like $100-something grand because of that.
Right.
But bikes are never going to be like that.
But it's inflation. I mean, it's how it's going to work for everything. I mean, it's kind of funny, but I think everything is going to ratchet up. I mean, you look at old magazines and you used to be able to buy like a sissy bar for your CB750 for like $19.95. Mm-hmm. And now if you're looking for a sissy bar for something, it's $300. Mm-hmm. So while it seems like it's getting priced out, there's always going to be people who have the cash to do stuff like that. And maybe it'll change. Maybe the dynamic will change of it. But
I'm going to get priced out of living my life, bro.
You get priced out of what?
I get priced out of just being alive.
Start voting.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's there's different aspects of that, but we pay for what's important to us, right? So there's lots of things that we do. You tell somebody that a motorcycle tire is like, it's $200 for this itty bitty tire, or it's $250. They lose their mind. They're like, well, a car tire is $150. How can a motorcycle tire be that? And you're like,
well, there's also the motorcycle tax.
Right, for sure. So I think that you pay for what you're into. I'm sure that when you're talking about buying, and I know nothing about music at all, you do, but you're talking about what you used to be able to buy a really cool Gibson or Fender guitar for, that was like a vintage guitar, was nothing, and now it's you can it's a really nice down payment on a house for or even the price of a house for a special guitar. So I mean, I think you pay for what you're into.
Yeah, 100%.
More people are trying to crush their dreams as being musicians than people who ride bikes. I think the industry of people that want to be musicians are way bigger than the industry of people that want to be bikers.
Yeah, musicians and actors. Given. I mean, actors want to be musicians. Musicians want to be actors.
Well, you talked about this in that first podcast about the 3% America ride bikes. Yeah. And then you made the analogy that 4% of Americans think they've seen UFOs.
Yeah, that's right. You did listen to that today.
So with that concept, I mean, if you think about how many people do, I don't want to say the word stupid shit, but like that are into stupid shit, at least from my perspective, motorcycling is so small. It's not that big. So
it really is.
Music is not stupid shit. I'm not talking about that.
Right.
But like,
but it's way more mainstream. Like everybody listens to music. I don't know anybody who doesn't have some music interest.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot of people who motorcycles are just, they're so far out of the realm of what's acceptable. They don't even know anybody who rides a motorcycle.
When a dude has like this checklist, like imagine Grand Theft Auto and you got the wheel. You might not get this. You got the wheel of the choices you want, what gun, right? But yours is a boat, motorcycle, or grill. Which one do I want to be today? Which one want to do? You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm leaning in on the grill game right now. Not like I would love to be a guy that understands how to grill and do that.
Right.
I'm not talking shit about that. I'm talking about shit about like there are guys, and you know what? It's unfair. I don't have a lot. There's nothing that was in this podcast. You talked about it, like how about some of us, we devote so much of our energy and life into one thing, and there's so many other things in the world that you could like. But at the same time, in order to be good or a master at something, you cannot be a guy that does everything else.
Right.
You have to be focused in one thing and be the best at it. And because I'm in the motorcycle industry, like my whole life is that, and I want to, I don't know what I want to be the best at. I just want to be here. I want to like make my place. Right. So I'm not going to, if I have time to go do things, I want to make sure that I'm spending it like progressing. I'm moving this thing forward, if you will.
Right.
And there are guys that's their life. I mean, there's a podcast. There's 3 guys sitting around tonight talking somewhere about smoking some ribs.
Yeah.
There. I mean, and there's
got more viewers.
And there's probably, it's crazy, but there's probably a massive audience for that.
Oh yeah.
And I get that.
What does that mean? Smoking some ribs.
Ribs.
Oh,
ribs. Or
is this a drug I've never done?
Smoking some ribs. Yeah, ribs, man. Have you not done ribs yet?
You never done ribs, bro?
Ribs.
You ever done ribs, bro?
So
yeah.
I respect that and I get that.
I do,
but it's never going to be me. I mean, I love to have a good meal. I love it's fun. Is like cooking for people you love.
It is kind of like a weird thing to think about that I personally haven't thought about in a long time. Is it's like when you go to a certain thing, like a certain topic, say like music, right? Or like if you go type in something guitar, right, onto YouTube, there's like a fucking million hits with like all these different people, and like this video's got 1.7 million views, and then you go Harley Davidson, and it's like
20,000.
boop, boop. Do you know what I mean? And
Right.
yeah, you don't ever think about that, but that is very true. It's like everybody has a guitar, whether they play it or not.
Right. There's a guy.
My wife has a guitar.
Exactly.
There's a guy. His name's Rick Beato, and he is a classically. I mean, he's a trained musician, right? I mean, he went to college to be a musician. I mean, he understands the science of music. And I don't know what it is about the guy, his charisma or whatever, but he's got a huge YouTube following, and he breaks down how music works, and he tells you the science
I've learned a lot
behind it.
from him. Yeah.
And that guy, I don't know anything. I barely can play a record. It's true. Right. But I find that guy and how he explains things fascinating.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool. Because I love music. I just don't understand it. And how he breaks it down and explains it. And it goes back to that whole YouTube or podcast thing and how you reach your audience and how you meet those people.
Dan Carlin, he does such a good job of explaining history. That
Yeah.
It's just
Hardcore history is one of the best things out there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's mesmerizing, right? You can't turn it off. And this guy will do like the 20 greatest, acoustic intros. And you're like, okay, I'm going to spend 15 minutes of my life watching that guy because I got to know.
Yeah.
And then he gets into the science of why we like that.
Yeah, but at the end of the day,
there's every like topic of YouTube I've ever come across, there's always one guy who is on top because he relates the best, right?
Right.
Because like with like Rick, I learned a lot from whenever I was doing music constantly, and then there's a new guy that I learn a lot from now. His name's like Mike or something. He does Renaissance periodization, but it's the same thing, right? It's the way they teach and the way that they can draw you in, and it's not a boring like, well, this is why it is, but it's like they're funny or they got like there's something
Right.
about them that's engaging, and that is just
they're good at
that's
telling a story too.
yeah,
Is that-
and that's what sets apart like an okay YouTuber, I guess, to
Right.
like somebody who can really make some shit happen. Because I mean, at the end of the day, like I'm here to learn, but it's also like sometimes that shit gets really boring.
For sure. So I think
I was bored listening to him. It was just-
No. My
Fuck with you.
probably
I passed out.
besides
My eyes were closed the whole time.
besides the Fast Life
I was
podcast,
talking.
my favorite podcast.
Oh, you listen to this?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. So
You don't have to fucking church it up, dude.
my favorite
Church it up,
podcast because I'm that
You guys
I'm
about
that-
6 minutes in, he makes sure the plug happens, and then he's out.
No. I never worry about the plug.
Scott listens to the podcast.
So
Oh wait, let me use the camera.
I don't want you to do this podcast because you're a sponsor of mine.
I've listened to these guys, not religiously because I'm just not that guy that tunes in all the time. But what will happen is I've got a couple long road trips planned soon, and I'll listen to these guys. It's called Mysterious Universe. These Australian dudes that talk about this. It's one off the bat. I'm not hearing, them. It's magically produced, so it's the sound quality is incredible, but it's just weird, bizarre stuff. Of course, they've got that magical Australian accent.
Who are you talking about?
Mysterious Universe. You know it? You ever watched it? Listen to it?
No.
So they're talking about.
Did you do an Australian accent?
I did.
Right. What? So
You didn't
talking
say
about?
enough words. You didn't say enough words. You just said.
you
It
didn't
just
say-
sounded like you said.
Yeah,
it
that
fast.
wasn't no.
I picked up
no,
on that.
I don't. Yeah. So
What do they call them? Kiwi? Me and my Kiwi?
no,
brothers?
that's so. I've got some Australian friends. They're going to start a fight here. That is Kiwis or New Zealanders.
Oh, New Zealanders.
So
that's what it was.
Aussies are from Australia.
Aussies.
yeah,
They
Aussies.
speak
So-
more like this.
Right.
Right. All right.
That was a little. That was like a little
British.
England. You're right.
Yeah.
Right. So
Fuck. All right.
So anyhow, I think that their show is about like it's a bunch of weird stuff, scientific stuff, some cryptozoology, UFOs, Bigfoot and stuff. It's
Bestiality.
It's it's somewhat serious, but it's somewhat tongue in cheek. It's really funny too, but it's one of those that it draws you in and it's very entertaining. They've been doing it for 20 years. So 20 years from now,
I'm sorry. I like how you.
No, no.
I'm with you, Scott. I don't know what these assholes are laughing at. I'm with you.
Right.
Come on. You and me are doing this podcast.
I like that you knew what bestiality was. It played it out like, no, not that.
No.
Didn't you say something about doing whatever you want in Tijuana earlier?
Yeah.
That's the place, right?
Yeah.
So-
Sit down, Steve. Is
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
That's what happens when you wear belt helmets.
Hey, the donkey show.
I've heard of donkey shows. I've never physically seen one with
So,
my eyes.
guys, I'm gonna have to excuse myself for the first time.
do your thing. Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh shit! I
Flexing on
like
us
your
a
bladder,
little.
bro.
Yeah.
You got
Dude,
that fucking
You made
that
it.
OG
You
bladder.
made it 3 hours without having to go pee. That's impressive.
All right, let's rip this guy, Jace.
Oh, dude. You know what really grinds my gears?
Bestiality.
Oh man,
No.
I feel like I,
I
need
think
to.
that my favorite thing that has been said tonight still is whenever you just said, alone in the woods with a gun. That was just so dark. But
Dude, if you're a man, there's something cool about just having a gun with you. I don't care what you say.
I have a gun.
There's different
Literally with
different
me.
levels of guys like, oh fuck, I'm tough because I have
Don't
this
shoot.
gun. It's not like it's not like that, but there's something about just I don't know being in the presence of a gun that's
You want me to
badass.
go get mine? It's downstairs. It's pretty
No,
cool.
it's
No,
cool.
because
I'm
that's
good,
how
I'm down.
people get shot.
Not, yeah, if you're a terrible
I'm super
handler of
gun
guns.
safe, but I'm saying when you're
It's not
hunting,
loaded.
there's something about like I said, looking at and maybe when you're hunting, it's because it's a rifle, it's a gun you don't, you
Yeah.
know, it's not like you have it out every day. And
Yeah. You sure you don't want me to get my gun though?
no, I'm
Come
good.
on.
I'm good.
I think you want to see it.
No.
No.
There's certain dudes, Jacob and Rob are dudes I like seeing like with their gun. I like when Rob like somehow you like notice he's carrying her like pull it out like when we stayed that night in whatever town it was, Wyoming, when he had to leave and I was making my way back to y'all. We met up, say at the same hotel, and just taking it out, just the way he put it down. So I was like, it's badass, man. I got to carry a gun. I got to start carrying a gun. I'm fat.
That same
It's gonna
trip.
work.
That same trip, we came off Irish Spring Canyon, and we had stopped at basically a T intersection where we got off a dirt road into a main road to go back into Steamboat Springs, and there was nobody out there. And I was like, Jacob, hey, shoot that fucking sign over there. He just unloaded a clip on the sign, and it was like, I don't like. You ever like drive through rural areas and you just see signs that have been shot up?
That's how that happens.
Understand that might look stupid
It's
in
fun
your
as fuck
car,
shooting
but
a
when
sign.
you're there, that shit is lit, dude.
It's so fun shooting signs.
That is life.
That's old school country stuff.
Yeah.
I'm old
Shoot
school
a
doing
sign, dude. Leave your mark.
I think
Be a
my
man.
mom. I think my mom's let me shoot signs before, but my mom was wild back in the day.
I've
Like,
shot some things.
she's like, "Hey, I'll get you something if you go with me." Never mind. She didn't want to. If you go with me to the beer store, I'll get you something.
Just because they're not gonna take me
I
to jail
go-
if I'm
I go,
drunk, right?
only
and
if
I
on
got
the
a
way-
kid in the car.
I would always barter. I go, only if on the way back we can take back roads and I can shoot some signs. She go, deal. I'm like, okay, let's go to the beer
You ever
store.
shot some signs, Scott?
You ever shot a sign of any sort? Street
No,
sign, road sign?
I have to say that I actually haven't. It sounds weird.
I haven't physically done it yet, but I've been there where I was like, yeah, keep going, cool.
Have you ever destroyed a mailbox, like mailbox baseball?
No, I actually haven't. In fact, I've had my mailbox destroyed like
Oh,
that. So
yeah.
I'm kind of
Yeah.
against that. Right.
Right. I've never
Yeah.
done that. for
What's
sure.
your most?
You're the guy in Dazed and Confused that's chasing him to
Yep.
the thing. Yeah.
You're in the hot seat.
I'm
What's your biggest level of vandalism? What's the worst? What's the worst thing you've ever torn up?
I love it. I love it. Simpson motorcycle helmets on the line here, bro.
No, you know what? I have to tell you, like, I don't like destructive behavior. Like,
Okay.
I don't, like, that's not my jam. Like,
You ever said F you in an email? Just F and you?
I've said some bad emails before.
Okay.
And I've also, like, I think the best practice is if you have a really horrible email to write, you write it and then you sit on it and then you look at it the next morning and then you decide to
You
send
turn to
it the
screw
next
you.
morning.
Yeah.
Or you just
it
don't
down.
send it, but it felt good writing it.
Yeah.
So I think that's, you know, I think
That's
maybe there's some,
adulthood right there.
Maybe there's some maturity that comes with that. I don't know.
love that.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
So I think I might have wanted a road sign, and I might have paid somebody to get the road sign in my possession.
As long as it wasn't a stop sign in a bad place, you're good.
No. I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that.
That was his standards. As long as it wasn't a stop sign and a bad place.
No,
Yeah, like a busy
That would be
intersection,
too far, bro.
Right.
Kill kids, bro.
No, I don't want. No,
As long as it was a school zone.
right. But I think I would
Real-
say that's my number one thing is that maybe I don't know.
So maybe you got a couple street signs that somehow ended up in your possession. That's cool.
Yep.
Got them all
Literally on our way to the camp out.
So I
You have,
have
do you have
there's
stickers on
people
them?
there's people who are like leaving now that are going to go ride and I got to tell you if you have some vacation time to take ahead of time, Northwest Arkansas, so the road from Dallas to Little Rock and to the right, which is south and east, sucks.
I believe it's affectionately referred to as the NWA. You're welcome, RD. You're welcome.
But the road, if you go to the left,
Northwest
or the
Arkansas.
Northwest Arkansas, it's pretty incredible riding.
It is.
There's not much traffic.
Have you ridden Talamini yet?
But
So I have not.
Okay.
I've not, that part, no, I've not. So, but I've been up to all around Mount Judah, Mount Nebo, 123, Route 7, all that stuff.
Those
That's a
sounds
little
like
farther.
hoods.
Well,
I'm gonna keep it real, man. I've ridden like halfway up with them, and then I went all the way back down because fuck that shit. I'm terrified of heights.
Talamini is fucking. It's legit.
Yeah.
so I
Ask Jones.
I'm gonna have at the camp out. I'm taking a 250 Supermoto. I'm taking it back to my home, my other home, and I'm bringing a Road Glide back down and maybe something else. I don't know exactly what, but last year I had the Supermoto with me in the van, and I didn't even unload it because it's not. I'm not going to be as fast. I can't keep up with a Dyner and FXR.
no,
I can't. It's not that fast.
You went too hard, is why you didn't bring it out the good.
Well, yeah, that's,
But there might be that.
that's another thing, just as far as anybody listening. This is not a keeping up. It may have started
it's,
at the
it's
first.
very much
it-
stay in your safe.
It may
place
have started out
zone.
the first couple of years. There may have been some talk about the fast group and the second group and all that good
Yeah.
stuff. But dude, it is not that. We've talked about it before. The roads, they're not professionally groomed. This isn't a track, and this is not the place to try to show out.
It's not
to prove
fucking-
anything.
yeah.
It's definitely not the road to test out new products.
100%. Yeah, that shit is like I've been riding for a while. That shit is like
Yeah.
advanced level. Don't fuck
Yeah.
around. People like don't take it seriously enough. And like for a couple years, there was like people wrecking and like serious shit. And
Yeah,
it's
you
like
think Oklahoma, Arkansas? No,
yeah,
it's
a pretty legit. It's a pretty legit road.
just stay in your lane.
Yeah.
So
Cruise.
I'll tell you a funny story about
It's
that.
fun and it's beautiful too.
Right.
Yeah.
But just it's only fun if you let it be fun and not terrifying.
So
You're
I
like,
have a-
oh shit, you know what I mean? I'm coming in too hot.
So I'll tell you a little bit of a funny story. This goes back a ways. I was on Cycle World magazine, did this sort of secret industry ride for like industry folks, about 100 people. And it was in Northern California. And this is the problem that I have riding with people. So I was on a borrowed bike, and it was a dual sport bike. But it was a dual sport bike with full brand new knobby tires. And we're riding all day long. We're riding on these Northern California off-road areas, and it's incredible. I mean, it's the best riding there is. And we're coming down, and it's the first day, and it's getting close to lunchtime, and we drop down, and we're on these somewhat paved, somewhat choppy fire roads. We pull over to an overlook, and there's 100 people on the ride, but I'm with like a group of like 7 people, and you're all grouped together. And I'm on a bike that I had my own version of that bike that I'd crashed, that had put me in the hospital, that I had metal in my leg. and I knew the characteristics of that bike, but I was feeling good that day. And I'm backing into the corners, and I'm the rear end is stepping out nice and predictably, and I'm enjoying myself. And we pull over at this place, and this guy's like, "Holy shit! Look at the knobs on your rear tire," and they were all peeling off and breaking off. And I'm like, "That's right, that's right. That's how I ride." So watch and just check out what your ass is going to see next, because I'm getting ready to do some stuff.
Yeah.
And I did. I broke my leg so bad. It was $70,000 to fix it. Seriously.
shit.
Insurance took care of it. But I basically, where the back end had been sliding around all morning long, the front end went instantly. And I had a pair of motocross boots on, and,
That's a good
one. So what did somebody say?
Elon Musk needs to buy the podcast and bring Jesse back.
Right, it's
I
true.
said I absolutely agree.
No,
Yeah.
it's not true.
Oh, fuck.
So yeah, that's what group riding sometimes gets me, and that's why I don't.
You can just kind of get like a little ego going on.
Yeah, and if you,
I think a lot of people get that way.
If you say to me like, "Dude," I'm gonna be like, "Oh yeah."
Oh, so if somebody like hypes you up,
Are you kidding?
dude, you're fucking killing
You
it
can
out
jump
there.
that river.
Yeah, yes I can. So that's the problem.
You
is
can touch your knee, dude.
I need like, if I get a little encouragement, it's not good.
Yeah.
I don't
So-
need that.
Before we get too much more deeper into this, which we're already pretty deep, the choices that Simpson has made over the years as to what like events to attend, right? This is something we didn't talk about in that first podcast. I thought it was, I like your perspective. And leading into this year, how do you curate what events you want to put the brand at, and why?
That's a great question, and I think it's tough. I think it's tough to choose. You know, we're a tiny little team. We just have a handful of people, and
Men don't say tiny. We say
Okay.
we're small.
we're small. Yeah,
Don't say tiny. It seems weird.
You can say whatever you want. Don't
Okay,
listen.
all right. Well, so we're a
we're a finite.
Yeah,
amount of
we're a
people.
focused group, and it comes down to, you know, we've tried several different things in the past that maybe not necessarily worked for us, and we pull back and we do things that will. And so every year we have an event or two that's kind of new to us. I'll say that, you know, events based at dealerships, because dealerships tend to have an event every 2 weeks. So when they have a big event, it might be bigger, but it's still a dealership event. Mm-hmm. And they have a certain vibe, and I won't say anything bad about that. It's just not the right. And so we've stayed away from Sturgis and Daytona because they've been so big and they've got such a wide audience that we're afraid we'll get lost in the shuffle. Mm-hmm. So for us, going to events that are specifically like our people, like our group, that we go there, and it's, you know, it's our riders, and you know, I think we really, really enjoy that. We're always looking for the next one. You know, we definitely, you know, Born Free is incredible. You know, we've really embraced Fandango, and it's great, and it's growing and maybe helping take over where some Giddy Up went away. Mama Tried has a special place in my heart.
I wonder why.
It's where I met my girl, right? So, Mama Tried is you know, it's.
I had fun at Mama Tried, but the time when we went to Mama Tried was like the most convenient time for us. It wasn't like the new time. The normal time is really hard for a lot of the industry.
Right. The normal time's Valentine's Day, right? That's the normal time.
March.
It's March.
So-
That's what I
It's a week before fucking Daytona.
So that was this year for the
I
second
wonder if
one.
it'll be next year. Yeah.
It's always been Valentine's Day weekend.
Yeah.
So that's when it's always typically. And so we love that show. We will be doing so everybody knows, October 22nd and 23rd, we will definitely be at Born Free, Texas. We have to support that. We will absolutely be at Sturgis this year. We don't know exactly what capacity or where at, but we've made the decision to go to Sturgis. I know we probably will get lost in the shuffle.
You won't.
We'll get hidden.
Your boy got your back, bro.
But and then we would have been at Daytona this year, but Mama tried kind of two, if you will, was Daytona weekend this
you don't
year.
need to be at Daytona. I'm gonna be real with
So,
you. You don't need to go to Daytona.
So we're going to do that, and we're going to, we'll try a few more things as much as, everything there's a lot of great events out there. We don't have a West Coast team. We don't have that. And so it's really.
So what you're saying is that you are a Texas-based company.
Absolutely, we are.
All right, just
Without
so that everybody out there knows.
Yep, Texas-based.
We don't need the advertisement, dude. We're already busting at the seams.
So we love Born Free and everything that Born Free is missing, I think, and it's not missing a lot because it is fantastic, but everything it is missing, I think, will be added in Born Free, Texas. That's the beauty of that.
I'm still waiting for my phone call from them, but I think that they could have that if I'm involved. I got to put my dick on the table a little bit.
I know. Well,
it's that big.
I understand.
That's fine.
And so we're looking forward to that big time. We've tried some other things in the past that have been okay. We've done a lot of John Oakes events. We've done Four Corners the last couple of years. Has been a great event. It's incredible riding, incredible group of folks there. Durango Harley Davidson's fantastic. But we've done now like 6 years in a row Rot Rally. It's where we met.
Yeah.
And
How do you feel about that now with the direction that's gone?
So our contact there is a good guy. But I sent him a difficult email this year. It's close to us. It's close to our home base. But going to Rot is, we seem like a fish out of water. We seem like it looks like a barbecue festival and we're there trying to sell salmon.
Yeah.
It's the people don't get it. The people are like, whoa, they don't even know who we are.
Where's the macaroni?
We're used to going places and having people like walk up to us that have listened to the podcast and they know Simpson. I mean, that's and let's be honest, that's comfortable. Like when you go someplace and like people know your name and people know your brand and they know what's coming out and they know what the vintage helmets are and they know the limited editions. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Going someplace and having somebody walk up to you and say, you guys make a half helmet?
Yeah,
It sucks. I mean, I hate to say it.
This is my opinion, not yours. Rot Rally's lowest common denominator. That's the fucking mouth breathing retards that fucking don't wear helmets. That's the worst of the worst. It's kind of, I feel like it piggybacks on what you're saying about, we don't really go to Sturgis and where the fuck else? Yeah, because they're dealership stuff. Yeah, because they're all fucking dumbasses. Those are the same fucking dudes that they don't understand this. They don't get that. Why we wear a helmet? But yet they fucking put some Reinhardts and some speakers on. Just, we're not the same. We're not the same. I'll help you if you fucking break down. If I pass you, I'll help you out. Jump your bike off, whatever the fuck it is. But they're fucking idiots. Don't feel like you got to bring yourself down.
I have seen some really badass golf carts there.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's a party. I'm sure it's fun.
I've seen. Some
I don't
titties
hate
there.
those kind of people, but when it comes to
There's
riding,
titties everywhere.
There's titties there.
yeah, that's like a stroker's extenuation. Like I love those people by default, but
Yeah, but whenever I imagine
Yeah.
Rot Rally, I don't imagine Simpson going with that.
yeah,
I imagine beads.
But that's where I met you guys. And
Yeah.
I still have customers that go because it's a bike event in Texas in the summer. And it's cool in that. And you know what? I'm not going to go as a vendor this year. but I might go.
Go to party.
Just to
Yeah.
go walk
100%.
around
Yeah.
and check it out. I mean, I was there a couple years ago and like, it's freaking ZZ Top.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
The year that we all went, I fucking had a blast. And
Yeah.
I had a
I
blast
had a really good time,
not being the star of the rally, but having our own little world in the rally.
Right.
Rally.
Right.
And I love that. And ever since the new guy bought Rally, there was some lady reached out to me about 2 years ago wanting to talk about things. I was like, I'm glad you asked because I have nothing but opinions to give you.
Right.
I would love to help your event be great.
Right.
I got a million ways you can change it.
Right.
Right. That event has, it sucks to have an event that's like 25 or now 27 years old, 28 years old, that just fails to miss the mark because they bought, so whoever bought it bought the sales tickets of that demographic that doesn't perpetuate growth. It's like these motherfuckers are getting older every year. Those tits get lower every year. You can Rot Rally 2020, 2022, 2024. Those tits getting lower and lower.
Right.
And them balls get lower and lower for these dudes. I've seen a lot of balls at rock rallies.
So at the 27 years, it's the same people that have gone all 27 years. They were 30 years old when it
and
started.
you know what? There's something to that I fucking think is cool as shit.
It is.
About turns out
It is.
I think it's cool as shit if you can find a way to pay homage and like showcase,
Right.
right? Like, hey, look, thank you for being fucking loyal fucking people to this event for years. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here 27 years later. But we all have to take a step down. We all have to understand that, like, if you want your world, the things that you fell in love with, the reason why you felt so comfortable to walk around with your balls hanging out, dude, you got to allow somebody else to
Meet
come.
the new chapter. Yeah.
Right.
You gotta let
Right.
You know
Fresh
what I mean?
balls.
Fresh balls, dude.
Fresh balls up in here, man.
Let me see your wife's tits, dude.
Hey, real quick, can I ask about an event real near and dear to my heart? What about the Simpson? What we've
that's
that's
a
lovingly
comfortable
dubbed the
one.
Simpson Camp Out, but it's ultimately y'all's hot rod show, and you know what I'm talking about.
So, and
That had momentum. It had momentum.
I know. And COVID kind of killed it. And then, you know, we've had some change in management and things like that. And so I hope to see that come back. Right now, that traditionally was like the week before Halloween, which is going to be Born Free Texas.
Yep.
So for me, the perfect time for that is sometime in October.
Yeah.
I did just at Fandango, I met a delightful lady who's into the vintage bikes. Her husband's really, really into it. Her name's Rosie, and she's and I have been talking about doing something based at Simpson. They're in New Braunfels as well, and I don't know if it can happen this year. I don't even know if it can happen next year. And maybe it's going to be one of those things where it starts off with 10 people riding, and then next year it's 20 people riding, and then it gets announced, right? But right now the idea is sort of like meet at Simpson, have some donuts and coffee, ride the 100-mile back roads to Fredericksburg, sorry. Yeah.
Get it right, dude.
Yeah. Fredericktown.
We get it from your Ohio. You're from Ohio, dude.
Ohio, right. Fredericksburg, have a barbecue dinner.
Yeah.
Officially, it's over, so you can party and do whatever, and liability-wise, we're not, you know.
Yeah.
And then the next day, we ride home or we ride, you know, those hills or something, and maybe it just starts off as something kind of.
Quit talking about it. This sounds like it's going to be an invite-only thing. Never mind. Forget everything.
But
Jesse,
we would
do the
invite
Men
you.
in Black thing. Poof. Forget everything.
No, so
Edit this out. Y'all didn't hear shit.
So you know, the last time I went to the camp out, I told this story last night. I said it was pretty funny story. I'm like, it was maybe 25 guys. It was 3 wives.
Now you're talking.
I knew he was about to say that.
A couple
I fucking knew it.
a couple girls that worked in the office with us,
Beth Ann, baby.
Beth Ann.
She used to be
Beth
my
Ann
fucking email correspondent for when I ordered helmets.
And Sarah was there as well. And
Sarah got to do some more to be memorable.
and
She needs a pair of white boots.
and so good folks all around. But I said, we didn't buy firewood. We scrounged firewood. And I said, this was a story I relayed last night. I said, I went out picking up what effectively were sticks around the campground, and it's pitch black. I can't find them. I might as well picked up a snake. I have no idea. But I said I came back, and everybody had their shirt off. And I said, it when you're just telling the story, it doesn't seem that weird, except when it actually happens.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, this is some eyes wide shut shit. This is there's some initiation going on. There's a secret cult. You guys are getting ready to do some stuff.
You're about to find out somebody likes something that you had no idea they liked before.
Right.
What's weird about the whole shirt off thing is it's weird, right? Like Jesse,
That started at the very
first camp out. The pre.
I have photos in my phone still of James and Jace with their shirts off for no reason. Like
the reason why the shirt thing came off originally at the pre-camp out, not number 1, but 0.5, right?
Right.
Is we went to the Cave River campground, and I went and did a podcast with Adam. This was in 2018, right? While I was doing the podcast, it rained, and guess what, motherfuckers? It's gonna rain at this motherfucker. And it got so humid that when we walked out of the podcast, we all took our shirts off because we were sweating our balls off, right? And so we just partied there. And then every time, like, you showed up in Sax, and I think you rode with Sax and fucking Sean.
Yeah.
As soon as everybody rode up and we all had our shirts off, we were like, take your shirt off. Better take your fucking shirt off.
Right.
And we were like,
Real Lord of the Flies moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. For sure.
Yeah, so the next thing we all knew, we all had our shirt off.
Right.
And we were the guys that weren't in shape. We get it. Jesse's figuring that out. But we weren't in shape. But at this event that we went to at Adam Sandoval's, we were the life of the party.
Right.
By just having fun and not giving a fuck and just doing this. And so you add 5 years to that, whether we're in Florida, whether we're in Milwaukee at fucking Mama Try with Jetty. Like, Jetty's the fucking king of that shit, right? This dude goes to fucking Applebee's and is like, walks in without a shirt.
Yeah.
Like,
Jetty's taking the shirt off thing to another level, like a true.
Sometimes it's calm down, dude. But at the same time, he fucking leans into it like a champ.
It's a signature.
It is.
Like the white boots.
White boots.
It's one of those things where it's not so much that it's like, I think what it is as opposed to or in conjunction with the signature, it's a signature on enjoying this life we're living on bikes, whether you're at a camp out, you're at a rally, you're at an event, no matter where. It's like, you know what? Are we doing this? Does this feel this good right now?
Solidarity.
To connect with what we found in this, you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, yeah, it just turns into something fun at the moment, and ultimately the hobby, the thing we've all chosen, like it was already touched upon, how dangerous it is, and tomorrow's I know it's so cliche and it feels cringe even saying it, but tomorrow, next week, whatever, it's never guaranteed. You don't know what's going to happen, so I think we really do revel in the fact of if you're here now, enjoy the moment. And
right.
And if that's taking off your shirt and whatever, I don't know. That sounds dumb, but it does kind of turn into a Lord of the Flies, hanging out with maybe not as dark, but as far as hanging out with the boys and like a childhood kind of.
Dude,
right. So what's next? So is it like the next step from that is like laying together naked and hugging? Is that it? Like just the tip? Just the tip?
Just it. Maybe.
It's not gay if we don't make eye contact.
What I really want to see, and I'm going to put it out there right now, is I think Born Free Texas has a lot of potential. I really do. I think the FASTLIFE and Simpson heading on a performance show within the show, the way San Diego Customs does with, I think that's the move for us. By us, I mean you, and I'm piggybacking off of you.
Okay. So, okay. All right. I think we need to do some talking. To
I
some
want
folks.
a lot of people to like. We talked about this 100 times because me and you, ever since the pandemic, we've talked about how, you know what, it's a fucking window of opportunity to create something right now because everything's dead. Let's create something. Let's make it happen. And you guys at Simpson have been fucking through the roof busy trying to keep up with the orders that's taken place since the beginning of the pandemic to now, right?
Yep.
Myself as well. It's been a fucking shit show trying to like keep up with just
everyday stuff,
maintaining order, right?
Yep.
And so when thinking about trying to create events and trying to make them bigger, trying to make them better, trying to make all these things happen, it's like it's been like almost impossible to even put that on the fucking like to-do list. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I want to do that. I want to try to, I don't know what pressure we can put on anybody other than trying to say it's what people want.
It's what the people want.
Right.
It gets them going.
We got to give them what they want.
What does that even mean?
I speak with full confidence, and I've mentioned it before. You do an event, Scott, and it's going to be some Field of Dream shit. You build it, they will come. I promise you. And we'll do everything we can in part to make that happen. But I don't think you'll need us. I honestly think if you were to do some,
honestly, true. To be
some sort of
true.
Simpson camp out, some sort of whatever.
I mean Born Free.
Over.
I think Born Free Texas could be. Take FASTLIFE out of it. I think Simpson alone could head up that performance division of Born Free that we get when we go to California. Like I'm just being honest. I don't think my brand needs to be involved. I would love to support it, but I feel like Simpson alone, being a Texas brand, and having the supporters like myself and so many other people across the country that will support whatever performance-based event or show or showing that you wanted to have.
All the supporters, dude.
I'm just saying, put me on the board.
You get so many people.
Well,
so many shooters.
I got consulting fees, but they usually are paid in carbon.
I think we want to be involved and we want to do stuff. We don't want to make it about us. I think that's one of the things I hope that.
Me neither.
I hope we come across as kind of low key. I hope,
Yeah.
that we want to help create an experience for riders and stuff, and help people feel part of something. But I'm not really into like. I try not to be into like just beating our brand and beating the drum over our brand all the time. I mean,
I have a great analogy for you. Have you ever heard of Spider-Man?
Like Spider-Man, like
Spider-Man, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
So with great power comes great responsibility.
Sure, absolutely. Right.
So
I get that. Yeah.
unfortunately, like when this was told to me by people.
Okay.
Right. And I lean into more of the ego than most people do, but at the same time, when your brand can bring people together,
Yeah. Okay.
then the responsibility is to bring people together. Like, deal with your ego, deal with that kind of thing, like not wanting to be the ambassador. When we started this whole bike night shit in Dallas with the DFW Diner Crew a long time ago, it was about I was not trying to stroke the ego. I was trying to use whatever influence to bring people together.
To create a scene.
But
you didn't create a scene for you. You wanted to create a scene for the people. Right? So they would feel part of something.
Exactly.
So I think that's the same thing for me and Simpson. Like, I love that our brand is so accepted, and I love that we're, and people have heard us say this before. It's like we wind up being like a crown of a subculture. I love that. I embrace that. I mean, it's so cool. But I don't want to be that guy that's out there saying like, look at us. This is what it's just not our style. It's just not, we want to do it so that people have this feeling of like belonging.
Yeah.
To like something that's way bigger than us as a company or us as like, a few people sitting in offices in Texas trying to make this all happen. We want it to be bigger than that. And it's not about us. It's about, I mean, it sounds so cliched. It's about the rider experience, right? And feeling like you're part of something. And so if we can play a little role in just helping orchestrate that, we've done good.
I feel like 100%, and this is just my very honest opinion. I feel like preparations for Born Free Texas are lacking. This is coming from the Fast Life Garage.
It's being treated like a chopper show.
It's being treated like a nonchalant chopper show, another Southern Throwdown, another Fandango, when it can be big. I want to Babe Ruth it. I want to Babe Ruth it and say like it could be bigger than California. It could be.
So you just take it over.
How?
I'll get the Simpson helicopter and I'll just fly into there and land
Airwolf.
Airwolf. I'll land that shit right in the middle of it. I'll just land it.
Yeah.
So I did. It was old, but when we were first talking about that, I immediately went into looking up Airwolf, and I did see a replica that they sold on eBay. It looked like it was 20, maybe 2000, so it was quite old. But you should get a replica Airwolf, but Simpson it up.
Airwolf helmet?
Yeah.
No,
Airwolf.
Helicopter.
The helicopter. Oh yeah.
But yes.
We think they are, Bell?
Yeah, exactly. I got my budget's like I think $17 or something like that. Like I got some money to play with.
He brought homemade moonshine here.
Hey, so you know, I was kind of known for having like some West Virginia Creek water.
So honestly though, Hang 'em High came on here and he brought some fucking.
But it's from Kentucky. That's from West Virginia.
So which one's better, Kentucky or West Virginia? It's a nationwide call out to two
I'll
states.
tell you right now, it's not just West Virginia. It's Boone County.
Boone
so
County.
it's you know.
How big is Boone County?
Boone County. Is that the county from the Wonderful Wilds of West Virginia?
Let your women.
Is that Boone County?
How racist is Boone County?
You know what I'm talking about? The doc. Have you ever seen the Wonderful Wilds of West Virginia?
I have no idea
The
what you're
documentary?
talking. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir.
All right.
Stick your pinky in it and test it.
That's my daddy.
Yeah, Scott, is that family? Did I hit a nerve?
Right.
I'm sorry, my man.
Right. So
Stick your pinky in. Taste
there is some special dancing going on in my family.
Okay, I dig it.
And Jesco White is not part of my family, but
Hey,
he's
you're talking
from
to the guy related to David Carradine.
he's from Twilight, West Virginia. I can't. What are you getting cups? Everybody that knows,
I got a
everybody
swish.
Straight out the jar.
I got a swish.
Everybody that has Boone County 105 has it from the jar.
Straight out the jar, bro.
Get y'all.
I don't know what that means.
Did you ever watch that? What was it? The
outside.
Outsiders. It was a great show.
Outsiders out there.
Jesse doesn't drink anything,
Yeah, I'm
but
not drinking right
Okay,
now.
it's
Pussy.
water.
No, it's cool.
Creek water.
I'll do it
good
out of the
water.
jar.
Did Britta care for that or not really?
Britta, yeah.
Just kidding.
So
I feel like that
it's,
shit'll clean your teeth.
it's a
Hey, if
an
you
old,
get a cavity,
it's an old
you
family
can
recipe
fucking-
from a long time ago. There's no, just so everybody knows, there's no flavor. There's no apple pie or any of that kind of.
Gay ass shit.
It's man.
This shit ain't cut, bro. This shit's pure.
It's also
Yeah.
good. It is good as far as like I'm not a liquor guy, and I could take a shot of something you buy in a liquor store and have more of a like reaction than that.
But
What I love about it is this isn't a new thing. Ever since I've known Scott,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter where we've been. We've been at fucking Giddy
church. We've been at church. And
We've been
had
at
moonshine.
Giddy Up, and he's like, "Hey, you want some moonshine?" I'm like, "Dude, it's 11 a.m.
Yeah. Back
Put
in
your
the,
fucking pants on,
back
dude."
in the van after the hood ride. Every camp
Dude,
out.
the
every
hood ride.
event.
The hood.
What is it?
Guy.
RD. Remember RD? RD got it all over his chest. RD drank it like it was a big gulp.
He thought that shit was water.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Dude, I feel like the Hood Ride 2. So let's clarify 1 and 2. I feel like the Hood Ride 2 really solidified the vibe that we put out, and then when you guys came up, like the other day, I bought a whole new GoPro Pro setup, right? Sorry, I'm drinking.
Moonshine's already hitting.
My lip doesn't work.
GoPro.
What's that movie?
Oh, wait.
Fuck, man, I forgot the goddamn name. I don't know why I brought it up. The fucking
Men in
Just
Black.
Do It guy. The Just Do It guy. He was in Transformers too.
Transform. Oh wait.
And he was in the movie about the moonshine. I forgot.
Oh,
his
you're
fucking
talking
name.
about
Shia LaBeouf?
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah.
All right, so
I already forgot where I was going with that. I already fucked it up.
he's one of my favorite actors of all time.
You look like he's one of your favorite actors, so.
So
There was some momentum on this podcast.
There
There
was.
was.
Where we all going?
I bought 3 different GoPros, 8, 9, and 10 in my life, all with the hopes of creating like a YouTube channel to kind of like talk about whatever the fuck, right? Fucking crickets are loud, right?
It's a loud ass cricket.
So I just got my new GoPro 10 up there. It's up on the deal, and fuck, I have no idea where I was going with this whole story because your dumbass story.
Dude, it's like
that
the
you
first
brought into
podcast all over again, bro.
So I've bought a couple GoPros in my life.
You almost did the same thing.
Bro post.
Oh, this is
What?
fucking awesome.
So I've bought a couple GoPros in my life, and I'll film some stuff, and then
There was a bird in there
it's
earlier. Now
it's
like
the most
crickets.
boring stuff in the world.
Yeah.
Like, and you know what it takes is it takes a great editor and great software.
I feel like this cricket is getting louder.
That cricket is
He's
pissed.
part of the podcast.
He's like, wrap it up.
trying to get some sleep.
Bro, you think the bird would have got the
So
cricket
yeah,
by now,
I can't do. I just bought a drone and I'm trying to do the drone thing, and like it's one thing to get some footage that's cool. It's another thing to keep from like crashing it in your neighbor's car and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's not easy. I'm not a drone pilot.
I remember I got the drone up there, and the first time I ever bought it, I got Brad, because Brad's got some fucking sick ass wheelies and shit. I'm like, hey, let's go fucking hit this around the corner spot. You can do some wheelies. I'll follow you with the drone. I didn't know how to control it, so his bike was parked, and the drone was like getting closer and closer to sparing. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. And it just like came and like choppered up his fucking bearing. I'm like, I don't know. I went and slapped the drone. And then it
Right.
stopped.
Yeah,
And then,
I'm not.
That drone's for sale, by the way.
That's the issue with GoPros
So is the
or
bike.
drones or anything, is that they hand that footage over to some Hollywood dude,
Yeah.
and he makes it look just epic, and it's great. Or you have a GoPro hooked up and you ride around for 10 years hoping your buddy will crash right in front of you. And maybe it never happens. Maybe it never happens.
I think so. We did the GoPro video at the Hood Ride 2, right? Now it's not some video that went like massively viral or anything. There was no real like verbiage. It
But
was
I
just
challenge you to watch it right now because it still makes me so happy. What are you laughing at? The cricket?
I mean, bro, I'm still laughing about this fucking cricket.
Yeah, dude, he's having a ball
Yeah.
up there.
this motherfucker thinks he's
loud.
got followers or
It's
something.
loud.
Can y'all hear that cricket? Y'all be honest. Can you hear it? Chime in on the
Dude,
comments.
shut up. Hold on, let me see if you can hear it.
Shut the fuck up!
I think it's just us. But
No, the GoPro video, the FASTLIFE
it's so
Hood
good,
Ride.
dude. It's so fun.
I feel like I'm not trying to like toot the horn, but when you watch that video, you see coming together the wheelies, the ride, then the fucking party on the end. When Sax gets the helmet at the end of it after he fucking wrecked his bike, and we
Right.
give him that helmet, dude.
It's like a perfectly written paper.
Right,
where
yeah.
As far as you've got an intro, a body, and a
Sure,
conclusion.
sure.
And it all ties together, and it is fucking. It's like an amazing essay in all visual form.
You can hear them. You can hear them.
So Jesse's last podcast,
Jesse's, yeah. When you giggle like that, no. I don't know. The cricket has stole the show.
Yeah.
I don't think we can keep up with the cricket. So yeah, my GoPro footage. My
This is
GoPro
transferring
footage.
into camp out vibes. It's getting
Camp
ready
out
for
five.
camp out.
I'm gonna keep my shirt
Camp
on.
out vibes.
Camp out vibes.
Yeah. So
Okay.
whether it's a Simpson camp out, dude, Jason's about to go down and shoot that. Y'all thought we were joking about that sloth picture? He just took a loaded handgun down there. He's looking for
He's
that
looking
cricket.
for a sloth.
Dude, so if you hear gunshots going off,
Yeah,
it's
he's gonna go
him.
fucking stomp that cricket, bro.
It's him looking for that cricket. Man, it's springtime in Texas. You're an Ohio native. How much time have you spent in springtime in Texas? Like over the last couple of months, have you been? Not much.
So I lived in Texas several different times, but yeah. So
would you agree there's no better place in the world than
no,
springtime
Texas
in
is
Texas?
Texas is absolutely awesome.
Well, it sucks during the summertime, but
No, I don't have a problem with that. I like the heat. I don't have a problem with that. Texas is, the best place to live is where you call home, right? So anytime you're at different places, I've been around a lot of places that are just incredibly awesome. But Texas,
Guess you ain't alive.
That's what I knew.
You killed
he
the
walked
cricket?
in and I saw
Yeah.
it.
wow, he's like a sloth killer, but it's a cricket instead.
Fuck that
zoom in
bitch.
on this psycho look, Jesse.
Wow,
He
Fuck
fucking
that
walked
bitch.
in and I saw murder in his eyes, bro. So I started laughing.
death.
Hey, you gotta stone cold your beard, bro.
He went all Andy
So-
Dufresne on the cricket.
He's probably gonna catch back up.
So, when I lived in Texas the first time, a long time ago, one of the things I loved was maybe not the people who came from someplace else, but the people who were from Texas. Like, to me, they were like the best.
Yeah.
And sort of still think that.
We got a vibe.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. Like, real Texans
I don't think he's
are-
talking about
are-
us.
Kind of like bikers, right? Like they'll give you the shirt off your
Yeah,
back,
yeah.
and help you in any way.
You know,
they
real
can.
Texans, when you're riding on a back road and you come up behind a Texan, they scoot over and give you a little wave as they go by, or you pass one on a country road and they'll just do the one, the index finger up, little wave or something on the pickup truck.
Yeah.
Solid folks in Texas. Absolutely love them. Like it's just different. I cannot and will not say anything bad about Texas. Absolutely love it.
It is. No,
But,
fuck him if he's going to. You're right. It's like a freedom thing. It's just
really
we don't want to
grinds
be
my
fucked.
gears.
We don't want to be fucked with. We don't want anybody to fuck with us. And you just kind of.
Yeah,
Hope
yeah.
you're
I mean,
doing
it's
okay.
so it's like that whole Gadsden flag thing. Like it's the rattlesnake, right? So
Yeah.
at one point, I think it was Benjamin Franklin that suggested we take a whole entire boat and fill it full of rattlesnakes and send it to Europe. Just because a rattlesnake's a perfect example of, if you leave me alone, I'm cool.
Yeah.
If you mess with me, I'm gonna warn you, and then I'm gonna hurt you.
Yeah.
I kind of like. I kind of like that attitude,
Yeah.
and I kind of think that works. I think that's Texans are super friendly, kind of still private, and I think they don't. I think they want to sort of. I think they don't want to mess with other people, but I don't think they want to be messed with. And I think they just have a different vibe. I it's awesome. I love it.
That's a good
here.
way to put it.
I
You know what
love
mean?
it here.
Yeah.
Love it.
And it is. I'm glad you said that because I feel like it's more of a vibe living here, regardless of who's in the governor house or whatever. It's not really a political. It's just a vibe of living here that everybody's kind of. I respect you and what you want to do because I expect you to respect me, and nobody.
Yep.
That's the most Texan thing I can.
People
I can
have
think of. So
personal
it's-
responsibility. They have accountability of what they're. This is what I do, and I think trying to live your life so you're not stepping on other people's lives and just kind of, I don't say laying low, but I'm gonna get mine for me and my family. That's my goal. I'm not trying to, step on anybody else while I'm getting mine. But I'm also not gonna, I hate to say it, but I'm also not out here gonna champion things for other folks. Like they can do that for themselves. They can, that's part of their.
They chose to do that instead of ride bikes.
Right. And so, I'm not going to let innocent people get beat up on.
Yeah.
But in the end, I'm not going to wind up like going out there and like, all of a sudden, like I hate the term and I hate the idea of like virtue signaling. Like we're all about this just because that makes us look good. There's no way. We're not going to do that.
In my opinion, that's one of the beautiful things about Texas is I think for whichever side you're on, if you're the people lining the overpasses saying the Trump got the election stolen from him and you're pro-Trump or whatever, I feel like all of those people, what side of the fence you're on, the vocal people are like 2% of the total population.
Right.
And if it ever came to a Red Dawn situation, like a foreign invasion or anything like that, I feel like there are so many motherfucking, I hate cussing sometimes, so many motherfucking Texans that would come out of the woodwork that you have no fucking, that aren't political. This isn't this side of the fence, but this is like defend my state, defend my land, my family, and my neighbors.
Right.
Dude, I don't.
So
we've got some good old boy states, but I feel like Texas we'd lead the charge.
Right. So I think that's the problem is that we're
You saw that too.
So there's going to be a cricket Photoshop for the sloth.
We need that now.
Yeah.
Stat.
Now make that happen, please. I think that's the thing that we're so polarized right now. There's no right answer, but I think 99% of us are somewhere in the middle, and we can all agree with stuff from both sides.
Yeah.
And so I think ultimately, but you have to have something like the pandemic didn't do it, but you have to have something like 9/11 for us to say, okay, wait a minute, we're all in this together as Americans, and that's pretty cool.
Check your DMs,
Uh-oh.
Jaden.
No, I agree. I think that's one of those weird things. The weirdest thing about traveling the country during the pandemic was seeing how different people thought about the way things were going in different areas. From being, I remember being, we did a little quick rip to the Smokies in the middle of June, right after the riots started. And then right after the riots turned into tearing down the statues, which, I'm not a part of that. I have no idea. Like, hey, that's your jurisdiction. I don't know. I don't care. Whatever. Right. But while we were at Maggie Valley for the FXR Jam, we were literally sitting there drinking beers, talking about FXRs, and the most redneck of redneck people pull up and go, "They're tearing down statues down the street. Let's go."
Yeah, I love this story.
I've never heard this story.
Like, they just assumed because we rode Harleys that we were like fucking good with that. Like, let's go beat black people up for tearing down statues. I'm like, look, I don't know if it's right or wrong.
Honestly, it was probably a bunch of like college age white people.
No, it was fucking like 39-year-old white chicks who look 49 to 59. They've been smoking cigarettes since they were fucking 12, and they've had it up to here with black people.
No, but I'm saying who was actually tearing down the statue?
Them. And all the dudes that wanted their vaginas.
So let's talk about the new
fucking
helmets coming
cricket's
out.
back, by the way. There you go.
Oh, no way. Is that
the cricket's cricketing again.
I poured beer on them.
Is that a Glock? Nice.
Oh, you poured beer on him.
He
You got him drunk.
I didn't know where
Now
he
he's
was.
singing louder.
The motherfucker's hidden.
You
He's
just
in
turned that motherfucker into Merle Haggard, bro. He's over there singing. He's the Merle Haggard of cricket.
I'm gonna put some Jim Beam on it.
He's going full David Allen
Yeah.
on this place.
Harley someday.
It was all I could do to keep from.
You know,
That's David Allen Coe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's David
not
Allen.
Merle Haggard. So.
That's David Allen Coe.
Yeah,
he just
David
said that.
Allen Coe. Yeah, I again, that kind of stuff for us is
I like how there's Simpson
For
in the
me.
background. It's like predominant, like it's a headline. That's called subliminal marketing.
right.
Beer me, my man.
And there's you should have some more moonshine.
There's some more.
That makes you feel good. Make a pyramid of those.
Scott's gonna get on a
by the way.
Patreon podcast here pretty soon.
Well, I got a text how long ago? A few hours ago. Let me know when you're coming back to me tonight in all caps. The word tonight. We have sex. I was like, should have sent her this picture of these beers and this moonshine and go, these guys say otherwise.
Have sex without me.
Sex without me.
I'm going to be right there cheering you on. Yeah, go. I'll even hold it.
Hey, you get it started. I won't be long.
Yeah. So
Scott, I feel like you want to play, but you're just like
play what?
you want to play the game and leaning into it. He just wants to lean in.
You're
You're a good dude. You're a really good dude.
You are a good guy, Scott.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I guarantee
Thanks, guys.
you. I don't think she's still listening. Let's see, Melissa, are you still listening?
She's not. I promise she's not.
Yeah, she checked out
No.
like after you started talking about one story.
No, yeah, she had an evening tonight with her boys, and they went to that Dallas horror fest thing, and
Horror.
horror fest. Yeah,
I was trying to
they
lean
had a
into
good
that,
time
too.
there. So
Speaking of that and airplanes,
Yes, sir.
You know who likes both of those is Kyle. And Scott, on behalf of him,
Of
I kind
Jive
of want
Ass
to apologize that you're not important enough for him to actually be here. But you were for me, and I just
Well,
want
I
you to know
appreciate that.
You were definitely
So-
important enough for me to be here. So fuck Kyle. It's kind of
no. So
I kind of hate his guts anyway. So
No,
it feels good to
Kyle's- get
get this out.
Kyle's-
And I'm glad you're here. And he's not.
Kyle's the best. So
He is.
when we were tearing down Fandango, I'll tell a funny little story. We were tearing down Fandango.
I'll be the judge if it's funny or not.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, we were tearing down Fandango, and I will say this: like, I had lots of friends that came to Fandango, but Kyle and Jaden came down and sort of told me specifically they were down there to kind of hang with the Simpson crew and be part of that, and I really do appreciate that, man. That was awesome. But we're kind of tearing down, and it's there's not many people
Fast and
left.
Furious 10, family.
Right, family,
We're
right,
Team
right.
Simpson.
Yeah.
You don't have to go back many episodes to see how much in love with you we are.
So-
Pretty much anything I'm on.
So we're tearing
Better not
down,
go to
and there's,
Scorpion,
and there's
dude.
people that are kind of like walking through and saying goodbye and whatever. There's a couple girls that come by and they're just, hey, where are you guys from? And we're from here and we're from there. And so Jaden is
Drunk.
He's
he's
being
feeling
Jaden, baby.
He's feeling all
He's
right.
Jadening.
He's feeling all right. And while I only got kisses,
Dragoning.
I only got kisses from James at FASTLIFE Camp Out 4.
Yeah.
At Fandango, when these girls are saying hello to us or whatever, Jaden is he's
About to throw up.
he's got his arm around me.
Yeah.
And he gives me some kisses on the cheek, and it might have been after some moonshine. And the one girl, it like dawns on her immediately
Trying so hard.
that like I'm Jaden's dad.
Struggling.
Like
Y'all do have a vibe.
it dawns on her that that's my son, and that I'm his dad. She looks at us and she's like, you're his dad. And I'm like, no,
Jesse,
I'm not.
play Cats in the Cradle and the Silver Spoon.
Right.
Cats in the cradle in the soup.
So I think that was a pretty funny, that was memorable for me for Fandango, is that that girl thought that you were my kid.
I dig that. I feel like I don't know, that makes the when that kind of conversation comes up, you just got to lean into it for here on out. Like,
So I'm so mad at myself because I got one of those shirts at Fandango. I didn't bring it because I didn't want to have the whole like wearing the shirt of the band you're
I
going
know.
to see
Look, I've got
But
my hat.
had I
and
worn
my
it,
shirt.
had I known
not
this was
cool.
going to come up, I would have worn it. And once you
coulda
said
got
that,
a
I would have
photo.
taken this hoodie off and said, I'd
Dad.
have done a Maury, like, and the test said, you are the father.
Right.
I'd have done a big Maury reveal. And Scott, you would be my dad.
Right.
hey, daddy's not a bad bad
Oh, I hate
name.
the word. I hate that word.
Daddy?
Dude, it's the...
If your chick says
whether
daddy
it's
to you-
porn, whether it's life, like in a TV show, whatever, every time I hear the word, I'm just like... It's
So
a
if a
creep.
chick's like, if you're just relling
So
around.
a lot of people hate
she
the word
said,
moist.
Hey,
like,
daddy.
A lot of
Moist.
girls, yeah, a lot of
Moist.
girls hate the word moist. Like that's their, to me, the word daddy is my crib. Like I've had girls and they say, like, oh, daddy. I'm going, take a step. First of all, hold on. No, don't do it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's the creepiest shit ever to me.
What do you like to be called?
I don't know my fucking name, I guess. Like anything.
I prefer not to be called anything. Like
Yeah, just I don't know. It
I just like to be
doesn't
called,
take much. Yeah. Let's just get this over with. Let's be honest.
Oh, that's me. Sorry. 2 pumps.
So Papa Juan is a big Simpson
My
guy,
man.
and he
Yeah.
posts a lot. He's a cool dude, and he is legit. I'll probably get it wrong, but I think he's Navy.
Yes, I
Helicopter-
believe so.
Yeah,
I believe,
helicopter pilot.
Yeah,
and so yeah,
Good shit.
that would be awesome. To let's.
But he's got to fly you in the Airwolf helmet.
Right. Let's make a grand entrance, man. I would be all about that.
Man, I
That
think
would
if anybody
be-
can make it happen,
Right.
it's probably
I mean,
him. He seems like
I
I
don't
definitely have like
Fucking
32 memes about it.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like,
fucking count that.
do
high.
helicopters have keys, or can you just get in them and start them?
You're asking a bunch
I don't
of
think
not
he's-
pilots.
Hey,
I feel like they should have a
Papa
figure-
Juan, are you coming? I don't think he's coming to camp out.
Well,
He's
he's
a guy I'm really looking forward
he
to
can.
meeting.
I think I talked to
Yeah.
him already about it. I think he can't this time.
I guess
but he
gotta go
wants to.
California.
So-
I want to meet him.
here, hey, Papa One, I'm gonna give you a meme advice real quick. Do a meme a meme of like Southern California with like all the red circles that are where earthquakes hit, and then make it known that that's where everybody in that world rides to. That's their fucking. That is how
Their
far
epicenter.
people in SoCal ride, right? If it's
Whatever
not in
the
that, it's-
magnitude is of
Yeah.
the earthquake, that's
if it's a
how far they ride out.
7.2 and it hits fucking Bakersfield, that's as far as they go.
About 7.2 miles out.
Yeah, he's been on the kick of people not making excuses to ride unless they're close to home. Right? He's been on that kick the last couple days.
He's been hammering down with like memes,
yeah.
and a lot of them hit. They hit on things that I don't. I'm like, oh yeah. He
The
fucking
pregnant
hit
girl.
the pregnant camp out thing. But he did one today about like or not today, but like recently in the last couple of days about like the one dude in the middle of nowhere that gets T-bars and a set of shocks is all of a sudden the fucking
Whoa, you are. I'm the king of the castle. This is so nice.
that was a fucking good hit. That was he leaned into that one. That was a fucking good one.
We're in the hotel room for
Yeah.
the first time ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the thing about like a lot of Californians is like to be fair, they have a lot of great riding there, but they don't. I don't know. I don't
So
want to say it.
I dug. They did a ride to I guess Tijuana. I don't know if they were going golfing or not. I'm not trying to hang any mouth.
It was like 100 miles away.
But they did a Tijuana ride where super badass dude. Go across the border, go into Mexico, get some tacos. That's badass. But then I did like when you actually map it out, it's closer than it is to going to Austin from
Right,
Dallas.
right.
So it's not incredible. far. But again, they still it's about getting out, doing stuff.
No.
Hanging out with buddies.
Do better.
Right.
Yeah.
Do better.
Okay, so
You're from California,
Okay.
the king of motorcycles,
all right.
and you go, Dad, hold on. You go
Dad,
150
I'm sorry about
miles
my
and you run the game, dude? You run the game?
But you know what?
Fucking do better, dude. Be a better fucking dad for me, man.
So I remember not too long ago being there and being at our California facility in Harbor City and saying, okay, I'm going down to, I don't know, I think it's Huntington Beach. I'm going down to Sancho's Tacos, right? One of my favorite places to visit when I'm there. And it was 11 miles. And it was like an hour and 7 minutes. And I'm like, how? And I'm like, there's no way I'm going to leave and I'm going to get there in 20 minutes. Nope. That's just part of life. So I think 150 miles is a day trip.
There, yeah, it could be.
Yeah, it's just, and I get that. And it goes back to that.
I remember my first 150 miles without lane splitting. Oh, wait. No, they can.
Right. They can.
Okay.
So lane, I think
It's so hard out there.
I think filtering is more important in Texas than lane splitting.
Didn't California start giving like transgender like money for being transgender in a
So,
certain area?
That was one of those things like
What other area would you
motorcycles?
get your transgender part?
that blew up on
Well,
like
I feel like
It's
you know,
only in this area,
if you're
right?
not riding that much and you want to be the best bikers in America, then you know maybe you should get paid for it by being transgender.
So I'm usually drawn off sides by like those kind of like headlines, and I think that's one I did read. And if I understand it correctly, they have to be basically poverty level. Like it's not
Spell it.
it's not
50 grand.
POV.
50 grand a year. I
But
get it.
it's, yeah, you've got to be making nothing to get this like $900 a month. Like it's
I'm
not.
gonna go piss on this.
You're not making 80 grand a year and go all of a sudden going, oh, by the way, I declare as transgender, and then getting an extra $900 from the government. It's the way I understood it. It's if they're essentially homeless or on almost that level. That's the kind of stuff. When it comes to that, I'm like, I don't care. What do I give a fuck about it? Like somebody below me, like do your thing, man. We're all one or two missed paychecks away from being homeless. Like, take it easy. I'm not.
Oh, you guys have a home?
No, I rent, dude. I rent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally. I don't think I have an opinion about that kind of.
Yeah, you don't. Have
What's going on down here is everybody's that's people's that's their own vibe.
I don't.
man.
Like I just whatever.
I'm not gonna get my panties in a knot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's sad.
But
I mean,
what kind do you prefer?
Exactly. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
anytime you see somebody in a
Guys.
position where life is probably tough for them, you probably have a little bit of empathy, and you feel bad for them. But what can you do? You can't go out and save every person, and there's a lot of people that they're out there by choice. It's not, you know what I mean? They're not the dudes that lost their job and they're just a couple months out on their mortgage. There's the people that are, I don't know, so
They're just running the
treat everybody like
streets.
a human. Be honest with them. Hey,
Right.
man, don't have any cash on me today. If you got a little cash, throw somebody a 5 spot, 10 spot if you got it. Like, make somebody's day. But ultimately, don't sweat it too much, and don't look them in the eye.
What? I think again, it goes back to that whole like you got to do what's right for you and your people, your tribe, your family, and I'm not gonna. I hate to say that I'm not gonna spend a lot of time championing other folks. I don't have a lot of energy for that. I'm not gonna step on anybody. I'm not trying to put anybody else kind of behind me. I'm just, I think we try to get our own for our family,
people,
our
yeah.
family,
Yeah.
the people we care about, and then we do what we can to take care of those. And then I'm really trying. I mean, for every situation, I don't want to cause anybody else any kind of harm. Like I'm just trying to
No, absolutely not.
right.
I just want. What? Dude, I stabbed him.
Are you trying to do the harm to the cricket? Because
Yeah.
he hasn't done shit to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's like out here.
No. I know exactly where he's at, but he's fucking elusive. He's like goddamn Batman.
This is a movie. What movie is it where the guy can't kill the cricket?
I'm so fucking over this.
There's a movie.
But
what is?
You know what you just said. I didn't catch the whole meaning of what you just said, but the small part I got. I do want to shine light on people that are here or that are anywhere in the country that are doing rad shit. And there are a lot of people in California doing rad shit, 100%.
Yeah.
I just don't want people that live there to assume the identity of like easy things in motorcycling, because it's easy to be a great biker in California, right? There's so much shit to do. There's so many places to go. You never have to leave the state. I don't know if you ever understand the way motorcycling, how impactful it is to change your life if you only do it in your state, no matter how rad your state is.
Right.
You know what I mean? You could have the best state in the world, but when you leave California to go ride your bike across country and you're sitting in a state that's not as great as yours, but you're still enjoying it, then you understand why motorcycling is so great.
And be an ambassador for your state.
Yeah.
Come out and recruit people and meet people where you go, dude, you got to come stay with me for a couple of days. Let me go show you what I ride regularly. Like I'm Jake Daniels. I'm waiting for you. Come on.
So I think that we do a bad job of that. I think that that motorcyclists in the past have been they've not been inclusive. Like they want to make bikes seem really expensive and really hard. And I think what we should do is we should embrace people. I mean, there are a lot of people. Hey, I one time inherited a boat, and I don't know anything about
Sold it for a
boat,
grill,
right? And so I don't know anything about a boat, and there's no like boat school, and there's like I didn't have any friends that had boats, and so man, I didn't even know. I'm like, okay, you put the boat in at the ramp, and then at the lake, what keeps your boat from floating away when you're doing, you're parking your truck, and all this stuff. I mean, how does all that work? And there's nobody to like teach you that. I think there's people who pull up at the stop sign and they see motorcycle riders, and whether or not there's so many different things. Like I'm not necessarily a social rider. Like I ride by myself, but there's a lot of people who that's what they like, is they like the social aspect of riding, and they pull up beside of us at a stoplight and they go, man, that looks really cool. Like I want to do that. But there's no method, or there's nothing that tells you this is how you accomplish that, right? And so I think that that's one of the things we do, is that, you go to a bike night and you start walking around and this guy's like, yeah, I got $75,000 in my Harley. Well, okay, but that's a $22,000 bike that almost anybody with a job or a $5,000 bike and a decent credit score can buy that. And I can, not me, because I'm not a MSF instructor. I'm not a total control instructor. I can't teach you how to ride, but I can tell you how you can learn. And I know some people with some serious physical limitations that can ride like crazy. Mm-hmm. But we don't want the sport right now. There's a lot of people that are like, little lady, you can't handle this bike. Well, check out somebody like Jocelyn Snow and watch what she could do on a motorcycle. That she can't get 1 foot on the ground, and she rides it like crazy. So, I want motorcycles to be like inclusive. Like I don't want to have anybody feel outside. If you want a slice of this, let's figure out how to get you into that.
Come on, baby.
Right. Let me ask you this. This is a hard, but yet I'm asking it with an open mind question. I do want motorcycle to be inclusive, but I had to work my way up. Right. I didn't come into bikes and get like catapulted to the top of whatever because of whatever, right?
Right.
So with women that want to come into motorcycling, I think it's. Do you think it's like where do you think the line is as to how much they need to put in versus how much most men have put in their whole life?
Well, I think that's a different kind of question, and I think it's tough to answer that.
I said I teed you up for fucking
Sure,
failure
that's
on
okay.
that one,
No,
right?
no, that's not failure. But I'll say this: like, I think that it's women riders are unique, and they kind of stand out a little bit, right?
Agreed,
And it's
yeah.
kind of unique, and so from a marketing standpoint, if somebody's going to get behind a rider or somebody who does something, they bring an extra level of attention that and maybe I'm not going to say I can't say it's unfair because there's so many things that are unfair on the opposite side.
I can't do it OnlyFans and get what they get.
Right. I mean, what is it that we just got announced? The Catch Me Outside girl made $52 million last year, or $56 million
For OnlyFans.
Yeah. So how's that work? Because I'll get naked right now.
Show me your butthole, Scott.
So that's that, right? So there are going to be people who come to the sport and get immediate accolades and attention and things like that just because they're coming at it a different approach. And we hope is that the females that get extra attention are going to get more females involved that are like, well, I can do that.
Yeah.
And it'll make us all bigger. It makes the whole entire industry stronger. 3% of people. Man, it'd be cool if it was 5% of the people. Think about the congestion in these cities in California and now in Texas. If it was a bunch of bikes on the road, I get it. I get that in Ohio and Illinois, like you're gonna ride 6 or 8 months out of the year max. Here in Texas, you can ride every day. California, you can ride every day. And what would it do with, congestion inside our big cities and stuff like that if just a few more percent of the population would embrace motorcycles? And then it makes motorcycling that much safer for all of us because instead of us being an anomaly out on the road and just a handful of people that you see, that there's actually a lot of motorcycles. And so people would start watching for us a little more. So I want to, if you want to ride a motorcycle and you don't know how to do it, reach out to me and I'll help. I'll find somebody that will help you ride.
That's a big task to take
I know.
on.
I know.
No, 100%. Like what you're saying about trying to inspire, hands down. Like the more people that ride, women, it doesn't matter. Like I don't want to discourage women from riding. I think it's badass. Like all the shit I've taken place, all the things I've seen take place over the last couple of years, and so many women. Like I followed this chick yesterday or 2 days ago on Instagram. I went to her YouTube. Chick just riding her bike cross country, doing cool shit, and she was one of those things like you were saying. Like when she talks, she just has a way to captivate you, right? She's not a chick flaunting sexuality.
Right.
She is a woman riding a bike, and I want to give her. I feel like I owe her a shout out for this. But she's riding a bike, and she's speaking very well about the experience of riding a bike and using that as the context of what she's doing.
And so in that case, gender doesn't matter. She's just
Exactly.
speaking to other humans about her experience. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty cool. And I get the point.
I think that more, though. I feel like that, to me, makes... I respect that more from a woman's perspective because that's probably what puts us on an equal playing field.
Right. For sure. So one of the things...
And that's me being
I'll be devil's advocate. There's a lot of chicks that don't ride really
As
many
the
miles at
Maggie
all.
flies
So I don't know.
on Instagram or on YouTube. I've enjoyed her content. Good shit.
It sounds like she's an outlier. Most of the chicks, like I said, don't do 3,000 miles in a year. It is what it is. I said what I said.
So, and Melissa, one of the things I love that Melissa does.
You also
when
have to
we're
think
out
about ratios, though, right? Because you're saying most of the chicks don't do 3,000 miles in a year, but it's like
and there's
a
some
very, very
there's
much
some that-
fewer women own motorcycles than men, and there's there's a ton of men who don't do 3,000 miles in a year. So now you have to think the reason that she's an outlier is just because there is so few amount of women that have bikes.
Dude.
And what he's saying is we want to change that.
There's a very big growing population of chicks that have bikes, and they want a slice of whatever the fuck this pie is, but they want to be known. They want some followers, and they want to be known as a biker.
And who
but
doesn't?
They don't.
So,
Fucking.
What the fuck did you get a bike for? To be a fucking biker?
Dude, but not to get followers and that kind of stuff. There's a lot of girls.
I ride
feel like
motorcycles for me.
Yeah.
For nobody else.
Well, like I said, dude, I'll die on this hill alone. But I feel like there's a lot of these chicks that get into it, and it's way more for the image than it is about. Instagram could fuck off and fall into the ocean tomorrow, and I'm still doing this.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like if I'm an asshole for saying that, I stand by it. But I'm telling you, what I see on the internet is, come on, man. Like I get it, dude. You're hot, you're cute, whatever. And there's
Jade,
the sad thing is, there's so many thirsty motherfuckers in this scene
For sure.
they're not gonna run.
Have you
short
gone
of-
down the rabbit hole of like biker chicks on YouTube trying to like create channels? They all have big tits. They have a husband. It looks like Pornhub without sex. It's like some dude that's okay with his wife being whored out on a fucking thing, and I'm gonna put my chick out there. She's bouncing her tits all over the fucking bike. She's being seductive while she's washing her bike in bikinis and putting on basic bitch ass parts on their bike. I got a new sissy bar and watch me put this on in my bikini.
They don't want you to make any mention to some chick that drops them out or something like that. Like they want to them. Oh wait,
This will be on Patreon. You won't have to worry about
fucking
this.
sexist. Whatever.
We're gonna you won't get.
They've got big
That's
exceptions
okay.
to that.
I'm a big boy. I
They'll
can
hit you with the
handle it.
cringe face and the fucking. They'll call you dumb for that, for liking or interacting with that at all. But yet they do the same like real thirst trap. Like, oh, and then I don't know. It's just I don't know. Just put down the miles, dude.
You know what? You know what happened at the camp out last year?
I remember this. I remember this clearly.
Good thing this is not going to be on the fucking audio version of this podcast, but you've been to bike events. Actually, you know what? You were on a Travel Channel show as a chick in a bikini whipped you, and you were a part of that game, right?
Yeah.
So, how do I word this? So we had an incident at the camp out last year, right? Where, and it's kind of fair. I don't want to make her seem like a bad guy. We're on stage. We're giving out a award for the chick that rode the furthest, right? And this chick did. She rode the furthest of the camp out, and she earned every bit of what she accepted as an award for that. She didn't have to accept the award. She didn't have to, right? But what was weird, or what sucked, was the announcer. I'm not trying to incriminate anybody. The announcer said, "Hey, when I say it like this, it like takes all the context out of it. It sounds bad."
He made a throwaway line. It was fun. Everybody was
Right.
fun.
So,
it was a jovial time.
So we're giving away. I said we, but it's the group. There's a crowd around the stage. The group is getting free stuff.
Yeah.
And they're getting challenged to get free stuff. There's different things going on. One person jumps in the river and swims. Guys are up on stage drinking bottles of syrup. There's crazy stuff going on. So the crowd is into this. Like, what's going to happen next? The announcer basically says, whoever drops them out, gets a product.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And somebody does.
Of course.
And in the context, I mean, this whole event is probably 80% guys at least, or 90% guys. And most everybody that's there, that's a girl,
is with a
is
dude.
with a guy. There's no girls by themselves there.
I just want to go to the camp out and get fucked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
there's
happening.
none of that. That doesn't exist. But
Yet. I think we have some hoes coming this year. We got some hoes.
So anyhow-
There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes.
so what happens is this person that rode the farthest got really upset. And with specifically directly with Jace, because it's his event.
Mm-hmm.
And
So what happened was, before all this stuff took place, my man Steve was the announcer for our event, and the whole time we were leaning on each other, like we're on the stage. We're on the stage. We have a plethora of products to give away, right? And we were trying to figure out one thing to give away, which was a helmet for Simpson that was one of the bigger prizes of the event for just women. So we said, who rode the furthest to this camp out?
yep.
And it happened to be Rob, which you met him before. Rob had a FXR. He's on the podcast before.
Yeah.
His old lady won the helmet, but where everything fucked up was, it wasn't like, hey, come to the stage and show your tits. It was like, hey, you rode the furthest, come on up here. Hell yeah, thank you for being here. Where'd you ride from? Blah, blah, blah. Cool. All right, show your tits. It was like a pun on the end. And I understand how it could be kind of in the what do you call, like in the context of like saying it and not being there, you'd be like, oh, that sounds horrible. But while you're there, in the whole commotion and everything's going on, it was like a joke, right? It's context. It was a joke, right? Nobody really expected her to turn around and go, woohoo! But if she did, cool.
I didn't know that part.
So
Yeah,
it seems to me like it's one of those things where you say something like there's not a good like. What is that thing where you're like?
You know what?
You're stating a question.
You see that
What is that
little
called?
David Mann poster behind you? There's plenty of them, and it's the culture of motorcycles, and it's not just the culture of motorcycles; it's the culture of man and woman through motorsports. And I'm not saying that
That was the most redneck sentence I've ever heard.
No,
Culture
I mean,
of man and woman through motorsports.
it is.
So
I
what
mean,
you're saying is
there's a whole fucking Instagram page dedicated to Jungle Pam. Do you know who she is?
I have no idea that.
You know who
Jungle
she is.
Jim Lieberman.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a dude that nobody knows the dude he does because he grew up with him, but we all know Jungle Pam.
Right.
Jungle Pam has some titties, bro.
Yeah.
And she really, her job was, when it's a drag race thing, when she was like, when Jungle Jim was like staging and getting ready to like race, she was out there lining up the car in short shorts and little teeny tiny
Big ass
tops.
titties, dude.
And she was so distracting to other drivers, it gave him a giant advantage. And she became a celebrity in really more ways than one, more so than he was.
Way more.
And it was a big distraction factor. So I think what happens is, and I don't want to say that it's accepted culture, but as I said earlier, you're going to be safe at the camp out.
Kind of.
You might hear things that are offensive to people, maybe certain people. I don't know. But if you think of anything really,
Is this a rape? Are we raping?
but if you think anything bad is actually going to happen to you,
Yeah.
there's no way. There's no way.
We all feel bad afterwards. We have empathy.
So, ladies, hedge your bets on just everybody fucking being more chill. But honestly, generations, as a generation, I feel like you get one, like a video game, you get one upgrade point per generation. Well, guess what? We're stamping out racism with our generation. So everybody's welcome on our thing. But guess what? That leaves sexism still on the board. So you're going to have to.
Wow.
You're going to have to.
Wow.
Maybe the next.
I love it.
Maybe my kids will stamp out that, and everybody can hang out together, and it doesn't matter. You're all gender fluid. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. But this time, guess what?
We still
Everybody's
like boobs.
welcome. Everybody across the board. I don't care what color. You can be purple, black, yellow, whatever. It doesn't matter. Come on. But guess what? If you got boobs, we're still going to probably ask.
I think
for
if you
them.
listen to it over again, it doesn't sound as bad as it sounds.
No, I know.
I think I meant purple, like green. Like I meant to say like colors, like
That was the point.
Right.
yeah. I think I missed a color in there. Sorry, nobody ever. If you know me, you know that wasn't intentional.
I love shining light on anybody, women, man, doesn't matter. If you're doing some rad shit on a bike, period.
Right.
That's what I love.
Right.
If not, if your Instagram is full of your fucking ass and tits as you pull your bike in and out of your garage, fuck off. You're going to be treated like another thought on Instagram. Straight up. In my opinion. Not Simpson's opinion. In my opinion. If you're writing it and you decide to use some of the God-given talents that was given to you to exploit what you're doing, I'm not opposed to that. If you're riding your bike, I can respect the aspect of the fact that you're doing something on a bike. If you're just using those things to exploit the fact that you want to get some followers, get some free shit, get a helmet, get asked to be an ambassador for an event, blah, blah, blah. You're taking, at that point, we're in competition, right? My job is to do what you're trying to do, but you have tits.
Right out of your state. Let's just start with right out of your state.
Yeah, like ride your bike first before you say you're a biker. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm in Arizona and I got a kid. I'm a single mom, but I also have big ass titties and I do fucking yoga on Sundays and that's the only time I post pictures and blah, blah, blah. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
You got 8,000 fans.
So I think what happens
83.
is you know, maybe we all use what our talents were given to better ourselves, right? So if I was a great actor and I looked like Brad Pitt or somebody like that, I'm going to try to use that to my advantage, right?
Yeah.
So I can't blame anybody for trying to get theirs with what they've got.
They're probably using that because it's all they know. They don't
when the lack of ability catches up with their ability to be
just like when their appearance
so
fades too,
but their
fucked.
audience, maybe their audience is shallow, and maybe their audience
And
just
that's what
sees
they
value
appeal
in that.
to.
But
I get that, but
a shallow audience is only going to be begotten out of like shallow content.
Sure, for sure. So, but I'll go back to they're just trying to get theirs.
Right.
And maybe they're just trying to get theirs for
like
their
we were
family,
saying
and they
earlier.
think there's no harm in what they're doing.
Right.
It's not stepping on anybody. It's not kicking anybody in the teeth. They're just doing what they're doing with what they have.
And that's what you guys were just talking about with the Texas thing too, right?
It goes back to that. And so,
mind your business and they'll mind theirs.
If I was a great singer, maybe I'd have a band, or if I could, write music, or if I could do whatever, I would try to work that to my advantage. And if it means putting myself out there as the best singer, then I'd probably try to do it.
Nicest pair of boobies.
nicest pair of breasts, right?
If I had a big dick, I'd be a porn star.
But here we are.
Or you.
But here we are. Here we are.
But here I am, a good painter that gets to fucking overshadow a lot of other people that have better fucking speaking voices and all that other shit. And I have a podcast that's bigger.
Right. But
if I had big ass titties, bro, I'm already questioning.
But you can
transition.
You can do it.
I'm thinking about it.
You can do it. I saw a guy on the podcast.
He got new teeth, and he's
I know,
about to go
dude,
full Caitlyn
I got
Jenner
new
on us.
teeth.
It started with the
Kinda.
teeth. He's gonna have titties and an ass
So,
next.
so
I'm trying to get some titties.
I
bro.
saw a guy on Instagram that's just like a regular redneck dude that has a great big set of implants, and he's got a giant following. He probably doesn't work a 9-to-5 job anymore because that's something.
It's crazy because
That's
I mean, if you think about it, like what porn is like the #1 industry. So like
Yeah.
we're probably talking. I mean,
It really is.
And
we're
we're
talking a lot of
we're-
shit about girls who
and-
have their titties out, but they'll
Everybody
fucking,
talks about YouTube views, but have you seen the fucking like shit I won't even jerk off to on Instagram or on Pornhub?
Yeah.
Like you're like swipe, 4 million views. Like I'm not into that. I'm not coming to this shit.
right,
Yeah.
right.
But it's somebody's cup of tea.
Can Simpson support Pornhub? That's what I want to know.
No.
Could you have like a Simpson like helmet in the background? Like
No.
just think though. Just let me hear me out. Somebody's like doing their thing, right? And there's just like a ghost band in the background. Could you imagine how like everybody jerks off and everybody jerks off to Pornhub? That is the go-to.
I would love to see that video just for the comments. Go, what helmet is that in the background?
It's like subliminal messaging.
just
Makes it more subdued.
I would immediately jump to the comments. Yeah,
Right.
It's like
when you
What
have
helmet
a
is that?
transition
Hey,
shield.
How
We
tall
need-
is that fairing?
Right. We need a transition shield.
But it's just subliminal
a minute.
messaging. So then it's like every time you see a Simpson now, you just get a boner.
Right.
And you don't know why?
That is some subliminal shit.
See,
That
I'm
would be
saying,
awesome.
I feel like you guys need to like turn the page in
Right.
how you advertise.
Go to the camp out. I'm rock hard right now. I do not know why.
Everybody's like, "Hey, why is the Simpson doesn't support the podcast?" Well, they found a lucrative business in Pornhub, and I'm fucked right now because I don't
Literally.
have the fucking schlong.
well, it'd be more maybe the amateur market where people that don't want to be seen.
You want to be the hey,
what's the
dude?
we do?
Get
we rock
your
the-
helmet on the no face girl.
What's the we rock the
Right.
we rock the ghost band
Instead of the
Outlaws.
mask, she's got a.
she doesn't have to blur her face anymore. She has a
the-
fucking ghost bandit on right now.
No, what's the outlaws are the ones that are shorter, right? Like shorter in the face.
Yeah, they're a little bit more
We rock
tighter to the
ghosts.
face.
The
Yeah.
outlaws are the ones that are with the
or
lines.
an M80
Dude,
or
M30.
M30.
Yeah, but those are the ones that I would expect a porn star to be wearing because it's like it's way closer to the
Or a mod. You could just open up a mod and do your deal. Drop down the inner
Hey,
visor.
and it's got to have a
over your
lexin on it
eyes.
too.
dude, if a mod
We're
got
dragging
opened
you
up
into
for a
this,
fucking
Lexin.
facial, that's like
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fucking-
nail in the coffin for Bell, bro.
No.
Hey, running it up the chain, dude.
No.
I
All
want
it
to be a
took-
part of this. I feel like to shake up the market, you got to shake up the market, man.
Right.
All it took was 4.5 hours to get to this point.
Right. I have. Did I mention? I really do have some friends that worked at Bell. I don't know about anymore, but that's a good brand. It's good
I
people.
mean, they're cute.
Yeah. No. I'm not going to say anything bad about them.
No,
I
those
met
are
Rachel
good.
Starr one time. She gave me a hug, so I feel like I can kind of. I've got an insight on the porn angle. So you just provide the helmets, man. We'll get there.
Papa, dude, come to fucking Texas. You can be on the podcast anytime you want to be here.
Yeah.
Straight up.
I'll come.
That's a gold ticket. That's like a
I'll
Kill
come
Tony
up.
gold ticket.
That's a
Anytime
gold
you're
ticket.
in town, Papa, come on.
Yeah. I'll come up for that. That'd be a
Okay.
good time. Okay.
No,
Hey.
I saw him on I can't remember the other guy's podcast he did. I watched some of it and it was pretty good. He was
I'm going, but it's Yertle the turtle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Down there in the bathroom.
I didn't really have a shy bladder until that.
so you saw him. He had a piss a lot.
Trent scared you into peeing
Right.
again.
I got an innie.
That should have been. He just got his prosthetic hooked up even more.
Yeah, he's had a carbon fiber fucking leg,
Yeah,
dude.
He's-
That shit's so performance.
Hoffman, you need to get at this guy. Sponsor
Hey.
this dude.
Step your game up, dude.
Flick that shit out.
Oh, we gotta start wrapping this up when he gets back.
You know what I don't wrap up?
Let's put him through the. You want to put him through the gauntlet when he gets back?
About what?
Rapid fire.
What do you want to do?
Let's see how many no comments we can get on.
Okay. What's your idea?
I don't know. It sounds funny. It sounds funny at the beginning.
He's so good at
Scott's
the
the
questions like
guy
that.
that he's one of us, and he wants to fucking let loose.
Oh.
But I feel like he has to. I don't feel like it. He has to like. He has to throttle back, even though he wants to be like, you know what, fuck women. Nah, he's not saying that, but you know.
Oh shit! Did I go on that rant? I stand by it right out of your state.
Dude, these fucking crickets, dude. Here's the deal: if you guys want to not hear crickets anymore, we got a Patreon where we have unsolicited content. $5 a month. Get all the shit. You won't hear the cricket in the background.
We're gonna hire Orkin to come out with the Patreon money.
We're gonna do a podcast with the Orkin Man. You guys wanted it. He's here. What's going on in the fucking pest industry right now, brother? Do you have a bike? Oh no, you have a Traeger grill. Okay, we get it. You know where we know you're at. But what is the pest game like right now? Hey, if any 23 motherfuckers are out there, if you're coming to camp out, post up where you're coming from right now.
I want to see who's coming to the camp out. And if you're on right now, who can I help out? What do you need hauled to the camp out if you're coming from long distance? Because I won't be riding there, so I've got a full Ford Explorer. I'm looking to help somebody out. Who needs a helping hand? All right, here we go.
Dude, these memes.
Dude, Brady's the best. Is that right?
This gun meme shit was the shit.
That's Brady. That's right.
Hey.
This is the real fat man. That's who did all this.
So Brady, hey, can you put a picture of Jesse with the gun for me, just so that I can like drop it on him a lot?
He doesn't have any.
Yeah, I think you got a flip spot. You got to let Jesse sit in the spot and do the whole thing.
Yeah, he doesn't have any.
Part of it is
clips for me.
you gave him a perfect template on.
Yeah, you
doing
did
what
give him
did.
a great template.
Dude, this is awesome.
Did you get another cricket picture?
No, I just thought the cricket picture alone was pretty fucking good.
And the sloth picture.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Those
with
are
that.
gonna.
Cray Trey's still listening.
How could you miss?
I fucking love it. I love it.
He did.
It's
miss.
awesome. The cricket has stopped for a moment. I think I frightened him, but he's going to come back.
He's gonna come back.
He doesn't stop.
He ain't no little bitch.
I'm showing up, no tent.
That's Cray Trey.
So Jordan right there is the guy that's doing all the tattoos.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Jordan, I asked you earlier on Instagram. I don't know if I haven't checked it, but send me all the fucking flash that you had for the camp out, like all the little fat flash tattoos you want to do. And right now, I've got so many people that want these little fucking things that you want to do that I hope you're bringing the fucking equipment for it, because a lot of people are talking about it.
Maybe we should just get a brand.
Mm-hmm.
Put it in the fire.
Oh,
And if you
shit.
just want it quick, we'll just.
Yeah, I like that idea. And we piss on the guy. Is it like a hazing? Are we in a fraternity now?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, and then we have to.
Maybe there is a first year initiation.
Elephant walk.
The best, the good thing. So we haven't talked about what Simpson wants to do to give away their helmets,
Right.
for
Okay.
the camp out.
Okay.
What do you have in mind?
So I don't like. I think of like the.
The worst possible, like
No, I think of
break
like.
up with your girlfriend.
No, I think of like. I think of like the syrup bottle. Is pretty bad.
Yeah. Or
I mean-
sacrificing your helmet in a fire.
I think we've done that.
We have done that, but we can raise the stakes. That was the HJC. Who the
Right.
fuck cares, right?
We had somebody throw. So we have. I think it's still on our roof. We had somebody come. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So we.
Like Breaking Bad.
So we
No,
had
no.
somebody back at one of the Simpson events in October, maybe
Yeah.
maybe the first year. I don't know. I don't remember now.
I remember it was like throw a.
So somebody bought a new
I feel like it was
Simpson
I feel
helmet.
Like it was Yertle. I feel like he bought
the M30 or
a carbon one the year like
That was his second year, and he rode back with me.
Yeah,
But he bought that. He didn't do no crazy.
no,
shit
he
for
did
it.
bought it, but I
bought
think he
it, but
threw.
then he took
his,
a built well and threw it on the roof of our building.
I feel like that.
Oh,
was
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I was like, I probably would have kept that for like a passenger helmet or something, a boathouse.
I remember that
or
Bill Willie
something,
had,
but he
yeah.
threw it on the roof of our helmet, so I think it's still up there, or the roof of our building.
that may have happened. I've got video of him buying the M80 or whatever it is,
M30, yeah.
M30, and taking the
It
taking the thing off and like
Yes, to keep correcting everybody.
30. It's a 30. No, so
Those M30s.
Have you ever had firecrackers in your hand?
Right. So we did at the camp at Waco Springs camp. We did put an HJC. I didn't. Somebody put a.
The Dirty Larry did that.
That
I was
was
at
prior
that- I was at that
to.
party.
That was prior to.
He's on the far left,
Yeah.
right there.
okay.
The
Right on.
right there on the left.
And so that was prior to the shirts coming off. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was an epic event. That Simpson camp out, like you, Beth, Rennie, the Easy Rider Cycles up here. That was his first time we ever met him.
Yeah,
he
that's
came
the first
out
time I
there.
met him.
That was fucking a good event. And that, I remember we went to like some bar on River Road that weekend and had a fucking blast.
Koozie.
That's when we called you. We gave you the nickname Shagwire Russell.
Yeah, Shagwar.
Shagwire. Dude,
Dicks.
I'm going.
I literally changed my name on Instagram to Shagwar Russell, went to Vegas, and then changed it back.
Yeah.
Sounds
Here's the deal.
sus.
I want to start a business giving people nicknames that make sense because I feel like I give the best nicknames in the game. And even though some people don't want to lean into it because it gives them more responsibility they're really wanting to take on, I'm standing here with people that I've given the best nicknames in the world.
Shagwire might be the best.
His last
nickname
name is
ever.
Russell. Shagwire Russell.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I came up with the first half of that. So
No, you didn't.
I don't remember you actually coming up with that. I'm
The
pretty
only
sure that was
name
all
you
me.
ever came up with that was good was My Dino Wobbles.
Yeah. Still fucking funny. Look, he's laughing.
Yeah.
But
Bubba's Big Deck was
Yep,
that
yep.
bar.
Okay. So that's gone.
Bubba's Big Deck.
Bubba's Big Deck has ceased. That guy was, it was sort of one of the places that motorcycle riders stopped on River Road, and
It was one of the first stops after Hocko Springs or Waco Springs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It was and the Ice House. So he is sold out to somebody who's more inclined to be a tube rental place, and they've pretty much painted, revamped the whole thing. I don't know how it's going to shake out, but right now it looks like it's not going to be.
I'll tell you right now, Waco Springs,
Tripping.
not the place to go camp anymore.
They
That,
changed
when we
ownership
were
to
there
the-
that weekend, they fucking hit us with so many fees and so much shit that it was like we could have just got a hotel and had it was
What?
bad. It was like $90 for 2 nights on a bike with 2 people. $90. And then when my wife pulled up in her car, they wanted to charge us for her having a car. I was like, bro, 2 nights, bro, on a camp. I'm sleeping in the dirt,
Right.
and you want to charge me like I'm fucking staying 1 night in a fucking
Right.
5-star hotel? Calm down,
Right.
you know.
Did you teabag Chamberlain's bike?
Did I?
Did you?
No, they were asking.
We should have done
if-
that. Don't you have Robert's helmet here blown apart right now, right?
Yeah, I do have his. You want to teabag
We
it?
should probably teabag it.
Okay.
Just so we like secretly
Robert
know
Cheek
that-
is one of those guys that I think he'd be like, yeah. Yeah.
So I talked to him yesterday, and he said, "I've been mentioned on that podcast more than anybody else, probably without ever actually being on the podcast."
You know what?
So-
Let's be fair. The dudes in Austin and San Antonio, Robert Cheek has been talked about on this podcast so much because he's been one of the best ambassadors for our world.
He's a good guy.
I don't, here's the deal. I've asked Albie to be on this podcast, and he doesn't want to come. So,
yeah.
Take that, Albie. I guess if I was a chick painting bikes in Temple, you'd come take pictures of me.
Oh, that's the glove. I bet Albie's not on here.
Yeah,
he was earlier.
He went to bed early because his bedtime is 9.
Yeah,
right.
Way past
No, but
my fucking bedtime right now.
There's a lot of people that deserve to be on this podcast, and I wholeheartedly want them on here, but it is one of those things where like, because one person's great in what they do in this world, I have to find a way to make that work on here.
Sure.
Because I have to make it to where we're sitting here in this room and it feels good, it feels comfortable, you get to be you get to have fun, and everybody up there is like, fuck yeah, this dude's fucking rad. It's my job to make them be who they are in the digital world on there, right? Like, Robert Cheek has helped out me, fucking, so many people.
Yeah. So many
people.
Yep.
But if I just put them on across the table and say like, hey man, so what do you do for a living? Oh, I work on ACs. All right. How many girls have you had sex with? You know what I mean? Like, I have to figure out how to make that work for the audience.
Sure. Right.
I was like, you want to know?
Exactly. Exactly. So I think it becomes just let it happen organically sometime. It'll happen.
No, well, I mean, there's certain, like I said, like a lot of this scene, and especially in Texas, it doesn't exist without outliers like Robert. You know, even Charles out there in Seguin. I hate saying that word. Like I'm missing a fucking letter when I say that word. But Charles is
say it like the hockey player, Sagan.
Sagan?
Yeah.
Yeah. We get it. You're not in San Antonio and you're not in Austin. Where are you? In the middle.
Oh, you live in Sagan, Texas, right? Oh,
Sagan.
You talk about the Chappelle show, their heads will explode.
But no, there's a lot of rad dudes that deserve to be here. And my lack of bringing certain people on is not because I don't want them on. It's because I want to paint them in the best light. Right. And you could throw people on this, when it was just audio only, we weren't doing lives. Like, hey, man, I don't know, we need to fucking edit this. But it's live, man. We're fucking 4 hours and 45 fucking minutes into this. I told you this shit doesn't.
You told me sometimes it's 6 hours.
Yeah. Wow. And how do you feel right now? Do you feel like this is like?
I mostly feel like.
You want to go home?
I mostly feel like I'm hanging out with my friends and having a conversation, right?
That's what it's supposed to feel like.
We would actually, I mean, it sounds
Jesse has to go take his old lady.
We would be.
Dude, he's doing bear stuff. Like
we would be having exactly the same talk, whether the cameras and microphones were on.
Dude, we had this talk in your fucking garage like a month ago.
Yeah.
When you were getting me fucked up, dude. This dude, I've been telling this story for the longest now, since you walk in Scott's house, and where a living room or a formal living room is supposed to be, there is a fucking toolbox the size of the wall with alcohol. Alcohol. He doesn't drink.
You're a mixologist, I've heard.
And
I like mixing drinks.
And so you come over, and Melissa's like, she's like, hey, look, we got a bartender here tonight. We're partying. So, and I'm like, oh, I came to hang out with Scott. Melissa's like, you're with me now. Scott's taking care of us for the night.
I'm the fucking captain now.
Right. Scott's like over there fucking lighting shit on fire, fucking like, he's like a mixologist. He's like literally.
Dude, you've seen Cocktail. Take it easy.
Right. Spin that bottle.
He's over there, like, we're in the background. We see, like, I'm talking to Melissa, and, like, we see a light flashing, but it's just the mixer going in the air, and it's catching the can lights in the house.
Yeah. We had a good time.
He did turn me and Britta on to smoked whiskey. We haven't had that before. And Britta loved it. And so you brought a bottle for us tonight.
Yeah.
I did want to bring it up here, but at the same time, I know she would enjoy it. So we're going to save it for the camp out.
Yeah. So that's Corsair originally from Bowling Green, Kentucky. But Corsair Distillery is now in Nashville. And it's actually Melissa's.
Where it should be.
It's Melissa's favorite. And so they used 3 different kinds of materials to smoke. Some of it is like peat, so it's not really wood, and then 2 different kinds of wood, but it's different. It has a smoky flavor for a whiskey, right?
Scott, what's your favorite kind of whiskey?
I don't really have.
I want to have some pallet whiskey, like somebody that just like took pallet wood, the shit we turned fucking like reclaimed shit.
This is
If somebody said
this is whiskey. This is white whiskey.
If somebody said, "Hey man, I was wearing a Simpson helmet this year, went down, saved my life. I want to give you your favorite whiskey." Like, what would that be? What's your?
This guy goes, "I want a sex on the beach."
Yeah, I want
You want some rum?
I want a grasshopper. I don't know. Yeah,
I'll take a green tea shot.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Jesse's like, "What is all these things that you
I would
talk
probably
about?"
say Woodford Reserve is one of my
nowadays, I think you're pigeonholed because there's so many different kind of special whiskeys and bourbons. So my brother is a retired firefighter out of Chicago. A retired fire chief out of Chicago.
Put some respect on that, man.
It's a flex.
Right. He's a superhero.
We get it. You're from Gary.
He's a superhero now. So he is really into the whole bourbon scene and all that, and he loves this distillery in my hometown, Columbus, Ohio, called oh gosh, it's gonna jump out of my head now. It's called I can't remember it now. Anyhow, they had a special it's something water. I can't, maybe, I don't know. They had a special
Redneck water?
No, they had a special person come in and make some whiskey for them. A special distiller that's a female, and they only made like 100 bottles. And my brother won the opportunity to buy a bottle. It's like I made 100 bottles, and they're like, "You won the opportunity to buy it." And he's in Chicago, so he had to drive like 10 hours down to Watershed. It's called Watershed Distillery. Watershed Distillery. And it is super, for it being a relatively new brand, it's super well known. People go crazy over it. But here my brother is driving from Chicago to Columbus, Ohio to pick up a bottle of whiskey. I won't drive 10 miles but he's going to drive, 700 miles round trip to do that. So I get it. That again, it goes back to that, what's important to you, right?
Yeah.
So we'll do the same thing for bikes. I mean, I'm here 4 hours from home. I'm driving back Sunday. Then I'm going to drive 8 hours, up to Moyers, Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's the government name.
The government name.
The government.
So to the campground, K River, for FLC 5. We've got our special sticker made. The only way you're going to get that sticker. Wait, is that what's on the back of that shirt?
A shit show.
Wait. Oh, yeah.
So I've learned a lot of lessons.
Right. That's Joey, not Ruben, on the shirt, right?
Yes,
Joey. It's Joey.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah. I want the shirt just for Joey.
Well, we got to see that. We got to see that dick, bro.
Speaking of Joey and Ruben,
they're coming.
Yeah, I got it.
So really, really cool. They were. it was super awesome seeing them at Mama Tried, and I had a chance to meet their dad, and it was really, really cool that they were
cool
really
shit.
into their dad. Like, it was like a big deal for their dad to meet me, and of course, I was super honored that they were into that, me meeting their dad. It was awesome, and those two dudes are fantastic guys. And it was really cool to meet their dad, and he's the guy that inspired. He rides. He inspired them to be riders and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
So Joey texted me earlier. He said, "Hey, shout us out. Say we said." So this is from Ruben and Joey Varela. Dave Wisecarver is a bitch! Exclamation point. So Dave Wisecarver, if you're out there, just know Ruben and Joey said you're a bitch with an exclamation point. That's all.
So I got the Ruben sticker on the van.
Yeah.
So he's immortalized on the Simpson, Bandit 1 Roadshow. But I don't have the Joey sticker yet. So we got to get the Joey sticker on.
I'm excited about this year because I think we've kind of like crossed a new threshold with the camp out where things that take place at the camp out could make the shirt.
So there is, so there's that. Because
every photo that's on the back of my shirt right now is a photo, and I don't want it to limit to just what I take. Like all the photographers that come to the camp out, that like capture something amazing. If it fits the build, then I think it'd be dope to put it on the shirt. And
that's a challenge.
It is.
I mean, that's
I want it to be
like
a challenge.
That's throwing the gloves down.
Shave your fucking face, dude.
Right.
I want to see your fucking eyebrows.
Right.
Gone.
Right.
No, I'm just playing.
Not me, but who was it?
The best part was I had a homie the other day. His old lady has some big ass titties, and he's like, "Hey man, are pasties allowed?" I was like, "They are encouraged." And he's like, "Hell yeah!" I was like, "I can't wait till we look at your old lady's titties." And he's like, "Fuck yeah!" I'm like, "We have agreed upon things here."
Right.
Like,
right.
His old lady's gonna bring her big ass tits with pasties on it, and we're gonna enjoy it as camp outies.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
That's right?
If they're big enough, I may see if I can eat like a cracker out of them or an Oreo or something. Like, hey,
You think you should do titty shots?
Put this between it and just let me kind of like like nibble it from the side. And I don't know. I'm down for
peel
whatever.
that sticker off with your mouth, dude.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever. I'm down for all kinds of hijinks.
Yeah.
Melissa's not watching.
No, I know, but she'll watch the rest of it. It's okay. It's all right.
We're gonna cut this up.
She understands.
Melissa, you're gonna love me.
This is all like glitch real quick.
You've met her in person.
Yeah, then there you go. You already love me in person, so
Right, for sure.
This is a podcast persona.
Right. It's got to be. Yeah. It's for the. That's hilarious. There's a little bit of a gap, isn't there?
Yeah.
So,
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
You get to see
5
what
to 10
kind of
seconds.
magic I'm making back here.
Right. So, I think it's so cliched to say what happens at camp out stays at the camp out because it doesn't. Sometimes it might make the back of a shirt.
Yeah.
Sometimes it might make the podcast.
If it made the shirt, it's gonna make a podcast for sure.
Right.
Yeah, but to be fair on that, there's been some shit happen that we laugh about and we talk about, but it's never made the podcast. Like, just for the sake of keeping whoever was involved not putting their shit, putting their shit out there. We've got inside stories about the camp out that have never made it to this sort of public light. Just in the same
to protect the innocent.
Yeah, exactly, and that can happen too. But guess what? You don't know about them unless you show up at the camp out. Because that's the stuff we may. The next morning, you may hear talk. You may hear, "Oh, did you see what happened last night or whatever?" But it's only if you're there.
It's one of those weird things. Like the weirdest part about it is the amount of like people that are making posts or stories, right? About coming to the camp out. I can't wait to see the posts. Like, be a man, make a post about it. Right. You're coming to the camp out. You're on the road. some badass place that you're at,
Right.
some kind of obstacle that you're overcoming. As this happens, what like I feel like the content on social media the last month has been on stories, at least not necessarily posting, but stories have been about preparing to come to the camp out.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so after it, like,
But I think we have people right now that are on their way as we speak.
kinda.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
think there are
I think
people.
so.
There are people who are going up and riding around for a few days before, and I think one of the points of it is, we've talked about some pretty wild times at the camp out. But there's also some people that come up and kind of just chill
Yeah.
and get away from. And
Hey,
they
watch
don't-
us do
and they-
stupid shit.
Right, and they don't necessarily. They enjoy just kind of watching, but not participating, and they're kind of chill about the whole thing. So I don't think you.
They're
I
called cucks.
I don't think you want to sell it as just pure debauchery going on all the time. I think you can come up, and I think what's cool is you define what camp out is for you. Like if you want to come up and you want to do crazy stuff, you can. But if you want to come up and chill with your friends, you can do that too.
Yeah, it's not like there's this overall scene that dictates everything where you have to fit in or you're not. It is just like you said. It's a true kind of come as you are kind of thing.
Yeah.
You get out of it what you put into it as far as how many people you want to talk to and who you want to hang out with. But it's yes, it's not like if you show up, you're going to be all of a sudden like, hey, do a line of mushrooms off this chick's titties.
Do a flip.
Yeah. It's not like that.
No,
at all.
I think everybody's accepted and it's pretty cool. And I don't think it's like some kind of insider's club.
You didn't get to come to the COVID camp out, and that's the one that a lot of people remember the most because it was like a big event that took place right after the country got shut down. But we were hanging out at Strokers a couple weeks ago, and this dude that was kind of like a wild child at the event kind of came up to us. He was like talking to us, shooting the shit. And I was like, dude, how the fuck, why is this dude talking to us? And he's like, I was the guy at the camp out. I had hair and I was wearing a fucking
he was that guy?
The guy that tried to jump the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember him.
And I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, dude, you're wild. And he's like, yeah, man, I settled down, but hey, man, I had so much fun at your camp out, and I had my dog with me, and my dog passed away. And I felt like my dog had the time of his life at your camp out. And he's like, so I'm coming this year. Like, he's in a club now. He's not, like, I hope he's tamed down. I want to come there and spread the ashes of my dog at your camp out because I had the best time of my life with my dog at your camp out.
Right.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's
shit,
cool.
Do your thing, man. Like, you want a ceremony?
Yeah.
You want a ceremony?
Toss beanbags into the cornhole.
I think it's called cornhole. That's one of the things that's called cornhole. There's a few.
Bago, cornhole, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, he used one of those. He tried to use it as like a ramp
shit.
For Brad, of all people, for Brad's dirt bike.
Like, Brad's bike was just out there. Brad's passed out
It's like
because he's a
KX
lightweight.
75 or something.
Yeah.
And so next thing you know, he's like out. It's like a 125, I think, or one
It
something
was
like
tiny. Yeah, it may. I thought
He's
it was
like, hey, I'm
80.
gonna jump this bike over the campfire, and we're like, okay.
No, dude. No, there's a bunch of people going. No, dude, don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't
I heard
do
it
that."
because we were in a tent right next to it.
But he was
and then
like-
we all proceeded to
He
burn
was like,
fucking
no,
toilet
fuck
paper.
it.
Well,
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Here's the deal, Jesse. When it comes to camping, Jesse's the guy that goes to bed at 8 p.m. and then he
I
has to
fucking
hear.
want to go to bed at 8 p.m. every night. This is me. Bro,
He's the guy that goes to camp outs and be like, hey, I'm gonna go to bed. The sun is still out. He's the guy
I've
that
never
like.
done that. I go to bed at like 1, 2 a.m. like a reasonable fucking human
doesn't.
being, but they stay up burning toilet paper at 4 to 5 o'clock in
So
the morning.
last year, somebody mentioned it on there. Last year, I don't just remember dawn. I remember it being sunny. That's bad. That
Hey.
is a.
You're a man.
I know. You guys
You're a
do,
fucking man,
right.
dude.
Be a man. Yeah, it was.
My dude
That
over
was
here
late.
is a man.
That was late.
It was early, really.
Yeah,
Is
Early
it though?
Sunday.
Is
Yeah.
it though?
that's a 12-pack.
I don't know. I feel like, yeah.
That's 12.
You're
You
in
gotta
a
do-
you're in a room full of professionals.
Every now and then, you got to stay up till the sun comes up. Those are the things that keep you alive.
So I
Those
maybe
are-
I
and
maybe
honestly, when you're laying in your casket, those are the things that you can't fucking buy. No matter how much money you had, you can't buy staying up till the sun rises.
Nobody wants to be at your funeral going like, you know what?
Dude, he went to bed at fucking 9:30.
He was
like
conservative.
every time we were at a,
You know what?
Like you
He
can't-
lifted weights all day long.
You can't buy those nights back when
No.
you're said down.
He wasn't looking at me. It
I'm
would have been a
not.
better joke. He was staring at me when I said it.
So I think that I think there's not been that many times when I've stayed awake till the sun came up. So
Well, there's some events where like that's applicable.
Right.
Like we're going to Mama Tried. That's not gonna happen.
right.
I mean, yeah, you'll party till the wee hours of the fucking morning, but sitting around a campfire, getting lost in a million conversations about people who know about the brand that you represent, or even just who you are as a person.
right.
You're gonna be sitting there for hours, like connecting with people.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And that's when, when I talk about like on these podcasts, when I talk about why I fuck with the people I deal with, I love how everybody wants me to give like, hey, what's your review of the Mod Bandit? I'm like, it's tits. Why? Because me and Scott fucking got fucked up last weekend. That's why,
'Cause I
motherfucker.
sell 'em, bitch.
Like, I'm not the best ambassador
Sure.
for the helmets, but I'm the best ambassador for the helmets.
I get it.
For the right people.
Sure. I get it. Yep.
You know what I mean?
I do.
Hey, man. So, how's the noise quality in these helmets? Hey, drive.
Yeah.
Drive, motherfucker.
If you want to look fucking cool, buy one of these. And if you're not poor, let me paint it for you.
No. Hey, if the noise...
He goes, oh.
if the noise from the outside air that you ride in a helmet is annoying you, get a fucking Honda, bro.
Jet ski. Yeah.
Get a Honda, like a car, dude. Get a car where it seals the noise out. You know what, better yet? Get a car and then buy AirPods where it has noise canceling, because your bitch ass can't handle what it's like to be a real biker.
So
That's a good fucking thing.
It
I
is,
think we
it
should
is.
lean on that.
So I understand that, take any car and roll down the windows and see how loud it is. So it's one of those things. It's a balancing act. So we're in Texas. It's hot. I want to make helmets that are cool, so I add a bunch of vents. If it has a bunch of vents, that has a tendency to make noise. We actually want our helmets. You'd be surprised when people buy helmets that are way, way too big. That makes them noisier. That makes them. Our helmets are super, super light, but having a helmet that's too big makes it move around at 70 miles an hour. That makes it feel heavy. We also, people want helmets, to be easy to get on and off, and they want them to be comfortable, not like, like a vice. So all of those things can make a helmet louder. I think it's kind of crazy that sometimes people will be like, they put the loudest exhaust they can get on their bike, and then they turn around and it's like, I need a quiet helmet. It's like, okay.
That's my
All right.
problem. Yeah, that's
So
my problem
it's,
now.
It's it is. I'll just say this. Maybe our brand isn't right for everybody. That's totally cool.
Yeah.
There are helmets. I could make it crazy quiet. I can seal it up to where you won't hear any noise. Is that what you want? I can make it so you cram your head in there, and then you have like a neck curtain that wraps all around and Velcro's back here. And
It's like putting a condom on your face.
And there are brands that are like that, and I appreciate them for exactly what they are. But the people who appreciate us for like what we are. And if they want to ride with something else, I get it, and that's cool. I want people to be happy with whatever brand they choose, whatever brand they associate with, or I totally get that. So it's making a quiet helmet's not it's not necessarily the number one goal.
Yeah.
It's a balance, and we want to
airflow and quiet are battling each other.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
You know what I mean?
noise is vibration, and that's adding more venting and not sealing up the helmet so it's super, super, airtight, because then all of a sudden people are going to complain it's too hot or it's too hard to get in and out of, or things like that. So it's all a balance.
When the majority of the Dyna performance Harley scene is riding one type of helmet, as a guy that's ridden a Star, Bell helmet,
Sure.
like there's so many great features of that helmet that I enjoy. It's a heavy helmet. It really is, and I'm not trying to be a dick about it. Like, it's a heavy helmet when you're on the road a lot. For me, I've always told people this: like, helmets are like you're born into the scene. Either you fit a fucking Simpson or you fit something else, right?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like some people fit in a Simpson and it's just like everything clicks, and like, hey, don't focus on the nuances of every little small thing that like could affect. Just ride your bike, right? You want to get in a helmet, and I don't know. I feel like everybody's looking like we're so indoctrinated on like a YouTube, right? Like reviews on things, and so like when people get something on their head, they're looking for a problem as opposed to like, no. You bought this helmet to go ride your bike. Go fucking ride your bike, nerd.
Right.
You know what I mean? Don't sit here and think like, you know what? I do agree with this guy on YouTube. I heard a fucking whistle over here. Not thinking about the fact that their fairing or their T-sport fairing or their quarter fairing affects the wind turbulence between
Or the
them.
fact that they look cooler than they fucking deserve, because if you're sitting there doing some sort of...
No dude's like,
You're a
oh
fucking
shit, I was
faggot,
at Buffalo Wild
You're a
Hogs tonight. I got
fucking
laid
nerd.
because I had a Simpson helmet.
Yeah, you're a fucking nerd. You're a faggot. Nobody cares what you have to say.
This is all on...
Right.
Yeah.
So, or you have a bike that,
But guess
is the
what?
same
You look
as your
fucking
buddies.
cool for a minute.
You have a bike that's the same as your buddies, but you wind up being 3 inches taller than him. So the airflow is different.
Yeah.
That's reality. I can't make that happen. I can't change that.
You're making a helmet, and then people are putting that helmet in
Way different
a
situations.
plethora of different situations where that would determine the experience they have with the helmet.
For sure.
Or it's some dumbass not running a fairing or a windshield or anything like that, because I'll tell you.
It's like the wind noise is like unbearable.
Yeah.
Like, compared to a car?
I just did a little trip to East Texas. No fairing, just the T-bars and
Right.
whatever. And yeah, dude, it's not the funnest thing in the world. Like,
Right.
it's you feel it, you whatever. But to blame your helmet on that's the dumbest.
Right. And it might not necessarily work for everybody. I totally get that. I absolutely understand that, and I get that. We're trying to make it for. I mean, on longer rides, I might wear earplugs, and they're not earplugs that drowned out everything. They're earplugs that cut back. And of course, I've been riding motorcycles a long time. I'm sure I have hearing loss. Yeah. That's part of it. I don't care what helmet you have. It's noisier than, driving in a Mercedes or a Lexus or something. It's that's part of it. You're out in the wind.
Yeah.
You know, it's I find it unbelievable that people can ride without helmets at all. Like, to me, that's crazy noise, like wild air noise, right? Wind noise. And so, but again, I'm not going to admonish people from doing that. They're riding their own ride.
I will. You're dumb. Just nothing else for this, for the safety aspect of it, but also just the enjoyability of the ride. And I'm a proponent of, there's certain times where riding without a helmet, there's nothing fucking better in the world. If you're not going to go past like 50 miles an hour, you're down New Braunfels doing some river road stuff, you're just cruising, not mad at you, man. It's the best.
Yeah.
But if you're out there fucking every day banging and you're living that biker life, brother, you're not wearing a
Hanging and
helmet,
banging, brother.
dude, fuck you. You're an idiot. Get out of here.
Well, we do need to wrap this up because we're...
Yeah, it's like going on a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Bedtime.
Yeah.
Well, everybody out there, this is the last podcast you're going to hear before the camp out. And so if you're on the fence of coming or you're on the way, if you're looking at the weather, I'm going to tell you something about weather. Fuck weather.
Yeah.
We're going to be partying at the camp out regardless of what the weather looks like. So if you choose not to come because you see rain in the forecast, then you're the only one not going to be there.
And it also changes every fucking day, sometimes multiple times during the day. So what it's saying on Wednesday, 2 days before you leave or whatever it is, it may not be the same by the time you get there or by the time you actually leave. So dude, pack your rain gear, ride safe, ride smart, and fucking be a biker. Not even be a man, be a biker.
We're gonna have a good time.
Oh yeah.
It's up to you whether or not you join us.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a good time.
Rain or shine,
Right.
we'll be there.
Yeah.
So whether you show up or not is on you. I get it. Like, weather is something you probably want to pay attention to when you're getting ready to leave your house. But don't let it make your decisions for you days before. Because let me tell you what has happened in the past. 5 years, we've only had one camp out where one half of a day was rain. Fast Life Camp Out 5, we all would talk about the rain. You know why? Because we had fucking fun in it. Mm-hmm. It wasn't because it ruined it. Yeah. Right?
It's memorable.
Every camp out has a, in this area, when it says rain, it's because there's a storm passing through. It's never because it's going to rain from fucking 7 a.m. till fucking, 7 a.m. the next day. It's never that. This camp out, it'll be what it is, and whatever happens will be kind of the narrative of what that is. But if you enjoy having these grassroots events where you get to come and make friends with people all across the country, then you have to support that. You have to be there.
You should almost
rain or shine.
You should almost fucking hope for a little rain, because you're right. It forces
we'd have the pussies.
It forces so many people together for a little time where the rest of the weekend can be set up where you've met friends and you talk to people, you met people that otherwise you maybe not have because you're kind of an idiot and you just didn't get out of your comfort zone. But the rain, it does. And this event, we didn't get into it earlier, but this is a thing where this guy puts, whatever you think about camping fees, this guy's put everything that he makes off this back in this event. And I wish we had a time-lapse video of just the facilities from the first time we went there to now. And it's you're benefiting. If this is your first time there, just know some of the amenities and the things that you're going to enjoy. You're benefiting from years past because those things were provided and paid for by 4, 5, 3, 2.
Yeah.
So
100%.
And it is what it is. And you're right. It's no man's land. You're free. You're going to be able to do whatever the fuck you want. You're right on the edge of county lines. Cops aren't.
You're not the only motherfucker getting rained on.
Yeah.
Everybody's dealing with it.
It's a shared experience.
Exactly. It's shared.
And you're going to be closer to a bunch of people that you wish you were closer to anyways because of it.
If the rain or if the
Rain's
forecast,
a cheat code.
if the forecast like scares you away, let me do you a favor. Is that me? Stay fucking home, dude. You're a little bitch. Scram with that bullshit ass biker mentality you thought you had when you fucking bought your Dyna fucking Softail Fat Bob, whatever the fuck they're called. Scram with that shit. If you want to be a real biker, show up regardless of the conditions and be a fucking man and hang out with everybody and just deal with the conditions presented to you. Other than that, I love you. I'm thankful you to like this podcast. If you have not subscribed to the Patreon,
That's a great ending point. I like that.
Before we sign off, real quick,
God damn it, Jaden.
just bottom of my heart, I want to say a quick thank you to everybody that's reached out as far as the bike getting stolen a week ago. Everybody that's reached out with, hey, I've got a bike you can ride to the camp out. If you need anything, you can help out, whatever, anything. All of that, I've been in kind of I've unplugged or whatever, but I love all of you guys, and thank you so much. Yeah. Anybody that's reached out, said anything, if I feel like I got back to most of you, but if I didn't get back to somebody, I will, and it means more than you know. Thank you so much. I love you guys. That's it. That's all I got. Cool.
all right, you good, Scott?
We're all good.
You want to
I'm ending this stream. If
run yourself real quick?
Nah, I see you guys at
Camp out 5 bitches.
FLC 5. Let's go.
Bing bong. Bing bong.
Bing bong.